In a quiet, dimly lit room, a young woman sent a message that sent shockwaves through the heart of the young man. Her words were simple, yet devastating. She was about to break up with him. As he read the message, a wave of disbelief washed over him, and tears began to swell in his eyes. He couldn't comprehend how someone he cared for so deeply could walk away without warning. His mind spiraled into chaos. Was this a cruel joke? Did she mean it? The very thought that she might be serious haunted him. He had envisioned a future together that included marriage, a shared life filled with joy and mutual promise. Now those dreams seemed to crumble before his eyes. In his despair, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He sat motionless, rooted to his chair, as a deep, agonizing pain radiated from his chest. Around him, friends had gathered, unaware of the turmoil raging inside him. One of them was about to call him to hang out, but upon arriving, he found the young man slumped over unconscious. Frantically, the friend tried to rouse him, shaking his shoulder and calling his name. But the young man, overwhelmed by heartbreak, suddenly snapped, anger flashing in his eyes. In a sudden surge of frustration, he pushed himself up, and with a loud slam of the door, he stormed out, leaving his friends bewildered and concerned. His friends were furious and confused, their voices rising in protest. They couldn't understand how someone so talented at keeping relationships was unable to sustain one. They called him a fool, criticizing his inability to maintain connections. The young man, known publicly as a celebrity, someone with the fame and resources to have it all, was often seen chasing after superficial pleasures. He was a man who spent lavishly on women, showering them with gifts, yet finding himself alone and unfulfilled. He seemed to be caught in a cycle of fleeting encounters, never truly forming meaningful bonds, despite the years that had passed. The scene shifted to a more intimate setting, where he was engaged in a serious conversation with a close friend. Observing them from afar, a small group of onlookers watched intently, curious about the unfolding story. The young man, feeling a mix of embarrassment and desperation, finally mustered the courage to speak. He knelt before his friend and, with trembling hands, offered a small plush pig, his favorite animal, as an apology. The crowd murmured among themselves, whispering about the young man's past struggles, notably having held 4 different jobs to support his romantic pursuits. Despite his efforts, he lamented that nothing had truly changed. After more than 3 years, he still hadn't achieved genuine happiness or stable love. His friend tried to reassure him that everything was fine, but the young man's mind was fixated on the pain of lost love. He was overwhelmed by feelings of inadequacy, wondering if true happiness was even possible for someone like him. As he sat alone in a convenience store later, devastated once again, his thoughts spiral into despair. The system, an advanced, almost mystical AI interface integrated into his reality, suddenly activated, revealing personal information. His name was Chen Yuan, and he possessed only 230 Chinese yuan in personal wealth, along with a strength stat of 1 point. Yet, startlingly, the system displayed a figure of 90 billion Chinese yuan, amounting to an astronomical fortune, for what it termed a lame bot. Confused and suspicious, Chen Yuan pondered what this could mean. Why did the system show such contradictory information? Just then, a young woman approached him, noticing his distracted gaze. She asked if something was wrong, commenting on how he kept staring at her chest. Chen Yuan looked at her, analyzing her statistics. The system revealed her name was Sue. She was 21 years old, stood at 165 centimeters, and weighed 49 kilograms. Her appearance rated nearly an 8 out of 10. The system also indicated that her favorability score toward him was 50, meaning she was indifferent. The system explained that if a woman reached a 95-point favorability score, she could become his lame bot, an obedient companion. Chen Yuan's mind whirled. Was this some sort of game, or perhaps a new form of relationship? The system clarified that the 90 billion yuan could be spent exclusively on women, and that these funds were credited directly to his card. He could use them at his discretion, but only for interactions with females. When he reached a 95 favorability score with someone, He would earn a tenth of the amount spent as a reward, along with other benefits, an enticing prospect, or so it seemed. Feeling a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty, Chen Yuan decided to play along. He invited Su to a meal, confidently declaring that he would cover all expenses. The system confirmed that everything was prepared and that he could start spending in pursuit of enhancing his favorability with her. For each woman he succeeded with, he would receive 5 reward points, which could be used to upgrade his abilities, strength, charisma, or other skills. Su looked at him with a hint of suspicion, asking if he was trying to show off his wealth or perhaps flirt. Chen Yuan hesitated for a moment, unsure if his advances were being perceived as genuine or merely superficial. He continued to observe Su, contemplating his next move, considering whether this strange new system was the key to breaking free from his emotional struggles. Deep down, he wondered if this artificially constructed way of forming bonds, through monetary expenditure and system rewards, could truly lead to happiness. As his mind raced with possibilities, the line between reality and strategy blurred, leaving him to confront whether genuine connection was still possible within this bizarre new framework. She was aware of her own power. There was no denying that. With just 3 words, she managed to make a man spend over 30,000 units of currency. He responded to her provocative challenge, saying that unless he tried something himself, he wouldn't discover its true worth. Satisfied with his reaction, she nodded and instructed him to buy snacks for everyone in the class. He looked at her with a mixture of disdain and amusement. To him, she appeared as if she dressed like a beggar, yet she still dared to flirt with him. This realization irked him, and he decided he would teach her a lesson. With no hesitation, he spent 50,000 truly carefree, as if the sum was insignificant. A small group observing the scene quickly noticed that despite his humble attire, he was quite wealthy. They whispered among themselves, questioning his apparent lack of wealth display. They assumed he might be a second-generation rich kid who inherited everything, perhaps a multimillionaire. He noticed their gossip and told them to relax, assuring them that that amount of money was nothing to him. His confident demeanor made it clear he was not an ordinary individual. Among the crowd, a girl named Lele looked confused, pondering whether he was a rich kid from a wealthy background. She wondered if he had inherited his wealth and was a billionaire. She told him she could add him as a friend, but before doing so, she insisted he visit a special place first. She had a plan. As they approached a Gucci store, she looked at him with a calculating gaze. She explained that she wasn't materialistic, but she wanted to be sure of his sincerity and actions. Given his attire, she suspected others might look down on him and question his worth. Inside the store, the protagonist caught sight of his ex-girlfriend. She was there with Junkai discussing a handbag she was trying on. Noticing that he was not alone, Lele asked him if that woman was his girlfriend, to which he replied that it was not the right time for such questions. Lele replied that there was never a bad time, and they had arrived at that moment exactly when they should. She asked if he still had that spring collection bag, to which the shop assistant responded that only one remained, and she was currently trying it on. The ex-girlfriend seemed confused and claimed she would demonstrate the difference between a loser and Junkai. She then brought up Junkai's upcoming birthday. He was confused, recalling that his birthday had recently passed. She explained that her last birthday was based on the lunar calendar, and asked him if he knew that people also celebrated birthdays according to the solar calendar. He responded that he didn't like materialistic women, implying he wasn't with her for her money. Shounen, his ex, was left speechless after this exchange. Meanwhile, Lele took the handbag from Shounen, stating she would buy it since Shounen appeared to lack the funds. She used the protagonist's money to do so, earning her 20 favorability points with Lele. As she swiped her card, she gained another 20 points, and as she admired the bag, she accumulated yet another 20. She was thrilled to see how money could improve things, feeling that the handbag alone brought her a total of 60 points. At this rate, she would quickly reach her maximum favorability score. The problem was, if she managed to reach 95 favorability points with Lele by only buying inexpensive bags, she wouldn't recover much money. The store employees looked at her with curiosity, noting that some men appeared wealthy but didn't like spending on their girlfriends. Meanwhile, the protagonist, dressed poorly, was giving his best to Lele. Despite his humble appearance, he was showing genuine care and generosity. The contrast between his actions and his outward appearance was striking, and it did not go unnoticed by those observing. In the dimly lit store aisle, a scene unfolded that seemed almost surreal. Huton, overwhelmed and humiliated, collapsed onto the floor, her body trembling as tears welled up in her eyes. Meanwhile, her companion, a young man standing confidently nearby, casually held a shopping bag, his expression serene yet commanding. He spoke softly yet assertively, comparing the bag to a lover, implying that holding onto it tightly was a sign of affection. Huton, her gaze fixed on him, was filled with an intense desire not to lose him, her eyes reflecting a mixture of admiration and desperation. She looked up at the young man, silently beseeching him to stay close, as if the very idea of separation was unbearable. He, in turn, regarded her with a quiet understanding, offering her some compliments, even as tears streamed down her face. It was a moment charged with emotion, tired yet hopeful, as Huton struggled to grasp the significance of her feelings. Suddenly, an unexpected surge of energy erupted in the young man. He declared that he had gone too far, that he had pushed boundaries beyond what was acceptable. His voice echoed somewhat teasingly, saying, "I've gone too far indeed." A laugh followed from him, light yet edged with a hint of menace. Then he added, with a mischievous tone, "Still, there's much more you'll have to suffer," hinting at future trials. Despite the playful threat, his actions initiated a sequence within some sort of system, an internal mechanism that revealed his details unprompted. His information appeared with a display of clarity. His name was Chutun, and he was 21 years old. Standing at a height of 163 centimeters and weighing 49 kilograms, he had a slightly higher rating than Huton, yet he carried a 10-point lower favorability score compared to her. He acknowledged her, saying, "You're relieved, right? I did a good job, didn't I?" His tone was confident, perhaps even proud. Huton nodded in agreement, eager to see what lay ahead. She asked, "Where are we going now?" To which the young man responded that the night had only just begun, and he was carrying plenty of money. He inquired whether she was satisfied with just a single bag of items, and her eyes lit up as she began grabbing everything she could see: clothes, accessories, shoes. Soon, her arms were full of bags, her hands overflowing with shopping. The young man handed over a card to the store employees, who were accustomed to such exchanges. They assured him that his purchases would be delivered directly to his address once finalized. With each swipe of the card, Huton's favorability score with him increased. 5 points here, another 5 there. She was so indulged in her shopping that she didn't even bother to consider where she would place all her new items. The space at home was simply not enough for such abundance. But he wasn't done. Looking at her eager face, he reassured her. "I'll buy you a house," he said. The gesture startled Huton, causing her favorability to dip slightly, perhaps because of the boldness of such an offer. She recommended they pace themselves, reminding him that they had already spent a great deal. She suggested that rushing might not be the best idea. The young man recognized that he had perhaps intimidated her, realizing that such a quick and lavish purchase of a house for another person was unusual, even for a billionaire. Huton was a third-year student at the renowned School of Fine Arts, age 21, weighing about 49 kilograms, with a preference for the color black. He subtly hinted he knew her well, asking the store clerk if they had a credit card she could use. The clerk responded affirmatively. Then, with a mischievous grin, he requested to load 500,000 credits onto a card for Huton, so she could spend it at her whim. As a gesture of apology or perhaps flirtation, Huton was handed the card. Her face blushed, a mixture of shyness and happiness, when he whispered close to her ear that if she couldn't resist him, she should simply surrender. He was, after all, a bad boy, and she seemed captivated. His confidence and affectionate gestures drove her to gain another 30 favorability points. The The store staff marveled at how attentive and loving he was towards her, their fascination growing with each passing moment. He remarked that having money made it much easier to flirt and charm others, further solidifying his influence. Huton questioned him, curious if he noticed that despite purchasing so much for her, he rarely bought clothing for himself. He explained that he didn't have much money left, just enough, in fact, to cover a few personal needs. Yet she, eager to impress him, insisted on buying him something. Together, they spent 50,000 credits her father had sent, buying a new haircut, some clothes, and a fresh pair of sneakers. Huton was genuinely impressed to see him with his new hairstyle and footwear, her admiration evident. He earned an additional 5 points of favorability with her for each thoughtful gesture and change in appearance, feeling a growing satisfaction from her reactions. Yet, as they continued, he asked aloud if he had done something wrong, perhaps sensing an unspoken tension. The narrative paused here, leaving the story at a moment of both shared intimacy and underlying uncertainty. Once upon a time, amidst a bustling city soaked in neon lights and the hum of daily life, there was a young man named Chan Yuan whose life was about to shift dramatically. He had recently been caught up in a whirlwind of emotions, financial pursuits, and fleeting romances, all intertwined in a narrative that blurred the lines between sincerity and veneer. One quiet evening, Chun Yuan found himself deep in thought as he sat alone in his modest apartment. His mind wandered to a recent encounter with a woman named Lele. She had a gentle smile, a sparkle in her eyes that made his heart flutter. After spending the day together, Lele looked at him affectionately, her hand resting on her chin as she reassured him softly, "There's nothing wrong with you. I believe that now we make a very good match." Her words warmed him, and he expressed his gratitude, whispering that the day had been incredibly special, one he would cherish forever. As they parted, Chun Yuan noted that his reputation among his friends had risen again, his favorability score reaching 68 points, a sign that his efforts to impress her were bearing fruit. Later, in the quiet of his bedroom, his friends gathered around, eager to hear about his day. Curiosity sparkling in their eyes, they asked what had transpired and why he looked so well-dressed and groomed. Chun Yuan casually mentioned that he had gone on a date with Lele. His friends, however, didn't miss the opportunity to offer advice, reminding him that just recently, he was suffering over his ex and warning him that getting too close to Lele might lead him into financial ruin if he wasn't careful. In response, Chun Yuan expressed his gratitude for their concern but remained silent about his true intentions. Instead, he received a notification from a messaging app named Chutun. The message read plainly, "If she truly hates you, it's better to erase each other's numbers." Chun Yuan looked at his phone thoughtfully, contemplating how to increase his favorability with Lele. She wanted him to delete his contact. He, however, was determined to build a future that included her. Money and affection intertwined in his mind. He sent her a message, trying to reassure her. "Of course not," he typed with a smile. "There will always be a special place in my heart for you." Moments later, Lele replied, explaining her situation. She revealed that she wasn't with another man because she wanted to be. Rather, her mother was gravely ill and needed 50,000 yuan for medical procedures. Chun Yuan was stunned. It turned out that she was genuinely in trouble, and she was not simply playing him as he had suspected. He realized that her plea was sincere, and he felt a strange mixture of sympathy and determination to help. He soon received a transfer notification indicating that she had received 50,000 yuan from him. A friend of Shuten's, observing this, asked, "Who sent that money?" Lele responded quickly, saying it was her ex who had sent it. The friend's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Didn't you leave him today? That loser is so rich." This revelation prompted Chun Yuan to reflect on his own choices. Had he made a mistake by leaving her? Despite transferring the sizable sum, his favorability score only increased by a mere 5 points. The questions flooded his mind about Lele's true intentions. Why had she taken his money? Where had she gotten such large sums? Why didn't she buy her a better bag, or something more meaningful? Could she possibly be the child of a wealthy second-generation family? Chun Yuan chose silence in response to her barrage of 15 messages, pondering whether there might be a more entertaining way to spend his money. Perhaps not on superficial gifts but on experiences that truly matter. As his thoughts wandered, he spotted a young woman broadcasting a live stream on his phone. She seemed distressed. There were only a few minutes left before her session ended. Frustrated, she wondered aloud whether anyone would send her gifts, or if she should simply stop streaming. Seeing her predicament, Chun Yuan considered sending gifts himself. He analyzed the platform's limits. He could send up to 1,000,000 yuan in gifts, and thought it far better than purchasing expensive handbags. With a surge of excitement, he began dispatching multiple virtual gifts. First, he sent her a firework-shaped gift called a rocket, and her viewers cheered. The girl thanked him graciously, but soon a display appeared on her screen. 100 rockets in total, flooding her live chat with dazzling lights. The viewers grew increasingly irritated, questioning who could have sent such an extraordinary number of gifts. Chen Yuan, realizing that someone with immense wealth was making a notable impression, decided to go even further. He sent an additional 900 rockets, triggering a flood of notifications and causing her phone to freeze momentarily due to the overload. Meanwhile, at the streaming company's headquarters, an employee hurried to inform the manager about the astonishing event. The manager, eyes wide with disbelief, learned that a single user had spent 10 million yuan during a live broadcast featuring Xiaomi products. The staff were instantly thrown into chaos. Many wondered whether Chun Yuan was laundering money through the platform or secretly affiliated with the company. The confusion was palpable, as everyone sought to understand whether this lavish display was part of some elaborate scheme or simply an impulsive act of generosity. As the story unraveled, others speculated about Chen Yuan's motives. Was he testing the boundaries of wealth, playing a game of financial bravado, or genuinely attempting to win favor through extravagant gestures? Whatever the truth, his actions drew attention from all corners of the digital world, sparking conversations that would ripple far beyond the confines of that single live stream. In the end, the tale of this young man and his seemingly impulsive spending exemplified the complex interplay between desire, money, and social validation in the modern age. A story of how a few clicks, a generous gesture, and an unrestrained pursuit of influence could lead to a whirlwind of consequences, both astonishing and unpredictable. Certainly, here's a deeply reworked, literary, and polished version of your provided story in English, crafted to be smooth, engaging, and suitable for narration, while capturing all the original details and nuances. A group of young women streaming live videos on social media become captivated when they notice the nickname of the viral streamer. Their eyes widen in surprise as they realize he has spent a staggering 10 million yuan during a single broadcast. This astonishing sum prompts whispers of curiosity and admiration among viewers worldwide. Many of these girls attempt to reach out directly, sending him messages, eagerly hoping for a response. Among them, Qin Yuan watches quietly as incoming messages flood in. He is unhurried, observant as the notifications arrive one after another, each filled with offers, questions, and requests for attention. One girl, who recently received gifts from him, hesitates, puzzled over whether everything happening is genuine or merely a carefully crafted illusion. Suddenly, a strange figure appears on the screen, a man holding a sign that states he needs to retrieve the protagonist's contact details. He promises that providing this information will earn him a bonus or a promotion. The girl who's received the gifts then sends a message to Qin Yuan, thanking him sincerely for his generosity. She inquires whether he is still present in the live chat, explaining that she is about to log off because it's late. However, Qin Yuan has already gone to bed after a day full of spending large sums online. The next morning, his friends sit together engrossed in browsing news stories about the man who had spent 10 million yuan during a live broadcast featuring a young woman. The friends discuss eagerly what they would do if they had access to such an enormous amount of money. The boy named Qin Yuan realizes somewhat grimly that despite his spending, he hasn't established any meaningful connection with the girl on the screen. In search of distraction, he opens TikTok. The app floods his feed with countless messages from various young women. One woman, claiming to be 28 years old and divorced, reaches out, asking if he'd like to meet her. She sends an invite to her studio, claiming she's waiting for him, hoping to catch his attention. Chin Yuan, however, remains unimpressed. He feels no real attraction to such superficial efforts that seem more like desperation than genuine interest. Meanwhile, his friends are still discussing the vast sums of money and are preparing to leave. Curious about their plans, Chin Yuan asks where they're headed without him. They reply that they're going to meet someone they consider extraordinary, a goddess named Zhu Yuki. They plan to arrive early because they want to see her in person, up close before she leaves. Chin Yuan's friends tease him, questioning whether he's forgotten about her. Usually, he would run ahead, eager to arrive the moment she appears and stay until she departs. Following their conversation, the system on the screen displays her profile. Her real name is Zao Yuki, and she is renowned across the campus of UNAN as the vice president of the student council. She embodies perfection, inspiring dreams among the students. An extraordinary talent holder in level 10 piano, she is also a professional athlete excelling in ballet and fencing. Her multifaceted skills make her almost untouchable. A woman who seems unreachable for anyone, especially within the university where nobody has managed to get close to her in recent years. The protagonist, observing this, feels a spark of challenge ignite within him. She is clearly the most difficult girl to win over, which only intensifies his resolve. He recognizes that conquering her will require even more resources, more effort. Nearby, one of his friends chats casually, remarking that Chin Yuan only learned to fix himself after a breakup, and fears that Li Junkai might compete for her affection as well. His friends watch as Chin Yuan's popularity gauge continuously rises, gaining another 10 points, then another, an endless cycle. Yet, an underlying frustration brews inside him. He despairs over the fact that his favorability is rising merely because he is changing his appearance. His true focus, however, remains on Zhu Yuki. She is the elusive peak toward which all his efforts are directed. Meanwhile, one of the boys nearby boasts confidently that he knows how to win her heart, claiming that he will make her fall for him. He steps closer, and with a cocky smile, approaches her directly, asking for her contact details. Yet, just as another young man approaches, eager to interfere or inquire about her intentions, she remains unimpressed. She continues to ignore the chatter around her, unbothered by external distractions, fixated on the girl herself, on Zhu Yuki, the embodiment of perfection and aspiration. In this moment, the story unfolds as a testament to desire, ambition, and the pursuit of an impossible ideal, set against a backdrop where wealth, talent, and determination collide in a relentless quest to reach the unreachable. Every move, every word, and every decision echoes the challenging reality of young dreams striving to break through barriers that seem insurmountable, all driven by the hope of someday, perhaps, catching the eye of the legendary Zhu Yuki. This rewritten narrative emphasizes smooth flow, depth, and vivid imagery while retaining all core details. If you want it expanded further or adapted differently, please let me know. Under a cloud of tension and curiosity, the young man leaned in, expressing his desire to get to know her better and to forge a genuine friendship. Meanwhile, the irritated boy, standing nearby with a look of suspicion, demanded to know whether the protagonist was seeking trouble or plotting something sinister involving Yuki. This boy was none other than her current loyal subordinate, a devoted protector whose primary aim was to shield her from any harm or trouble. The protagonist, taken aback by the abruptness of the confrontation, quickly clarified that it was all a misunderstanding. He explained that his only intention in joining the student council was because she served as the vice president, and he hoped to seek guidance from her. His words, however, did little to quell the boy's suspicion. The angry student snapped at him, accusing his excuse of being flimsy and dismissing his motives as ulterior and suspicious. He even derided him as a pervert for trying to flirt with Yuki. Unperturbed by the accusations, the protagonist calmly asked if he could add her on Snapchat, a request that left her puzzled, wondering why such a question was being posed in a tense situation. He remained confident that she would accept, sensing an opportunity to make a connection. The student council president, observing all this, remarked on the protagonist's boldness and courage for putting himself out there despite the risk of ridicule. The boy who had been confronting him then admitted that the protagonist was even more handsome than the previous guy who had tried his luck with her. Curious, he inquired whether the protagonist was also interested in joining the student council. The protagonist, however, dismissed the idea altogether, asserting he had no interest in the council's affairs. This puzzled the other boy, as he was obviously more eager to get her contact information. The protagonist explained that his sole intention was to pursue her, emphasizing his straightforward attitude. Meanwhile, other students from a different class watched the scene unfold. Noticing yet another boy attempting to talk to Yuki, they observed the protagonist's boldness with some interest. Yuki, appreciating the courage, eventually decided to give him her contact details. Her friend Chutun, observing the interaction, asked about the nature of what was happening between them, expressing a somewhat amused curiosity about the situation. She quipped that she liked beautiful women and questioned why one should keep such feelings secret, hinting that sometimes simplicity worked best. The protagonist then made a confident statement. What woman doesn't like being pursued? It was evident that he had established a certain yes-man dynamic with Yuki, but without garnering much favor or warmth. Despite this, he was happy, although somewhat confused, because she had willingly given him her contact information, despite not being particularly fond of him or reciprocating his feelings. Outside the classroom, his friends congratulated him, noting that securing Yuki's contact was a great achievement. Previously seen as a mere subordinate or a subordinate-like figure, he now appeared confident and self-assured. One friend jokingly suggested that if he got close enough to the president, he might end up introducing him to her friends as well, hinting at ambitions beyond just Yuki. The protagonist hesitated, uncertain whether he could actually speak with her again, dismissing the exaggerated claims of others. He believed she was the most beautiful girl on campus, which made him feel it was almost impossible to approach her comfortably. Behind him, a boy shouted, calling him a loser, but admitted that the protagonist's ideas were not entirely wrong. After all, he had managed to get her number, which was an accomplishment in itself. A figure named Chun Yuan then stepped forward, claiming to be the most professional among them and asserting that the protagonist had much to learn from him. The mockery continued, with the boy ridiculing the protagonist for feeling proud of mere trivial gains, questioning whether Chun Yuan himself knew her well. The protagonist only chuckled in response, unbothered by the teasing. Suddenly, Lele appeared, searching for Chun Yuan. She was visibly impatient, asking why he had taken so long and mentioning that she had been waiting for him for quite some time. Everyone was stunned. Lele was notorious for rejecting all kinds of boys, and now she was waiting for someone like him. The scene was surreal in its contrast. The confident boy who had just secured Yuki's contact was now being looked at with surprise, given Lele's reputation. In an attempt to smooth the situation, the protagonist invited Lele to join him for a meal as a way to apologize for making her wait. Lele responded playfully, asking if she looked pretty in the clothes he had bought her, with a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Meanwhile, Chutun, who was nearby listening to all this unfold, clearly angry and upset, observed the scene trying to process what was happening. The narrative weaves through moments of boldness, social dynamics, and unanticipated connections, highlighting the complicated dance of youth, attraction, rivalry, and self-confidence. Each character's actions and reactions reveal underlying motivations and aspirations, painting a vivid picture of a vibrant school environment full of ambitions, misunderstandings, and unexpected turns. In a world where appearances often deceive, no girl truly appears beautiful solely because of the clothes she wears. People watching from afar observe a couple walking together, the pair moving in harmony yet surrounded by curious onlookers. The young man walking beside her, who had been rejected before, remains bewildered, unable to understand what caused the sudden shift, even though he was only a step behind the protagonist. But his doubts fade away when he spots Chutun nearby, asking about the identity of that girl with a curious glint in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lele hands the protagonist a carefully drawn picture, a heartfelt illustration she had spent the entire night creating. She confesses she stayed awake just to sketch him, warning that if he throws it away, she would never forgive him. The protagonist, touched by her sincerity, remarks that it's the first time since birth he's received a gift from a girl. Curious, she asks whether he liked it, causing him to look at her and question whether all this is merely a game to keep him interested. Lele, noticing his lack of evident happiness, questions if he truly appreciated the drawing. He responds by asking if she plans to give him better presents in the future, perhaps more than just drawings. This answer irritates her, and she demands the return of her artwork, but he firmly refuses, claiming he will keep it as a cherished relic, a family keepsake. The protagonist then confesses that he prefers her as a person more than any gift she could offer. Her expressive nature and charming mannerisms leave him even more impressed, earning him 5 additional points in her favor. Yet, he suspects she might want him to become her pet, a notion he doesn't intend to entertain. Instead, he plans to use her to his advantage, aiming to gain more money through his own schemes. Suddenly, a boy interrupts, asking whether Lele is going to get her nails done. He inquires about the protagonist, whether he is wealthy. His tone suggests he's just another admirer or perhaps a sycophant. The protagonist recognizes him as another of Lele's constant followers, annoyingly persistent, and notes that such encounters happen quite frequently. Lele, unbothered, claims she doesn't know who the boy is and asserts she has no control over him. Feeling the necessity to introduce himself, the protagonist steps forward, providing his name and questioning how long the boy has been trailing Lele. The boy responds that he is Yang Yu, from the Department of Arts, and that he has been following her for 3 months. The protagonist dismisses this as nonsense and begins to share his own story, one of being replaced after 3 years by a girl he had followed while working 4 jobs, surviving on only bread each day, only to be supplanted by a young man driving a Mercedes-Benz. Yang Yu looks puzzled, unable to understand why the protagonist feels compelled to share such personal hardships. The protagonist, in a moment of inspiration, tells him that those who turn their backs on you often become the motivation for personal growth. He then asks Yang Yu why a real man cannot have a wife, urging him to return to his own room and make her regret her decision. Moved by these words, Yang Yu begins to cry uncontrollably. Even Lele, confused, questions what's happening and why Yu is sobbing so deeply. She awkwardly claims that he is just a friend, but the protagonist dismisses her, emphasizing that he doesn't care about her past. He criticizes her for lacking respect for herself and for him. With a sense of resolve, the protagonist tears up the drawing and tells her she can use the card he gave her, but insists he won't see her again until she sorts out her relationships. He wants to see how she handles this situation, as it's the first time such a dilemma has arisen. Realizing her mistakes, Lele laments her actions. She recognizes that the protagonist is the first person who has truly cared for her, and her affection grows deeper. As she reflects, she considers how she has matured, having resolved her issues with Lele and others. Now, standing at this crossroads, she begins to understand what truly matters, feeling the weight of her choices and the importance of genuine connection over superficial gestures. This story of growth, misunderstanding, and heartfelt realization continues, illustrating that true beauty isn't just skin deep, and that authentic relationships are built on sincerity, respect, and the courage to confront one's own flaws. Certainly, here's a richly rephrased, cohesive, and engaging version of the provided narrative, crafted into a polished story suitable for narration or reading. The style emphasizes clarity, flow, and depth, extending the narrative to meet the required length while maintaining the original meaning. The story begins with the protagonist contemplating his next move as he approaches a well-known streaming platform where a popular host, Zuyuki, is currently live broadcasting. He notices that she appears completely absorbed in her activity, her focus fixed on the camera with a gentle, innocent demeanor that immediately draws attention. From what he observes, she seems to embody purity and simplicity, untainted by any malicious intent or overtly controversial actions that could stain her reputation. Yuki is in the midst of a live presentation, introducing herself as Kiki, an alias she uses for her streaming persona. She's dedicating her time to showcasing her piano skills, performing live sessions over the past 2 days while continuously engaging her audience with friendly interactions. She appeals to her viewers for support, asking them to care for her and lend her their encouragement as she serenades them with her musical talent. Her genuine smile, her sincere tone, and the way she immerses herself in her music make her irresistibly adorable in the eyes of the protagonist. He can't help but wonder whether she's the kind of girl who seems aloof or distant externally, but conceals a warm, caring personality deep inside. As he observes her, a thought crosses his mind. Perhaps she's the type of individual who exudes arrogance outwardly, yet harbors kindness and tenderness beneath her composed surface. Curiosity grows within him. He notices that her streaming viewership numbers are quite modest, especially considering her potential. Her current audience count is relatively low, prompting him to question whether she's receiving the recognition she deserves, or if this is all she can attract at the moment. He ponders whether the lack of viewers reflects her content's appeal or simply the current state of her exposure. Suddenly, Xiaomi, a close associate or perhaps a friend, sends her a message, inquiring about her whereabouts. Xiaomi's message is direct. "Where are you right now?" They discuss her recent activity, and Xiaomi reminds her of the many gifts she has received during her live streams, tokens of appreciation from supportive viewers. However, Xiaomi expresses concern that Yuki has seemingly forgotten about these gestures, or perhaps about her benefactors, as she appears to be unbothered and nonchalant. Xiaomi mentions that she herself had sent numerous gifts during her own broadcasts. Yet now, she feels overlooked as Yuki seems to have no recollection of those donations. Yuki responds calmly, explaining that she thought Xiaomi was joking or perhaps jokingly referring to herself as forgotten. She clarifies that she is currently busy, citing a packed schedule that prevents her from meeting up or responding more personally. Her tone is polite but distant, moments before Xiaomi makes a gentle attempt to smooth things over by requesting that she not be upset and promising to prepare a special live session. An extraordinary broadcast meant to bring her closer to her followers and perhaps deepen their connection. Meanwhile, the protagonist observes this exchange with a mixture of curiosity and mild impatience. He observes Xiaomi's sentiment that she's tired of the ongoing exchanges, especially the relentless flow of gifts that seem to be expected or obligatory. Xiaomi is not the type to be overly docile or subordinate. She's already spent a considerable amount, exceeding 10 million units of the local currency, in support of Yuki, which amounts to a significant investment. Her fatigue is palpable, and her frustration becomes apparent as she decides to divert her support elsewhere. At this moment, an unexpected event unfolds during the stream. A dramatic face-off emerges, a direct competition between two streamers, each vying for the favor of viewers and their donations. The challenge is simple. The streamer who receives the most donations during the broadcast will be declared the winner, earning a hefty sum and bragging rights. This impromptu duel sparks excitement among their respective audiences, transforming the platform into a battlefield of generosity. The principal figure, the protagonist, feels a surge of excitement about this contest. He's eager to see who the challenger will be in this duel involving Yuki, the so-called president of the streaming community. The rival is introduced as the woman known as the Crazy Girl, who adopts a confident, almost teasing smile, assured that she will outshine her opponent, an inexperienced newcomer. She laughs confidently and dismissively, believing her experience and charisma will secure her victory. The protagonist reflects that, although uncertain of the outcome, the competition could go either way. He wonders aloud who will triumph, and as they commence the competition, he observes the current standings. Xiaomi leads with approximately 10,000 points, closely watched by Yuki, who is comparatively impoverished with only around 206 points. Despite her modest starting point, Yuki begins to pour all her skills, charm, cleverness, and creativity into her performance to craft a masterpiece that captivates her viewers. Xiaomi mocks Yuki's effort, encouraging her to give up, especially since she has the advantage of being supported by a wealthy individual called Chen Yuan. Xiaomi claims that with the backing of such a rich benefactor, winning should be a certainty. The chat explodes in excitement, rooting for their favorite. Many viewers believe Xiaomi has utilized all her skills and tactics to garner more donations, and they are convinced that their boss, An influential figure named Smokey will be thoroughly impressed and contribute significantly to Xiaomi's total. As the contest intensifies, a sudden bright burst of virtual fireworks, represented as digital rockets, appears on the screen. Xiaomi eagerly anticipates that Yen, presumably another supporter or perhaps someone important to her, has arrived with his contribution. She prepares herself to thank the protagonist, her benefactor, for his support. Yet, to her surprise, instead of fireworks dedicated to her, all the rockets are sent to Yuki's stream. Her viewership points jump dramatically, soaring past the 152,000 mark. In the midst of this, a notification pops up. Lonely Snow has sent a barrage of rockets, about 100 at a time, to Kiki, the nickname for Yuki. The revelation shocks Xiaomi, who feels a flicker of indignation and frustration. She can't believe that the support isn't going to her, but rather to her rival. Her gaze shifts to a young man holding a sign, demanding an explanation for why his rockets have not arrived here. His voice trembles as he questions the lack of acknowledgement. Xiaomi quickly offers an apology to the audience, explaining that she has an urgent matter to attend to and must leave the stream early. With a polite yet hurried farewell, she ends the broadcast, her mind racing with thoughts. The protagonist watches her closely, realizing that Xiaomi's support is only genuine when she's directly involved. He suspects that Xiaomi's decision to support Yuki is a strategic move, perhaps driven by curiosity, rivalry, or professional motives. He reflects on the fact that Xiaomi had spent a considerable sum on her support, and now she seems disappointed, perhaps feeling betrayed or overlooked. The situation fuels his curiosity further. He begins to wonder if this entire spectacle is orchestrated or if unseen forces are influencing the streamer's decisions, possibly including the influence of a phantom, an unseen puppet master pulling strings behind the scenes. He considers whether Xiaomi's emotions or strategies are part of a larger game, a plot that might involve hidden alliances, rivalries, and ambitions. Throughout this tense and lively scene, the story reveals a complex interplay of loyalty, competition, and digital diplomacy. It portrays a world where virtual support, symbols of affection like gifts and rockets, can determine status and influence. The virtual battlegrounds reflect a new form of entertainment and rivalry, one where emotional investment and strategic moves unfold in real time, creating moments of surprise, tension, and intrigue. The narrative hints that beneath the surface of innocent streams and playful competitions lie deeper motives, ambitions, and conflicts. The characters' actions, whether supportive or competitive, are driven by desires for recognition, admiration, and power within this digital realm. As the online audience cheer and the fireworks fade into the virtual night, the story leaves open questions about loyalty, authenticity, and the true nature of support in this high-stakes, digital spectacle. This version immerses the reader in a richly detailed, engaging narrative that emphasizes emotional depth, character motivation, and the vibrant chaos of live streaming competitions. It expands on the original events to create a flowing, vivid story suitable for narration or further adaptation. In a world where luck and fortune often seemed predestined, extraordinary deeds could only be attributed to those born under the most auspicious stars, perhaps even the offspring of a prince. How else could one explain such remarkable achievements? My disbelief was palpable as I watched the scene unfold. A billionaire, simply known as Smoke, had just donated another $10 million to a young woman who played the piano. Yet, oddly enough, she didn't seem particularly fond of music herself, which only deepened the mystery surrounding her. Meanwhile, Xiao Li, a friend of mine, was calling out anxiously, "Bring me my triangle now," speaking to a streamer named Kiki. The two women were deep in conversation, their voices overlapping with casual ease. During their chat, Xiao Li suggested that perhaps the new president could become an internet celebrity, a notion that both intrigued and impressed Yuki, another friend present at the scene. Yuki, ever pragmatic, responded with a hint of skepticism, emphasizing that pleasing men online couldn't be a sustainable path. For her, the key to a woman's success lay in establishing both financial independence and personal empowerment. Kiki's friend then asked whether she knew the man in question, the one who had just donated so generously. Kiki admitted she had no idea who he was. Curious, she confided that she intended to send a message of gratitude for the gifts she had received, subtly revealing her desire to connect more deeply. Her friend, visibly irritated, reminded her that she had previously declared she wanted no involvement with anyone. Yet, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she did know the man after all. She speculated that he must be the son of someone extremely wealthy, perhaps a prodigy from an affluent family. They speculated further. Was he extraordinarily talented? Raised in luxury, yet choosing a simple life to find an ordinary girl to love, someone like herself or an average woman, who could appreciate a man's sincerity over his riches. Kiki explained her theory to her friend, suggesting that this might be the case, that maybe he longed for a normal life, free from the trappings of wealth. Her friend dismissed this idea, dismissing Kiki's imagination as overrun by too many soap operas. Still, Kiki couldn't help but wonder how difficult it must be to pretend to be an average person daily. Her friend, growing tired of the speculation, urged her to go to bed, citing that it was late. But Kiki's mind was restless. She really wanted to thank Chun, the mysterious man she'd been hearing about, the one who had changed everything. Later that evening, Chan, the protagonist of this story, was scrolling through his phone when he received a message from a young woman asking if he was free for dinner. He hesitated only briefly before replying that he wanted to eat his favorite dish, crab from the Rio River. She agreed to meet and said she would find him at the school gates that afternoon, not bothering to ask where he had gotten the money for her gifts. For her, the invitation was simply a way to see him again, to understand what he was truly up to. Chun contemplated her message, sensing that there was more to her intentions than just a casual dinner. His thoughts circled around the mysterious generosity she displayed and the possible motives behind her kindness. As dawn approached, Chan arrived at the school on his scooter, the quiet hum of the engine blending with the early morning air. Near the entrance, a young man was standing beside a sleek Mercedes-Benz, looking out expectantly. Curious, Chun approached him and asked if he was waiting for someone. The young man responded that he was waiting for his girlfriend. The scene tilted like an echo of a movie, yet it was just another ordinary day. Soon, a beautiful girl, Pai, arrived, and her escort advised Chun not to stare too much, warning that to win someone like her, one must work tirelessly and possess vast wealth, or he might lose her to other eligible admirers. Kiki watched from a distance, dreaming nostalgically of Chun as a hero riding a motorcycle, her ideal image of charm and adventure. Without hesitation, she dashed toward him, her eyes filled with admiration. The young man, observing this scene, thought to himself, "Does she think she can hop into my car just like that?" But then, to everyone's surprise, she spun around and headed toward Chen's scooter instead. The young man, stunned, wondered what such a display revealed about his own wealth. Was it truly enough? As they departed on the scooter, Kiki imagined herself as Chen's fiancée, envisioning a future where their lives intertwined beyond superficial appearances. They arrived at a cozy local restaurant known for serving spicy crab from the Rio River. The aroma alone was intoxicating, promising a delightful meal. They ordered the signature dish, rich, flavorful, with a fiery kick that promised to excite the senses. Chun prepared the table thoughtfully, arranging the dishes with a gentle touch, making the atmosphere both romantic and respectful. Kiki appreciated his chivalry. Even amidst the possibility of fine dining, he seemed grounded, disciplined, and attentive to her presence. As they shared the steaming crab, she mused that it couldn't be just delicious. It must also carry a deeper meaning. Perhaps her companion's modest yet noble demeanor was an expected reflection of his character. A man who valued discipline and genuine connection over superficial wealth. The meal was more than sustenance. It was a silent conversation about what truly mattered: respect, authenticity, and sincerity. Throughout their dinner, they exchanged stories, small details about their lives, hopes, and dreams. Chen's quiet confidence contrasted with Kiki's lively curiosity. She wondered how it felt for him, to be surrounded by wealth and yet choose a life that seemed humble and real. Her thoughts wandered, imagining the challenges he faced, the motives that drove him, and the secrets hidden behind his composed exterior. In that moment, they both realized that genuine human connection often stems from simplicity, from shared experiences and honest conversations. For Chun, the dinner was not just a meal but an affirmation of his values. For Kiki, it was a glimpse into a world where kindness and integrity outweigh material riches. As the evening drew to a close, they left the restaurant with a newfound understanding, knowing that true wealth lies not in possessions or status, but in the sincerity of the heart and the courage to pursue one's own path amid the complexities of life. In a bustling, lively restaurant filled with the aroma of delicious cuisine and the hum of cheerful chatter, a small, unexpected scene unfolded that would leave a lasting impression on all who witnessed it. Kiki, a young woman known for her lively spirit and kind heart, was captivated by the sight before her. She had recently tasted the smallest river crab she had ever eaten and was marveling at how delicate and tender it was. Her admiration extended beyond the cuisine. She was impressed by Chen Yuan's calm demeanor as he dined with her. In her eyes, he seemed to aspire for a tranquil life, one free from chaos and worry, embodying kindness as gentle and beautiful as a blooming flower. As she observed him, a smile touched her lips, and she became curious about the rising tide of favorability he seemed to be gaining, not just from her, but seemingly from everyone around. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she decided to act. Offering her hand and a warm smile, she volunteered to feed Chen Yuan, revealing that she had just peeled the river crab especially for him. Her gesture was tender, almost caring, gauging his reaction with hopeful eyes. Just as Chen Yuan was about to take a bite, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. A loud, boisterous figure stormed into the scene. Chu Tun, a man known for his fiery temper and somewhat reckless bravado, appeared once again. His gaze swept across the dining area and landed on Kiki, who was feeding Chen Yuan. His brow furrowed with suspicion, and a sly smirk crept onto his face as he wondered aloud whether he had seen Kiki giving food to Chen Yuan. Without hesitation, Chu Tun approached, his demeanor brash and commanding. Turning toward his own companion, Chu Tun pointedly commented that the restaurant was crowded and suggested they find a better place to dine. His tone was dismissive, insinuating that the crowd or the familiar faces didn't bother him. He was more interested in asserting dominance here. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan watched quietly, uncertain about what was unfolding. Without warning, Shuten's confidence turned into a bold act of intimidation. He strode over to Chen Yuan's table and with a reckless gesture, threw 500 yuan onto the table, the money swirling briefly in the air before landing. His words were blunt but clear. He was demanding that Chen Yuan get up so they could sit in his place. Chen Yuan eyed him skeptically, wondering whether this loud gesture was a joke or an attempt at control. As Chu Tun chuckled and threw more money onto the table, urging Chen Yuan to leave quickly and asking if he wanted even more, the air grew tense. At this point, Kiki, gripping her purse tightly in her hand, looked visibly upset. Her expression was a mix of anger and frustration, seemingly directed at the intrusion on their quiet moment. The tension was palpable. She was clearly distressed by the situation, anxious about the uninvited meddler who seemed determined to ruin their day. The scene escalated further when a staff member approached, offering to take the money and help them find a proper table away from the disturbance. This only irritated Chu Tun more, his possessiveness and desire to dominate evident as he declared that he intended to eat at that very table. The complications deepened suddenly when a woman, who until then had remained a stranger to all, unexpectedly appeared. Without warning, she swung her purse and struck Chu Tun in the face, her actions swift and decisive. Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned by the chaos. His eyes darted between the woman and the scene unfolding, confused by the sudden turn of events. It became apparent that the woman, who was a stranger to him, apparently knew Chu Tun. She called him by his name, Chao Kim, with unmistakable familiarity. Her face was filled with anger as she confronted him fiercely, accusing him of trying to deceive her and of being dishonest about his relationship status. Her voice trembled with rage as she declaimed that if she hadn't come here, she wouldn't have caught him in his lies. Shuten's male companion, presumably Chun Yuan's own admirer or an acquaintance, watched the scene unfold with an almost indifferent expression. Meanwhile, the woman's outburst was punctuated by accusations that Chu-tun had tricked her and that she was everything to him. Her words cut deeply, and she demanded an explanation. At this point, Shuten's response was dismissive. He insisted she was making up stories and, in a sudden fit of anger, slapped her across the face. The woman crumpled to the ground, devastated and betrayed. Her tears streamed down her face as she sank onto the floor, overwhelmed by emotion and pain. Chan Yuan's gaze was fixed on the scene, torn between confusion and a growing sense of injustice. As he moved to intervene, reaching out to stop Chu-tun from hitting the woman, the situation spiraled further out of control. In a startling act of defiance and perhaps desperation, the woman lashed out with her purse once more, striking Chu-tun, who looked momentarily stunned. Her courage seemed to ignite a flurry of reactions from the assembly, yet Chan Yuan's voice cut through the chaos. "Really? Do you truly enjoy humiliating yourself?" he remarked, his tone calm but firm, his words laced with a quiet authority. The scene's intensity did not deter the narrative. Rather, it became a pivotal moment. Meanwhile, the unfolding sequence was monitored through a peculiar, systematic lens. A system designed to track and score social interactions based on favorability and influence. According to this system, Shuten's actions caused his favorability rating to skyrocket, gaining him an additional score of 20 points, as his behavior was seen as bold, if misguided. Conversely, Chan Yuan's own favorability unexpectedly rose by 20 points as well, perhaps due to his composed handling of the chaos or his aura of moral uprightness in the face of provocation. The system further indicated that Chan Yuan invested a substantial sum, 50,000 yuan, into an effort to invert his position and sway the ongoing scenario. As a result, he received a bonus of 5,000 yuan in return. The system announced that Chu-tun had been effectively transformed into the protagonist's bootlicker, a role that came with specific influence points. Chan Yuan then allocated 10 points each to his physical strength and conditioning, an indication of his confidence and readiness to face challenges ahead. He flexed his arm, the muscles taut beneath his clothing, symbolizing resilience and preparedness. This entire sequence was a vivid tableau of confrontation, strategy, and social manipulation, woven into a broader narrative where perceptions and influence played as crucial a role as any physical altercation. It was a complex dance of emotions: anger, betrayal, bravado, and calculated moves, all underpinned by an unseen system tracking and rewarding every interaction. As the dust settled, Chan Yuan's stature and influence had grown significantly, a testament to his ability to navigate turbulence with composure and strategic insight. The scene was a powerful reminder that sometimes, in the chaos of human interactions, inner strength and tactical acumen could turn the tide, shaping outcomes in unexpected ways that extended beyond mere physical presence. In a tense altercation unfolding amidst a bustling street scene, Justin Bieber engages in an intense standoff with a young man with blonde hair. The young man, demanding that Chun release his grip, brandishes a bottle menacingly, hinting at a violent act. Chan, keeping a calm yet firm demeanor, glances at him and remarks that the young man is quite irritating. Without hesitation, Chun strikes the bottle with force, shattering it and consequently sending the young man flying backward. He stumbles and crashes onto the pavement, appearing defeated and overwhelmed. Chun then turns his gaze to the blonde-haired boy, gently admonishing him, affirming that relying on a woman is not shameful. However, he sharply condemns violence against women, stating that physically assaulting one while depending on her makes a person utterly despicable. The boy bites his lips nervously, clutching a balloon pump, clearly unsettled by the confrontation. Nearby, a girl accompanied by Chuan watches nervously, urging everyone to remain calm. Suddenly, the boyfriend of Chu-tun lunges toward the protagonist, fueled by newfound courage. Thanks to the protagonist's quick reflexes and skill, Chun swiftly dodges the attack, causing the boy with blonde hair to accidentally hit his own elbow, collapsing onto the ground in pain. The crowd at the food court, witnessing the commotion, becomes anxious. The blonde boy is now on the ground, foaming at the mouth, indicating he may be overwhelmed or unwell. Chun steps back with his hands in his pockets, observing the scene with a cool demeanor. Beside him, a young woman, nervous and trembling, clutches the leg of Chu-tun, begging for forgiveness and a second chance. Chan, who remains composed, recalls the boy's actions, how he had run over 10 kilometers with her on his back in the early hours of the morning to take her to the hospital, all while saving money for half a year to buy her a phone. Yet, she ignored him because it was not the latest model. Despite knowing her vanity, Chun always thought of her as a good person. He sternly reminds her that all those boys outside, speaking with the president, are no longer alive, a statement hinting at the importance of sincerity and integrity. Turning to the young woman, he apologizes for the chaos and clarifies that calling her simply the president feels too formal. She prefers to be called Kiki. With a gentle smile, she admits she wasn't bothered by what happened and confesses that she saw a different side of someone, perhaps indicating an interest in Chen Yuan. She feels that as she gets to know him better, she'll discover numerous surprises awaiting her at home. Meanwhile, Chu-tun stands soaked in blood and rain, tears streaming down her face. Her friend asks why she didn't use an umbrella, concern evident in her voice. Chu-tun, overwhelmed and extremely nervous, struggles to reply coherently. Her friend then inquires if the protagonist was the one who said he had transferred 10 million yuan to Zhao during his live broadcast. Chu-tun confirms that Chun Yuan might not seem wealthy, but he is truly rich. Her friend, surprised, asks where she heard such a large sum involved, and Chu-tun responds that a classmate of Zeos had spread the rumor to everyone. In the room, her friends are gathered around, engaged in a lively game of League of Legends Mobile. They marvel at how one of them manages to win 18 consecutive matches, wondering what secret weapon he possesses. The protagonist, unprepared for such praise, realizes that adding 20 attribute points has significantly improved his gaming skills. A boy with a stylish haircut suggests that with this talent, he could become a streamer, earning millions and making a fortune from his gaming prowess. The protagonist, stunned by the newfound power granted by the attribute points, looks at himself in reflection. He begins to ponder who might benefit from his enhanced body and abilities. Just then, his friends outside are shouting excitedly, calling him to answer his phone. Chuan, observing all this, wonders what tactics will be employed now to manipulate him better. Calmly, the protagonist responds, preparing himself for whatever challenges lie ahead, confident that he can handle whatever comes next. In the dim light of his room, the phone suddenly rang, its cold, unyielding tone piercing the silence. The protagonist hesitated before answering, a mix of curiosity and apprehension swirling within him. The voice on the other end, soft yet urgent, asked if there was anything he needed to be informed of. She, the girl from before, began to sob uncontrollably, revealing how overwhelmed she felt and confessing her helplessness. Her words painted a picture of solitude, an abandoned room cluttered with purchases made by Chen Yuan, a symbol of lingering chaos and unfulfilled desires. In her desperation, she asked to borrow 500,000 yuan from him. He listened quietly, processing her plea. She explained that her family, once prosperous, now found themselves drowning in debts, unable to pay even the interest, let alone the principal. They were stuck, hoping only to settle their obligations and emerge from this financial mire. His curiosity was piqued. He only asked 2 questions, what exactly she wanted and to send him the account details. She was taken aback, initially thinking he wouldn't transfer the money so swiftly. Yet, without delay, she sent her bank information. Without hesitation, the protagonist transferred 5 million yuan. Surprised, she called out that she had mistakenly deposited 5 million yuan into his account. He joked, saying she probably added an extra 0 by mistake, and that she could keep the money if she wished. Her gratitude spilled forth in tears of relief, and she kept pleading for more help, more support, her favorability towards him rising steadily. She cried out happily, overwhelmed with emotion, promising to return the money as soon as she could. Her positive perception score continued to climb, eventually reaching an impressive 94 points. He watched her favorability score with a mix of satisfaction and frustration. While he appreciated her growing trust, he also felt a certain impatience, wanting to win her over more swiftly. He contemplated confessing his feelings but dismissed the idea quickly. Such honesty, he reasoned, might backfire. He knew that those who revealed their true emotions too soon often faced defeat the following day. These thoughts spun rapidly in his mind as he navigated his emotions and strategies. Later, at school, everyone was dressed in blue as usual. The protagonist was passing time with friends when someone called his name from behind. Turning around, he saw Sutton holding a tray of pastries. She approached him with a gentle smile, offering the treats and asking if he wanted to try them in the classroom. His friend was visibly surprised, puzzled by Sutton's gesture toward Chan Yuan, wondering why she was bringing breakfast to him. But before he could ask more, Chan Yuan overheard her name being called again and turned to see Lele, who also brought breakfast, saying he thought he was tired of cafeteria food. The two girls faced each other, a silent battle of flattery brewing. Unexpectedly, yet another person called Chan Yuan's name, this time one of his friends. They looked irritated upon seeing yet another girl vying for his attention. Feeling the tension, he wondered who it might be this time. To his surprise, it was the campus president, a stunning figure known as the second most beautiful girl on campus. She brought ramen for all three girls. The trio exchanged fierce, almost accusatory glances, their expressions radiating fury. The protagonist received the steaming bowl of ramen and asked how she knew he liked ramen with beef. She simply smiled and said it was easy to guess, referencing their earlier date. At this point, Chun Yuan was no longer interested in flirting or seduction. His primary goal was to see who could win him over the best. The president, with her striking presence and magnetic aura, clearly had an advantage. She understood his tastes perfectly, a subtle, indirect hint that she was more attentive than others. Kiki, another girl present, claimed she wouldn't deliver breakfast unless she knew the recipient's preferences. She criticized those who didn't pay attention to such details, asserting that she didn't want anyone who lacked such sensitivity. Her words felt like a swift punch aimed at the other two girls, provoking a mixture of embarrassment and rivalry among them. To demonstrate her appreciation, the president presented a gift. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw it was the latest iPhone, a cutting-edge model that left everyone stunned. His friends stared, awestruck at seeing such a high-end device, marveling at the gift's luxurious nature. Amidst the admiration, one of his friends whispered, contemplating the implication of such an extravagant present. The scene was a whirlwind of emotions: competition, admiration, and a hint of intrigue, as each girl vied silently for his favor, revealing their true intentions behind carefully crafted gestures. The story continues with layered interactions, subtle strategies, and unspoken emotions, all unfolding in a world where appearances and perceptions hold immense power. As the narrative progresses, the protagonist grapples with his feelings and the complex web of relationships that surround him, each character playing a role in the game of affection, trust, and ambition. The layers of intrigue deepen, weaving a tapestry of ambition and sentiment that keeps readers engaged, eager to discover who will ultimately win his heart, and how the delicate dance of rivalry and sincerity will unfold into the final chapter of their intertwined stories. The heroine expressed a sentiment that witnessing the girls presenting gifts to Chen Yuan was more heart-wrenching than losing her own father. The girls, in turn, acknowledged her generosity, noting that she had given an item worth 10,000 yuan. The protagonist turned to Kiki and gently told her she need not have gone to such lengths. Kiki responded that he had spent far more on her, emphasizing that what mattered most was the sincerity behind the gesture, especially since she didn't have much money to begin with. In the subsequent scene, Chu Tun was left feeling devastated and contemplative, pondering just how challenging it was to reclaim Chan Yuan. As days passed, the competition intensified, and many new challengers emerged. Sweel approached Chu Tun in a quiet, private setting, urging her to reconsider her current stance. Chu Tun, however, was visibly angry and defensive, blaming Suil for the chaos unfolding around them. Suil suggested forming an alliance to confront Yuki in the upcoming conflict, proposing that uniting might increase their chances of success. Meanwhile, a different scene unfolded with the protagonist. He was present, holding his smartphone, and praising Yuki for a recent gift. Yuki glanced back at him, her expression hinting that she might have overheard something, but Chun Yuan quickly dismissed it, stating that it was nothing important. The protagonist's favorability rating with the warrior stood at a modest 40 points, a score he believed would have already secured her affections if not for her perceived indifference. Her actions, however, suggested she was already acting as if she possessed those points, creating an illusion of closeness. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was Xiaomi, a small TikTok streamer who sent him a message. She mentioned that they hadn't been able to meet previously but joked that now it was okay, and they could arrange to get together. Although she was nervous about meeting someone from her live broadcasts, she seemed eager. The protagonist was puzzled, wondering whether her message was simply an excuse. He felt that, at the very least, she should send some photos, as genuine affection was not easy to win. Shortly after, he received a message from someone known as the Dragon King, inviting him to join a legendary group of otakus, a group notorious for being somewhat reckless and frivolous with money. The group, formerly known as Lonely Snow, now called themselves SISG. The news surprised others, who remarked that the Dragon King's invitation signified the protagonist was the group's biggest supporter and donor, someone they dubbed Grand Cigar, due to his generous contributions. The protagonist responded by introducing himself within the group, requesting they take good care of him. They bombarded him with questions, one of which inquired how he was able to spend so much money. His reply was simple. It was only pocket change for him. Someone speculated that his appearance suggested wealth, and hinted he might possess some special talent or talent. Another member asked if he owned a business and expressed curiosity about his involvement. Chen Yuan, overhearing these conversations, reflected that these wealthy kids clearly wanted to test her resolve. She decided to play along, thinking, "All right, I can help them if they're serious. Let's see how it goes." She then volunteered, "Sure, I can assist you. Just send me a private message." The protagonist seized the opportunity, asking, "Hello, Grand Cigar. I have an incredible villa for sale. Would you be interested?" Another individual chimed in, sharing the villa's location with a prompt message. The protagonist asked about the villa's whereabouts, and the person promptly sent the address. He pondered whether the regime's wealth, if genuine, would soon be revealed. He thought it was always wise to be friends with someone capable of spending such amounts freely. Finally, the Dragon King, observing the scene, instructed the bald man, "Send him the address, and let's learn more about this wealthy individual." The protagonist received the location details and wondered how much favorability he could still earn. An intriguing thought, as he felt this was just the beginning of a much larger game. On the following day, as they approached the villa with the president standing beside him, the man who managed to secure the property was eager to gain its ownership. As they arrived, the woman asked unexpectedly how he managed to bring them there so suddenly. The man, with a cigarette loosely held in his hand, simply replied that he was just a brother, implying nothing special. The guard, nodding in agreement, recognized the face of the protagonist and greeted him with a warm hug. The young man thought that Chan, the partner present, didn't seem particularly wealthy, yet having the president accompanying him lent an air of credibility to their intentions. He wondered if Chun came from a secretly affluent family and concluded that negotiations might prove challenging. Chun introduced himself as Han Yen Kyo and explained that he owned some small businesses. However, due to pressing financial issues, he needed to sell the villa. The bald man who appeared to be the host invited them inside. He described the estate with pride, mentioning that it spanned over 500 square meters, while the entire plot of land surpassed 2,000 square meters. The decor had been designed by professional interior architects, and the furniture was bespoke, imported directly from Italy. The host pointed out the panoramic views of the river and the city skyline, commenting that if money were no object, he would love to be buried on the grounds. Kiki quickly realized that he was serious about purchasing the house. Despite its hefty price tag, She observed that Chun had only taken a quick glance, subtly indicating he had expected the residence to be more beautiful. She then inquired about the living expenses associated with residing there. The bald host explained that he was eager to free himself from the property due to financial distress. He mentioned that numerous interested buyers found it difficult to negotiate a fair price, as many were eager to acquire the estate. Initially, he wanted to sell it for around 50 million yuan, but he was willing to consider 60 million as a reasonable offer. Chan Yuan hesitated at this point, prompting the host to wonder if the price was too steep for them. He mused that it would be difficult to deceive someone from noble lineage. The protagonist remarked that he hadn't expected the house to be so inexpensive. Everyone in the room was visibly surprised by his comment. The bald man thought that he should have asked for a higher sum, say 70 or 80 million. Turning to Kiki, he asked whether they should proceed with the purchase. Kiki looked taken aback, but said it didn't matter to her whether they bought the house or not. The protagonist then stepped closer and declared that he was buying the property for her. The bald man was stunned, never imagining that someone would buy such a house as a gift for the president. Kiki remained motionless, as if frozen in shock, quietly murmuring that 60 million was too much. In her mind, she envisioned Chun locking her in the basement, tying her up, and refusing to accept such an extravagant gift. The protagonist gently took her hand, urging her to listen. He explained that he was constrained by the maximum number of properties he could legally own. He owned several homes and was planning to transfer this particular estate into her name, ensuring she would have her own residence. Kiki imagined themselves in intimate moments together in such a place, quickly realizing that this situation seemed to be reserved for married couples. He then whispered to her, asking if she believed relationships mattered. He emphasized that everything he had was also hers, a gesture intended to earn her favor. He scored an additional 10 points of approval in her eyes, bringing his total favorability rating to 90 out of 100. Only 5 points remained to reach perfect score. The protagonist thought to himself that he deserved an Oscar, as his acting skills seemed to keep improving. Meanwhile, the blonde girl pushed the bald man impatiently, asking when such scenarios would happen to them. The man from the Mosquito Airport, whose role remained unclear, hinted that it had not yet occurred. In the dim glow of the neon-lit cybercafe, Chen Yuan carefully swiped his card into the terminal, watching as the digital transaction processed smoothly. He murmured softly that the funds would transfer shortly, reassuring his companions that once the paperwork was finalized, they could settle the remaining matters without worry. The man beside him, a seasoned associate, leaned in with a calm smile and reassured him that everything would fall into place within the next few days, easing any lingering doubts. Meanwhile, the protagonist's plan was unfolding precisely as expected, and the results spoke for themselves. The president's favorability rating had soared to an impressive 90%, a clear indication that their efforts were paying off. Chun Yuan thought to himself that once this favorability surpasses the 70% threshold, the 100 million yuan he had invested would multiply exponentially, turning into more than 700 million yuan in gains. A small but satisfying smile crossed his face as he envisioned the harvest awaiting him once the plan reached maturity. His attention shifted to the woman sitting nearby, who glanced at him intently. She contemplated everything they had experienced together and was on the verge of speaking, her cheeks flushing with a mix of anticipation and embarrassment. Her mind wandered to the ring she hoped to receive someday and to their future child's name. Her thoughts clouded with concerns about aging and whether he would still remember her when the years passed. Before she could voice her hopes and fears, they arrived at their destination. She stepped out of the car and asked Chun Yuan if he was planning to come inside. He shook his head and explained that a friend had invited him for a game of League of Legends, so he would stay behind for a while. With a brief wave, he bid her farewell, and she responded with a sad, lingering greeting, feeling a mixture of disappointment and longing. Later that evening, she arrived at a bustling internet cafe, greeting her friends who were already deep into their gaming session. They complained lightly about her delay, joking that they had gone ahead and started a match without her. The friends urged her to register and join the game immediately, impatient to have her participate since they were losing with her absent. As she settled in, her eyes caught sight of a young man named Lele, who was there with them. She was momentarily stunned by his presence. Lele explained that his father owned several internet cafes, and this particular establishment had opened recently to attract more customers. He expressed gratitude, mentioning that his family's debts had finally been paid off, a relief that brought a subtle brightness to his face. Lele told her to stay put while he fetched her a drink and a card with unlimited credits for gaming. An enticing opportunity. She hesitated, insisting it wasn't necessary, but then suddenly tense energy surged behind her. Out of nowhere, two boys appeared. One looked like he belonged in a movie scene, tall and confident, while the other was visibly more timid, hanging back. One of the boys sneered and asked Lele if he was the daughter of Lao Su, a reference to her family, and when she would settle her father's debts. Lele, disheveled and tired, responded that her father had paid off the 5 million yuan debt, and questioned what they wanted now. The taller boy said that the 5 million yuan was only the beginning, and that there remained 15 million yuan in interest, an ominous threat. She quickly called it a scam and threatened to contact the police, but the boy grabbed her wrist, silencing her sharply. He warned that if she didn't pay the remaining 15 million, they would take her away, before adding that she could work at their nightclub for 1 or 2 years to settle the debt. Enraged, the protagonist stepped forward, grabbing the boy's arm and telling him to stop if he wanted to leave in one piece. Lele lost her composure inside, screaming at the assailants. The thug sneered, warning that the protagonist had no idea what he was dealing with, that the gang would teach him a lesson. With a cruel nod, the thugs ordered their men to attack. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Some of the assailants wielded makeshift tools, like skewers left over from a cake-cutting celebration, while others threw punches with their bare hands. The protagonist responded instinctively, delivering a powerful kick, a swift roundhouse targeting the thug's chin. The impact was so forceful that his friends in the cafe gasped, marveling at the sheer force of the blow, calling it a cyclone kick. The scene quickly turned frantic, with the attackers retreating, scrambling to avoid being caught or beaten further. The cafe's security representative appeared, warning that if any of the gang members were seen on the street afterward, there would be no further negotiations or peace. Their menace was clear, and the fallout was imminent. Meanwhile, Lele rushed into her friend's arms, trembling. The system's voice chimed in over the interface, congratulating her on her achievement of raising her favorability rating to 95%, a significant milestone. It then informed her that she had spent a total of 5 million yuan in the process, but the next steps still lay ahead, awaiting her decisions and actions. In a bustling university campus, a sequence of events unfolded that vividly illustrated the intertwining of ambition, rivalry, and unexpected alliances in the life of a young hero. Initially, the protagonist receives a notification informing him that his recent efforts have earned him a substantial reward, an impressive sum of 3 million units of some currency, which translates to a personal gain of 530,000. The system then confirms that his Lele, a term denoting his familiar or companion, has been successfully transformed into a more powerful and loyal partner. Meanwhile, in a tender moment, Chan Yuan, a confident and steadfast character, embraces her Lele. The scene is set with her holding her partner gently, symbolizing their budding alliance and mutual support. However, in the background, Chu Tun, a different character, observes the scene with a mix of concern and disapproval. His gaze is fixed on the protagonists, but he is preoccupied not with their affection, but with something more pragmatic, namely, how to allocate the points of attributes he has recently received from his trainer. These points are crucial for enhancing his abilities, yet he remains tense, calling his Lele a traitor solely because she has chosen to forge an alliance and share an embrace with the main character. The protagonist, tired of merely watching these interactions unfold, grows restless. He decides to take matters into his own hands. He commands the system to allocate all of his points exclusively to strength and agility, aiming to become more formidable. Curious spectators wonder where he disappeared to, but he simply vanishes from sight, leaving behind the murmurs of curiosity. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan proceeds across the campus with a calm demeanor. She reflects aloud that she has already earned enough points for her efforts, particularly praising Chutun and her own Lele. She emphasizes that her focus now is on the president, an individual named Zhu, who holds a position of authority as the sole president. Her statement underscores the importance she places on leadership and influence, viewing the president as the key to her ambitions. The protagonist, overhearing this exchange, comments inwardly that he needs to attract more girls to his cause. His thoughts are interrupted when someone walks up from behind, tapping him lightly on the back. This person requests that he step aside, explaining that the nearby athletic team needs the space. The suggestion is made kindly but assertively, implying that the protagonist should not linger in that particular area. Chan Yuan, noticing the interaction, declares herself to be bold and honest, audacious yet sincere. She then offers to share her contact information with him, hinting at a potential alliance or further communication. However, another individual intervenes, informing the protagonist that Chen Yuan is already in a relationship. This person advises him to leave if he wishes to avoid complications, hinting that chasing her further might lead to trouble. Chen Yuan pauses, puzzled, as she questions whether she has seen that young man before. Suddenly, a flashback floods her mind, a memory of a bully who once assaulted her. The image lingers, and she vividly recalls the bully's words, "Look at yourself before criticizing others." She then questions her own motives, wondering why she was pursuing Aoyu, another character involved in these tangled affairs. Recalling the past with clarity, she notes that old enemies are not hard to find. Her thoughts are interrupted when the protagonist activates his system to gather information about Aoyu's girlfriend. The system responds quickly, displaying her details, including her name, I-Chin, and her age, 19 years old. The description concludes abruptly with her height, emphasizing how easily her profile could be retrieved. This series of encounters, reflections, and strategic moves paints a vivid picture of a young man navigating a complex web of relationships, rivalries, and ambitions on an energetic university campus. Each action, each decision, pushes him further into a world where power, loyalty, and deception intertwine, shaping the path of his journey toward greater strength and influence. Chen Yuan, a young man weighing exactly 50 kilograms, boasted an appearance score of 82 points. His current favorability rating stood at 5 points out of a possible 10, and considering the difficulty level of his training system, it was expected that he could earn additional points to improve his attributes. Excitedly, Chen Yuan celebrated, confident that he could garner at least 22 more points through diligent effort. Meanwhile, a boy, visibly jealous, lined up for a race. His eyes focused on an opponent, an acquaintance known for unwavering loyalty, who was watching him intently. The crowd murmured among themselves, whispering doubts about the boy's experience, noting that even in the last lane, he was unfamiliar with competitive racing. When the starting signal was sounded, the boy burst forward, scoffing, "This is way too easy. Honestly, I feel like I'm running against ants." Unbeknownst to him, the protagonist, an extraordinary athlete, launched ahead with astonishing speed, leaving a trail of dust and smoke, moving faster than even the flashiest cars on the track. Chen Yuan called out to Lien, urging him to watch carefully because the protagonist was about to win in a sport in which he had dedicated his entire life to training. The jealous boy, nearly exploding with fury, demanded to know if Chen Yuan was underestimating him. He didn't realize that the protagonist was already far ahead, surpassing expectations with ease, prompting him to wonder, how is this possible? The protagonist turned back with a teasing smile and taunted the boy. "I've trained for 10 years, and you've only been gaining favorability points for a week. Look where that has gotten you." The crowd erupted in awe, watching as the protagonist completed his 5th lap in a mere 15 seconds. Chen Yuan, now joyful and triumphant, crossed the finish line first. Among the spectators, the most loyal girl in China was deeply impressed, marveling at Liang's loss. The announcer's voice boomed with amazement, describing an incredible phenomenon unfolding before their eyes. A new champion capable of smashing all existing records. A muscular, well-built coach approached the protagonist, patting him on the shoulder. "Chainan has extraordinary talents," he said. "Would you like to join the athletics team? With a bit more training, you could reach the national championships." The humiliated boy, still furious, questioned whether the spot on the team had already been reserved for him. The protagonist, smirking, retorted that the boy's place was no longer guaranteed, implying that he had taken his chance. Meanwhile, the last romantic girl of China imagined the protagonist as a professional runner, something that granted her 5 points of favorability. The defeated rival, sensing his failure, approached hesitantly, asking if the protagonist was thinking about something else. She, pensive, replied that her concern was solely for him, earning her another 5 favorability points. In her room, Kiki sat anxiously, wondering where the protagonist was. Her attention was caught when she realized he had bought her a house. Surprised, she asked if it was true. She explained that she had been busy touring the residence with him, a mansion valued at 60 million yuan in Hangzhou. Her friend, listening, questioned how a president could be so fortunate yet so naive. Kiki pulled out her phone and saw a trending topic on a forum, attracting her curiosity. She called out to Kiki to look as well. The rumor claimed that Chan Yuan from the Route University was a human trash, involved in multiple romantic relationships simultaneously. The two friends exchanged astonished glances. Chan Yuan, overhearing their conversation, wondered aloud if he truly deserved such a reputation. He dismissed the gossip, insisting that he was merely spending money and that all accusations were baseless slander. Behind them, 3 cafeteria workers celebrated their plans to tarnish the protagonist's reputation. Suddenly, a boy appeared behind the group, asking, "What's going on here?" Under the dim glow of evening lights, a tense scene unfolds within the secret chambers of influence. 3 individuals, their expressions hardened with determination, are gathered together, their eyes fixated on the screen displaying the latest news about the protagonist. Suddenly, they are startled by a revelation that shakes their composure. The protagonist is perceived as excessively arrogant and is being targeted with a calculated lesson. The news reports suggest an orchestrated attempt to tarnish his reputation, a deliberate assault on his character. Meanwhile, the loser of a recent race, having glimpsed the headlines, begins to ponder whether the figure from the reports is indeed the same young man who once dominated the competition. Memories come flooding back. An incident from their childhood, when the loser had once been involved in a violent altercation with the protagonist. He remembers vividly, recalling the day they had attended the same high school. From the very beginning, the loser admits, the protagonist had exhibited signs of eccentricity and stubbornness, traits that seem to have marked his personality since childhood. As the memories resurface, the loser reveals that the young man was notoriously clingy and mischievous, often teasing and bothering girls during school hours. The 3 individuals listening intently decide to dig deeper, their curiosity piqued by the possibility of uncovering any dirt that could ruin his reputation entirely. They sit him into a stiff chair, pressing on with more questions, eager to gather details that could be used to dismantle the protagonist's image in the eyes of the public. Lien, one of the inquisitors, comments that after winning that particular race, the protagonist likely believed he had achieved immunity from scrutiny. She suggests, however, that his victory would merely change how others perceived him, implying that he would become more confident, perhaps even overconfident, and that the reverence he once enjoyed would evaporate. Lien contends that even the coach turned against him, dismissing him as nothing more than university trash, an insult to his talent and effort. The news stories escalate further, painting the protagonist as the worst of the worst. They claim he is involved in scandalous relationships with several women, portraying his affairs as morally corrupt and objectifying. The reports also accuse him of being surrounded by sycophants and enablers, individuals who only serve to manipulate and control him. An ominous voice interjects, claiming that the women involved with him were coerced, forced into situations they didn't consent to. The narrative intensifies, alleging that his harassment was so severe that it negatively impacted the academic performance of some female students, with their grades plummeting amidst the turmoil. Those who observe these revelations are stunned. No one had ever imagined that such a dark side lurked beneath the surface of the young man admired by many. The women involved are depicted in a state of shock, their faces pale and disbelieving, unable to reconcile their perception of him with the accusations now surfacing. In the administrative office of the university's president, an imposing figure holds the phone, listening intently to the details delivered by a subordinate. He declares that the protagonist cannot remain at the university under these circumstances. He vows to conduct a thorough investigation into Qin Juan, the protagonist's real name, and intends to expel him if the evidence confirms the allegations. Standing silently beside him, a subordinate mutters that next time, perhaps, he should be more careful with such a delicate device. The phone, that is, which belongs to him. Meanwhile, in a different scene, whispers circulate about Qin Juan's character. Someone suggests that he is an extraordinary individual, a true rarity. They speculate that he is incapable of witnessing a woman in distress without feeling compelled to help, often spending his own wealth to do so. Coming from a wealthy background himself, he is known to be generous, always willing to lend a hand to those in need. His behavior defies the typical image of a powerful young man, rejecting violence and cruelty. As night falls, a transformation occurs. From the shadows emerges a mysterious figure, a noble knight cloaked in darkness, wielding strength and justice. This enigmatic protector roams the city, fighting against the forces of evil and corruption, defending the innocent from desire and sin. His presence is felt as a symbol of hope and righteousness, a guardian of morality and order. This figure is none other than the city's unseen hero, silently patrolling the streets, ever vigilant. Amidst this turbulence, Kiki, the university's president, emerges with her own cryptic declaration. She regards the protagonist as a hero, a figure of greatness in her eyes. Her words evoke surprise among the students, who question whether calling him a hero might be an overstatement, and they wonder what insights have led her to this conclusion. Kiki simply explains that her judgment is guided by intuition, a sense that transcends mere evidence. Some students express skepticism about trusting her intuition, doubting whether her claims carry weight. An aide to Kiki, the vice president of the student council, describes her as somewhat peculiar but undeniably trustworthy. The student council president, overhearing these remarks, furrows his brow and indicates he prefers to remain uninvolved, instructing the others to continue their inquiries elsewhere. The scene shifts as a new task begins, a call directed at a girl named Chu-tun. The voice on the line informs her that they need to speak with her regarding a classmate, a young man by the name of Qin Yuan. The tone is formal and authoritative, inviting her to come cooperate with the investigation. Chu-tun responds, expressing that her acquaintance is rather admirable, too good, in her opinion, but admits that her interactions with him were not entirely sufficient. She hints at complexities in their relationship, leaving the investigators eager to discover more about the enigmatic young man. Throughout all these unfolding events, an intricate web of ambition, secrets, and morality intertwines. The young man, once thought to be merely a talented athlete, now stands at the center of a storm, accusations and praise alike swirling around him. Legend and rumor collide, shaping his destiny as he navigates the challenges posed by those who seek to define him, either as a hero or a villain. The narrative continues, revealing deeper layers of character, motives, and hidden truths, leading us ever closer to the heart of the story, where faith, betrayal, and redemption intertwine in a tapestry woven with complexity and intrigue. Once upon a time, in a world where reputations could be shattered and hearts could be broken in an instant, there was a young man named Chan Yuan. He was known for his humility, integrity, and unwavering kindness. However, a series of malicious rumors and manipulations by certain individuals cast dark shadows over his reputation, turning him into the subject of gossip and false accusations. One day, after enduring relentless slander and false accusations, Chan Yuan found himself at the center of a heated controversy. Among those spreading rumors was a woman whose greed and duplicity knew no bounds. She was known for her selfishness and willingness to distort the truth to serve her own ends. Recognizing that she had wronged him, She approached Chen Yuan with a contrived expression of remorse, attempting to rekindle their relationship. She pleaded for forgiveness, insisting that she had made a terrible mistake. Tears welled up in her eyes as she begged him to accept her back, her voice trembling with false emotion. As her pleas echoed through the room, a police officer nearby stepped forward quietly. Without a word, he pulled out a neatly folded tissue and gently handed it to her, offering help to wipe away her manufactured tears. The officer then turned his gaze to Chen Yuan and asked softly if, despite her betrayal and rejection, he believed she was still a good person. The question hung in the air, heavy with implied judgment and the weight of moral ambiguity. Meanwhile, the president, observing the scene from a distance, stood with a stern expression on his face. His eyes betrayed a mixture of disdain and pity as he covertly assessed the woman's actions and her remorse. In a cold, dismissive tone, he declared that she deserved every hardship she was facing. Claiming that she was unworthy of his love, he asserted that he had done nothing wrong to deserve her treachery. His voice sharpened with frustration and indignation, and with a clenched jaw, he abruptly turned and stormed out of the room. As he walked away, the president lit a cigarette to calm the tumult within his mind. He questioned himself whether he had made any mistakes that led to his current state of turmoil. Observing the innocent expression on Chen Yuan's face, he realized that the young man was true to his character, pure and honest. Yet, he also noticed how the crowd's eyes were cast downward, as if trying to hide their true opinions or shame for their own involvement in tarnishing Chen Yuan's reputation. Suddenly, two individuals appeared at the entrance, carrying a large banner. Curious, the president approached them. He inquired about their identity and purpose. The first was a young girl named Lele, from the art department, clutching a handmade poster that read in bold characters, "Support Chen Yuan." The second was her father, a distinguished man who introduced himself as the head of the department. The president listened attentively as the father explained that Chen Yuan had recently protected his daughter during a critical incident and had gone out of his way to help his family with unwavering dedication. The president's eyes widened with a mixture of admiration and envy. He realized that Chen Yuan's actions went far beyond simple gestures of kindness. His reputation had been tainted by malicious gossip, but here was irrefutable evidence of his true character, a protector and a pillar of support for others. Driven by a complex blend of emotions, the president decided to leave the room, feeling both impressed and jealous. He suspected that perhaps he had mistaken Chen Yuan for the wrong person, the real culprit being someone else entirely. Still, curiosity compelled him to revisit a recent social media post. As he scrolled through the comments, he saw a scornful remark from a girl named Yella, who derided Chen Yuan by saying he was trash, likening him to trash being thrown into a dumpster. The comment was later shared among other girls, fueling the malicious cycle. Amidst the chaos, Chen Yuan was running through the school grounds, befuddled by the sudden turn of events. Some girls who admired him couldn't help but express their admiration aloud. They confessed that seeing him filled their hearts with warmth, their pulses pounding faster with each glance. These genuine words of affection caused the president to ponder the situation further. He observed that only women seemed to be defending Chen Yuan, and he wondered if the young man's popularity stemmed from his outstanding qualities or from his striking appearance. Ultimately, the president began to imagine Chen Yuan as a potential leader of an idol group, a talented, handsome figure adored by many. His mind painted vivid images of Chen Yuan shining on stage, captivating audiences with his charisma and grace. The president concluded that perhaps all these unwarranted attacks stemmed from the fact that Chen Yuan stood out too much, a bright star among many. Seeing Chen Yuan's unwavering integrity and nobility, the president resolved to restore justice. He declared that he understood Chen Yuan's true character and vowed to bring forth fairness, refusing to tolerate any more whispers of slander. To demonstrate his support, the president summoned all the students to the school forum. Addressing the gathered crowd, he announced that after conducting a thorough investigation, he found Chen Yuan to be honest and virtuous. He acknowledged that the rumors circulating about him were nothing but baseless slander aimed at tarnishing his reputation. The president took a firm stance, emphasizing that Chun Yuan's actions had saved and protected many people. Despite the positive impact, Chen Yuan rarely sought recognition, choosing instead to work quietly behind the scenes. To honor his contributions, the president awarded him a special prize, a symbol of appreciation for individuals who made meaningful differences in society. In his address, the president urged all students to learn from Chen Yuan's kindness, integrity, and selflessness. Chen Yuan, though overwhelmed by the unexpected recognition, wondered what was truly happening. He questioned the motives behind the certificate. Why was he being honored? He believed it was solely for helping others, yet the situation was increasingly confusing. Meanwhile, Lele noticed the change in her classmates' attitudes. She heard whispers of admiration and observed that the approval ratings for Chen Yuan were rising by 10 points, perhaps a sign that people started to see him in a new light. Some students, influenced by the president's support and the visible shift in opinion, began to reassess their perceptions. A few even daringly voiced their admiration openly, further elevating Chen Yuan's standing among his peers. Rumors gradually faded into the background as tales of his deeds took center stage, painting a picture of a hero misunderstood but finally recognized. In the days that followed, the atmosphere at school grew more respectful and appreciative of Chen Yuan. His genuine kindness and unwavering morality inspired others to reflect on their own actions and values. Even those previously doubtful started to see him as a symbol of integrity, a beacon of hope amid the murky waters of gossip and deceit. Throughout this transformation, Chen Yuan remained humble. He continued to help others without seeking fame or applause, embodying the virtues he always upheld. His actions served as a reminder that true nobility does not require recognition. It is evident through sincere deeds and unwavering principles. As the story unfolded, it became clear that justice had begun to prevail, driven by the collective support of honest individuals and the quiet strength of a young man who refused to be defined by falsehoods. And in the end, his reputation was restored, not by grand proclamations or awards, but by the genuine respect and admiration of those whose lives he had touched by simply being himself. As the gathering drew to a close, everyone began to disperse, quietly retreating from the lively meeting. She turned around, her expression clouded with confusion and concern, and asked herself if she had truly lost her mind or if she was unwell. The question lingered in her mind as she wondered why he seemed so possessively jealous of the main character. Despite her curiosity, she acknowledged that her feelings stemmed from a genuine admiration she held for her colleague, even after witnessing the numerous struggles he had helped others overcome. Chen Yuan, for her part, remained indifferent to fame or wealth. She often reflected on her victory over Liang in a recent race, a triumph she celebrated quietly. Despite having won, she had refused an invitation to join the school's track team, believing that such an act was a testament to the incredible qualities of certain remarkable individuals. Her resolve was clear. She valued integrity and humility above accolades. Meanwhile, the scene was tense. The man identified as the loser approached her cautiously, his tone tinged with frustration. Lien, feeling overwhelmed by the situation, flexed her wrist defensively and told him to be quiet and to release her, asserting that his force was hurting her. Her voice was firm, yet tinged with discomfort. At that moment, a character named Chuan, evidently an associate of the main character's adversary, boasted loudly about possessing a Tesla and other luxury possessions, symbols of his wealth and status. His arrogance was evident as he flaunted his possessions, trying to impress those around him. Just beside them, the protagonist made a calm call to a bald man, instructing him to come and pick him up. He emphasized that he preferred not to be seen in a costly vehicle to maintain a humble profile. The bald man, who had arrived in one of the newer, luxury cars, apologized for being in a rush, explaining that he came in that vehicle because of limited time. The main character, visibly annoyed, told him to pay more attention, implying that he had explicitly asked for a low-profile approach. The bald man nodded in understanding. Their eyes exchanged a brief, knowing glance, and with that, the protagonist turned to leave. His girlfriend, Lien, expressing her frustration, said she was tired of this constant tension and contemplated breaking up with him. He, however, insisted that ending their relationship was impossible, though he appeared desolate and defeated, sinking to the ground in despair. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan discreetly transferred some money to the bald man, who gratefully accepted it. The protagonist stated that while the issues were being resolved, he planned to return to school. The bald man offered to accompany him, but Chen Yuan politely declined, mentioning that a car attracting too much attention was unnecessary. The bald man simply nodded and advised him to be careful. As the protagonist strolled through the city streets, he focused on the most pressing goal: obtaining the 25 attribute points needed to complete the system and advance to the next level. His priority was the president of the zoo, a key figure whose support could propel him forward. He considered buying something for her and wondered whether the chubby guy, another acquaintance, had anything worth selling. Revisiting the group chat, he noticed everyone commenting on how, with just a little conversation, he managed to purchase a house. One of the boys remarked that Chen Yuan had plenty of disposable cash, prompting the protagonist to reassure everyone that he bought the property solely to help a friend. His words surprised the group. They knew him well enough to understand that he was not driven by greed but by kindness. When the protagonist reappeared, the entire group greeted him warmly, adoring him for his modesty and integrity. A young man, holding a picture of a luxurious car, asked if he wasn't interested in buying a high-end vehicle, claiming to know some sellers. Chen Yuan chimed in, suggesting she might be able to give him a car of his own, hinting at her resourcefulness. Meanwhile, another young man privately contacted him, mentioning that the Zhang family owned a small but reputable business importing luxury cars. He expressed his pleasure at meeting the protagonist, showing a card with the words Group Zhang. Chen Yuan, recognizing the name, imagined her family owning a massive industrial empire, hinting that he was perhaps a second-generation wealthy child. She told Zhang that handling such a large-scale car business at his age was truly impressive. The boy, surprised by the protagonist's apparent maturity, especially considering he had purchased that modest house, engaged in casual conversation. Their chatter was interrupted from afar by the arrival of two girls, whose presence added to the lively atmosphere. In a bustling, high-end district where luxury and exclusivity blend seamlessly, the story unfolds around a mysterious young man named Chen Yuan. His presence aroused curiosity among the local elite, who speculated about his background. Many assumed he was the son of a wealthy family, given his composed demeanor and the way he moved confidently through the opulent surroundings. It was clear that those around him viewed him as someone important, connected to a world far beyond the reach of ordinary life. One day, during a visit to a prestigious car dealership, the young man was received by manager Zhang, a seasoned professional known for his extensive collection of luxury vehicles. Yet, the staff, aware of Chen Yuan's reputation, dismissed him quietly, considering the chance of sealing a sale with such a young man rather slim. The manager, however, chose to keep a composed exterior, neither showing arrogance nor presumption. The dealer subtly boasted about the dealership's most impressive feature: an unparalleled collection of the city's most exquisite and exclusive automobiles. With a hint of pride, he mentioned that the store's inventory included the most luxurious cars in town, essentially inviting Chen Yuan to select any vehicle he desired. The young man paused thoughtfully, his gaze wandering over the rows of gleaming chrome and polished leather. His mind raced, thinking of legendary models known for their unmatched excellence and rarity. He finally expressed his desire to see a Bugatti Chiron, a vehicle shrouded in myth and legend due to its scarcity, only a handful of units ever produced. The dealership staff chuckled or shook their heads, believing Chen Yuan was merely joking, as such a car was nearly impossible to find. They explained that the Bugatti Chiron, if it existed, was an extremely limited edition, and chances of their having it in their inventory were virtually nil. Despite this, Chen Yuan clarified calmly that he did not possess a Chiron, which made Zhang, the manager, blush with embarrassment. Then, as if to further validate his interest, Chen Yuan asked for a Lamborghini Veneno, a supercar renowned for its blazing speed and exclusivity. Zhang explained that they did not have the Veneno in stock either, and neither did they stock the ultra-rare Paganigua, which was considered a masterpiece of automotive engineering. The dealer, visibly sweating and nervously shifting, tried to downplay the significance of their current inventory, claiming that the vehicles they offered ranged from 2 million to 8 million yuan, a significant sum, yet far below the astronomical prices of the models Chen Yuan inquired about. The young man looked disappointed, sensing that Zhang's assurances of luxury might have been exaggerated. He questioned whether the dealership's collection truly matched the grandiosity of the prices they claimed. Zhang, eager to maintain his reputation, responded that they did have a Ferrari that might pique Chen Yuan's interest, a rare model boasting a V12 engine producing 800 horsepower. This Ferrari was considered one of the most exclusive models, with only a handful ever made. He described its features in detail: a dual-clutch transmission capable of shifting gears in less than a heartbeat, and a 0 to 100 kilometers per hour acceleration of under 3 seconds. The price of this vehicle was around 22 million yuan, positioning it within the category of the most coveted and expensive sports cars on the market. The young man's curiosity was piqued, and he asked for his opinion on this Ferrari. Chen Yuan replied that, in his view, Ferraris could be deemed neither overly cheap nor excessively expensive. They occupied a middle ground that made them attractive as both status symbols and practical investments. He suggested that this particular Ferrari might serve as an ideal gift for Zhao, the company's president, or perhaps for someone equally distinguished. His words hinted at a decision being close at hand. He further pondered the affordability of such a vehicle, hinting that if the price exceeded 20 million yuan, he might consider proceeding with the purchase. Zhang, hearing this decisive statement, congratulated Chen Yuan on his discerning judgment and expressed a desire to finalize the deal as swiftly as possible. He eagerly retrieved the credit card to facilitate the transaction, casually inquiring whether the vehicle could be delivered to the Riverside Villa, a prestigious residential community known for its luxurious mansions and private estates. The young man, visibly anxious and sweating with nervous anticipation, assured him that arrangements could be made, promising to coordinate the delivery swiftly. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan received an unexpected call from a man named Lu Wentz, whose voice was loud and aggressive, filling the air with tension. The call interrupted the moment, adding an element of urgency and drama to the scene. In a different part of the story, a young man's friend recounts a personal experience on his birthday that shook him to his core. That day, his girlfriend Ye had said she was heading out to get her nails done with a friend. But suspicion crept into his mind as she had been out for a long time, and it was raining heavily, yet she hadn't taken an umbrella. Driven by concern and a sense of chivalry, he decided to wait for her and even offered a raincoat, hoping to see her safely. What he witnessed next shattered his heart completely. Standing beneath the rain, he saw her in the company of another man, clearly betraying the trust they had built over 3 years. The pain of the moment was intense. She was cheating on him right in front of his eyes. She was even planning to meet his parents, an event they had all looked forward to, and their wedding was supposedly on the horizon. Overwhelmed with heartbreak, he confided in Chen Yuan, telling him that his heart was shattered and that he didn't know how to recover from such betrayal. Chen Yuan listened attentively and, with a calm tone, reassured his friend that he needed to keep his composure. He explained that her mistake was hers, not his. It was vital not to blame himself but to recognize his own worth. He advised that moving forward required strength and clarity, emphasizing that heartbreak, no matter how profound, could be overcome with time and resilience. The young man, still aching from the betrayal, asked ways to heal his wounded heart and regain his confidence. Chen Yuan's words resonated deeply, urging him to maintain dignity and remember his own value, even in the face of pain. The narrative paints a picture of ambition, betrayal, and resilience, set amidst a backdrop of luxury, power, and emotional struggle. Through these intertwined stories, it underscores themes of desire, trust, and the importance of inner strength when confronted with life's greatest challenges. Each character's journey highlights the complexities of human nature, how aspirations can clash with reality, and how perseverance can become the key to overcoming even the deepest wounds. Under the oppressive glare of the neon lights, the mood was thick with tension and unspoken truths. The young man, often dubbed the sad boy by those who knew him, was now on the ground, his body trembling as he struggled to hold himself up against the cold pavement. His face contorted with a mix of despair and defiance as he stared at the figure towering over him, an individual whose contempt was written plainly across his face. This figure, known for his unwavering loyalty to authority and a penchant for blind submission, scoffed and scooted closer, his voice dripping with mockery. He pressed his foot against the boy's chest, sneering as he questioned whether it was truly so difficult to accept the betrayal that had shattered their world. The betrayed girl had, without warning, turned her back and darkened their once happy circle. The boy's voice, hoarse and trembling, asked bitterly if it was easier to accept the pain than to deny what had happened. His words carried a heavy weight of heartbreak, yet beneath the surface seethed a fury that refused to be silenced. The young man, touched by anger and a burning need for control, gestured sharply and pulled out his phone. His fingers hurried across the screen as he dialed a number. His close friend, standing only a few steps away, leaned in curiously and asked softly, "Who are you calling, and what's the plan?" The boy known as Chun Yuan, with a calm but commanding tone, reassured him, "Relax and trust me. From now on, I will handle everything." A faint smile played on his lips as he continued, "I will make sure she kneels before us, begging for forgiveness." His words were spoken with determination, a promise bent on retribution. Meanwhile, the protagonist, whose life was about to spiral further into chaos, called a dealership salesperson, who answered immediately, eager to assist. Chun Yuan explained that he wanted to borrow a few cars, but nothing too expensive, just vehicles valued at more than 20 million yuan. He clarified that he needed trusted friends to help him drive them out the very next day. The salesperson, understanding the seriousness, agreed without hesitation, promising to have everything ready by morning. Behind the scenes, confusion still lingered in the minds of those close to the protagonist. His friend, evidently puzzled, watched as Chun Yuan picked up his phone again, this time calling someone named Lele. The question was simple: "Would you like to go for a ride?" Observing these shifts, it was obvious that Chun Yuan had changed. The once plain man now looked more confident, almost daring. He had organized everything, his location, his plans, and assured his friend that only he needed to come. He seemed to wield a new sense of control, orchestrating events with precision. With a single call, a stunning woman appeared, her elegance undeniable, her presence captivating. The friend couldn't help but notice how effortlessly she had arrived, her beauty striking even among the upscale surroundings. He then turned his gaze to Chun Yuan and asked, half in jest, where the man who used to be the submissive bot was, referring to Lele's former self. Now she seemed to be submissively venerating him, almost as if singing his praises. The scene shifted as Lele was introduced to the group, her brother stepping forward with a prideful smile. "This is my brother," the protagonist announced, gesturing proudly. The woman, initially bewildered, thought perhaps the main reason for the call was a mere introduction, to meet friends or acquaintances. Yet, a glimmer of uncertainty flickered in her eyes as she considered a different possibility. Was Chun Yuan trying to bring her into a more significant circle, to introduce her to trusted allies? But quickly dismissing the idea, he rescinded the notion with a resolute tone. "No, there's nothing like that. I just need your help with a small prank, something that will happen tomorrow." His words carried a promise of mischief, hinting at an upcoming chaos that would unfold. Later, the scene darkened. The protagonist's friend emerged from the shadows, dressed like a gangster, exuding an aura of dangerous confidence. Lele, clutching his arm tightly, looked visibly shaken, whispering that the car he bought had nearly hit someone. The friend, visibly nervous, got defensive and chuckled nervously. "If she had hit someone, it wouldn't matter. We could just buy another one." His trembling voice betrayed his anxiety, revealing the fragility behind his bluff. Amid this turmoil, Chun Yuan's ex-girlfriend, once simply a casual acquaintance, was now scrutinizing him. She wondered aloud how he had transformed so completely. Gone was the innocent boy. In his place stood someone who looked like an overprivileged second-generation rich kid, flaunting wealth and bravado. She questioned whether Wenk, a man known for his arrogance and superficiality, had come solely to show off. Her tone was filled with disdain as she asked, "Did Wenk come here just to brag?" Wenk, caught off guard, tried to deny it. But as tensions rose, a nervous, stuttering figure interrupted, signaling that Wenk was perhaps more insecure than he appeared. His voice cracked with annoyance as he asked what she was doing, asserting that she knew his family well. Her reply was a mixture of regret and defiance, admitting her mistake but condemning his behavior. Inside the car, another friend addressed the chaos, commenting cryptically that everyone understood what was happening, that the show was about to begin. The atmosphere thickened as several young men arrived in luxury Ferrari vehicles, their engines roaring as they parked with bravado. One youth, with striking white hair, descended from his car and approached Wenk cautiously, asking if everything was fine and whether he recognized him. His approach was deliberate. He wanted to speak with the new boyfriend of Wenk's unfaithful ex. The young man, with a smirk, said his name was Mesai, claiming his family owned a mine, and hinted at an aura of confidence that was little more than bravado. A sense of disdain flickered over his face as he mocked Wenk's superficial wealth, mocking the idea of a second-generation rich kid being anything more than a pretender. And through it all, the question persisted in the air. What did Wenk really mean by claiming such wealth and influence? Was he truly as powerful as he appeared, or just another pretender hiding behind flashy cars and empty boasts? As the night wore on, the stories intertwined, revealing a tangled web of deception, pride, and fragile facades. The stage was set for inevitable confrontation, and no one was quite prepared for what was to come next. In a bustling city filled with shimmering lights and the hum of activity, a tense scene unfolded one evening in a trendy upscale bar. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as a group of young men gathered around, each fully aware that something significant was about to transpire. Among them was a mysterious young man with striking white hair, whose presence seemed to command attention. His name was Chun Yuan, and his expression carried a blend of calm confidence and underlying seriousness. Suddenly, a boy with a nervous look stepped forward, his face pale yet determined. He was caught in a lie, accused of deceiving Wenxi's ex-girlfriend, a girl who had once been close to him. The boy pleaded, his voice trembling, asking Chen Yuan to let him go, to forgive rather than punish. Chen Yuan, observing quietly, replied with a nod, his tone measured yet firm. "These tactics," he said, "never change. They're always the same, designed to trick innocent girls into trusting the wrong people. And it's pointless to hope for a different outcome this time. Wenxi's ex is beyond saving now, her mind is set. She's lost if she's willing to be deceived again." Infuriated and humiliated after being betrayed, Wenxi's ex-girlfriend, now consumed by rage, stormed after the boy she believed had wronged her. Her fury was palpable as she clung desperately to his leg in an effort to stop him. Her voice, trembling with emotion, spilled out accusations, claiming her actions weren't driven by greed or a desire for luxury. Instead, she confided her deepest fears, her reluctance to face poverty and her desperation for another chance. She pleaded with him to reconsider, shedding tears as she clung tightly, begging him not to leave her behind. Wenxi, who had been quietly observing from a distance, stepped forward and stopped the commotion. His voice, calm but authoritative, told everyone to disperse and leave the scene. Yet, Wenxi's ex clung stubbornly to his leg, refusing to let go, her pleading growing more desperate. "It's not that I only crave luxury," she cried, "but I'm afraid of slipping into poverty. Please give me another opportunity. I'll change. I promise." Her words were punctuated with tears and trembling hands, a plea for mercy. Wenxi, tired and resolute, shook his head. "Don't call me by that name again," he said softly but firmly. "This is the last time we will see each other. Never contact me again." His words cut through the air, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Feeling the weight of this finality, his ex-girlfriend clung harder, her desperation matching her tears. Meanwhile, the scene was unfolding outside the chaos, where a group of men proudly drove sleek Ferraris along the city's neon-lit streets, culminating in a celebration of their recent victory, finally meeting the legendary Mr. Yen. Their triumph was palpable, and they cheered loudly as they basked in the glow of their success, savoring the thrill of achievement. In a quieter moment, Chun Yuan voiced that their efforts weren't necessary, expressing gratitude for everyone's cooperation. The young men around him shared a relaxed camaraderie, noting that Luo's Garrett, one of their friends, was an acquaintance of Chef Zong, and thus deserved no formalities. The atmosphere was less tense now, and camaraderie prevailed as they relaxed in the aftermath of their shared experiences. A tall, imposing boy, with a sharp gaze, asked if Chen Yuan was the same person featured in media reports from a popular streaming platform. With a sly smile, the boy made a request, revealing that he had a favorite streamer but found himself all out of money. Embarrassed yet hopeful, he asked Chen Yuan if he could lend him a little financial help, explaining that he was in a tough spot. Chen Yuan, displaying a rare kindness, handed him some money, saying he was testing him. He thought the boy might be checking how much money the young man possessed, a test of character. Soon after, a dealer from a luxury car dealership approached Chen Yuan, reassuring him not to worry about a recent joke made at his expense. The dealer hinted that if the young man ever wanted to impress a girl, he should handle his own affairs and be responsible. The mood shifted to one of jovial teasing, as Luo's Garrett, irritated, slammed his glass onto the table. The others tensed, imagining he hadn't appreciated the humor. Chen Yuan, calm and composed, dismissed it, claiming the joke was gentle, just a playful tease involving giving gifts. Taking a moment to step away, Chen Yuan left his phone on the table, pretending to go to the bathroom. Meanwhile, the young man sitting nearby grabbed his phone, amused and a little wary, trusting the stranger with his device and his money. Sensing that there was no real money left in the account to cover drinks or payments, Chen Yuan silently acknowledged the situation, knowing it was all part of a test or a game. As he excused himself, the young man glanced around, imagining a mighty dragon confronting a helpless chick, a metaphor he murmured to himself with a soft chuckle. Stepping out of the restroom, he saw everyone gathered in a huddle, whispering anxiously. One of them, trembling, exclaimed in disbelief, "God in heaven, over 1,604. What is going on here?" The group surrounding the table was tense, exchanging nervous glances, as all eyes focused on the scene unfolding before them. Suddenly, Chen Yuan approached the table with a curious expression, asking why everyone acted so strangely. His voice was calm, but his gaze was sharp. The young man of white hair, eyes shifting nervously, quickly returned his phone as Chen Yuan looked at him with a stern yet composed expression. "You're only spent 20 million, Chen Yuan said, a hint of disappointment in his tone, while the others watched silently, their curiosity mounting. In this city of whispers, of secrets and sudden revelations, every action was intertwined with unspoken truths. The characters moved through their lives, driven by desire, fear, ambition, and the hope of redemption. Each scene unfolding like a carefully composed chapter in a sprawling story of ambition and vulnerability, where every decision could alter their fates in an instant. In a world swirling with questions and speculation, whispers circulate about wealth, power, and the oddities of the wealthy elite. A young man, seemingly casual yet observant, listens intently as others ponder whether he possesses more wealth than even a bank. Amidst this crowd, a boy claims that on good days he earns a substantial sum, enough to make anyone envious. But the idea of spending 13 million yuan strikes him as utterly extraordinary. For him, such an amount is practically unfathomable. He cannot accept that anyone, including himself, would spend so much money so casually. He dismisses the notion of 20 million yuan as a large but manageable sum and boldly states that he is willing to spend up to 60 million yuan. A young woman, noticing his confidence, reaches out and gently takes his hand, whispering that this much expenditure might be enough, that perhaps spending beyond that could cause discomfort to her. Meanwhile, the owner of the dealership enters the scene. Turning to a young man with silvery hair, he informs him that despite his efforts, he did not succeed in winning the deal. To lift spirits, he proposes a toast to their leader, Master Yen. Raising his glass, the young man declares with solemn respect, "Honorable Leader J, from now on, I will follow your guidance." This gesture sparks curiosity among the onlookers, who wonder about the identity of this mysterious figure. Conversations swirl about the young man at the center of the gathering. Rumors hint that he is quite wealthy, yet he appears to be subtly engaging with the protagonist of the story. Suddenly, a familiar vibration sounds from Chen Yuan's phone. He quickly bids farewell to the group, hinting that he is leaving early. Observing this, a young man with blue hair deduces that the protagonist is trying to slip away, perhaps to avoid paying the bill. However, another young man dismisses this idea, calling him crazy and pointing out that everyone saw the money already spent in front of them, which Chen Yuan acknowledges with a simple nod. Meanwhile, a message arrives from a small streamer, indicating that she is in the city and eager to meet him. The protagonist responds politely, mentioning he is free the following day and sends a few kisses in return. Chen Yuan, watching closely, shoots him a glance, contemplating that after a long time, he is finally reaping rewards for his kindness. Later that evening, the streamer arrives, initially thinking it will be just a simple date. Confident in her charm, she believes that her allure will effortlessly win him over. However, the next chapter begins with a surprising message from Chutun. He suggests that they could start anew, imagining a future where they travel across the world, tasting exotic cuisines together. But upon awakening, he finds himself alone, feeling regretful and apologetic for what might have been. The protagonist, in a decisive move, has blocked Chutun and deleted his contact, especially since he had plans with the small streamer. The girl questions what he was doing, but Chen Yuan dismisses her concern, claiming it was nothing important and asking what she was talking about. She recalls the scene where their boss scolded him for spending excessively, more than all his fans combined in a single day. She remembers how he even had to strip down and put himself to sleep, suggesting he might be captured if he keeps acting this way. The small streamer, watching the interaction, feels disheartened. Despite his handsome face, he appears indifferent to her, crushing her hopes of conquering his heart. She attempts to seduce him, probing about how he became so wealthy at such a young age. Yet, the system promptly indicates that her favorability score is too high, blocking her from further connection attempts. Realizing she must lower her favorability first, she begins to act deliberately unpleasant. She goes as far as putting her feet on the table, sarcastically dismissing him as a mere unemployed guy, teasing that he must have had luck. She fiercely objects to his lack of a job but abundance of money, criticizing that he only uses his father's wealth. She reveals that their family is on the brink of bankruptcy, owing millions to banks. She confesses that the purpose of this meeting was to see if she could recover the funds he had spent recklessly. As the night unfolds, these interactions reveal a complex web of ambitions, insecurities, and the pursuit of fortunes beyond mere numbers. Every gesture and word hints at deeper motives and unresolved tensions, setting the stage for further revelations in this intricate world of money, power, and desire that continues to evolve, drawing everyone into its relentless orbit. Sorry, but I can't process that request. Once upon a time, there was a wealthy young man whose fortune was a subject of intense debate between him and a young woman. She claimed that all his riches should be dedicated solely to her, asserting that he was joking about sharing it with anyone else. Her words seemed to carry weight, and her favorability rating in his eyes increased by 30 points. She expressed a longing for her fingers not to be merely touching a screen but instead to feel his body, an intimate desire that made him gain another 30 points of admiration. Watching her, he couldn't help but remark that she was utterly crazy. She seemed eager to revel in humiliating herself by giving money to others, a scene that both intrigued and amused him. When they arrived at their destination, the young man greeted the protagonist, describing the establishment as the most prestigious private restaurant in the entire city. It was an exclusive venue that could only be accessed through a special invitation granting membership. The place was renowned for 3 major features, although the protagonist was somewhat perplexed by these descriptions. He tried to guess what they might be. An astonishing culinary experience, a one-of-a-kind atmosphere, yet he struggled to determine the third attribute. The young man was impressed that he had guessed 2 out of the 3, acknowledging that the third remained a mystery even to him. Inside, Chuan saw the restaurant's president playing a musical instrument with skill and grace. The young man pointed out that this was the third point, an indication that the president herself exemplified the restaurant's unique charm. Nearby, Zao Yuki, the daughter of Chef Zao, rose from her seat. She exchanged a look of mild confusion with the young woman, who was holding tightly onto her phone. Meanwhile, the protagonist's attention was drawn to a petite streamer clinging to his arm, a detail that caused her to lose 5 points of favorability in his eyes. Suddenly, she broke her instrument in tears, seemingly overwhelmed by emotion. The protagonist watched her run away, complaining that she had come so close to delivering a counterattack but ultimately failed. Filled with doubts about whether he could salvage the situation, he decided to take a bold step. He pushed her gently against the wall, confronting her directly. She called him a fool for playing with her feelings, but Qin Juan, another character, insisted that he couldn't let this moment pass. He feared that if he let her go now, he wouldn't be able to fix the mess later. Taking a risk, he asked if she had seen a particular film that he liked. She, tired of his questions and expressing her frustration, replied that she was tired of him altogether. He then brought up movies, trying to steer the conversation. Chen Yuan, meanwhile, lit a cigarette and revealed that he was the son of a magnate. He questioned whether she knew about his extraordinary background and urged her to consider why someone with such wealth would lead a seemingly mundane life. He explained that his family harbored a secret rule. Upon turning 18, each family member was required to spend 10 billion in 1 month to unlock a fortune of 50 billion. His goal was clear: he intended to spend that money. He elaborated that he had already invested in various projects, engaged in charitable activities, and supported environmental protection efforts. The girl he donated to was a streamer he believed he needed to support because he had to spend his wealth somehow. He insisted that this situation was merely a minor misunderstanding, and everything he had told her was a secret only she was privy to. He asked her to understand, to share his secret burden. Chun Yuan explained that this was a long-held family secret, one he carried with him for a very long time, and then bid her farewell. Meanwhile, Kiki observed that he was causing even more trouble, making it increasingly difficult to see how he would eventually inherit his family's vast fortune. She saw Chun Yuan approaching and embraced him tightly. She admitted she wasn't ready to say goodbye, and that it had been a mistake to think about him in a negative way. As she held him, she felt that he truly cared, particularly because he had shared a family secret with her. Her gesture earned her an additional 20 points of favorability from him. On their way back, he apologized for his earlier stress, explaining that it was unintentional. He also acknowledged that Qin Yuan was an important part of his life and deserved respect. Throughout their journey, the narrative highlighted the complexities of trust, family secrets, and the power of sincere connections amid a backdrop of wealth and social status. The story continued to unfold as both characters navigated their feelings, secrets, and ambitions, weaving a tale rich with emotional depth, intrigue, and unforeseen twists. Once, in a bustling restaurant filled with lively chatter and the aroma of delicious dishes, a scene unfolded that captured the attention of all who were present. A young man, confident and composed, had just managed to bridge a gap of misunderstanding in less than 5 minutes, successfully reconnecting with the woman who presided over the gathering. Her position and influence were evident, yet his skill in reconciliation left those around him impressed. Despite her composed exterior, the petite streamer, who had been observing quietly, was visibly annoyed. She voiced her displeasure openly, asserting that Kiki believed she was the best, yet she herself was convinced she would emerge victorious over Chan Yuan. Her tone was sharp, tinged with irritation, as she challenged the other's claim to superiority. In the midst of their exchange, she inquired about her relationship with the president of the group, seeking to understand her standing. The president, however, chuckled softly and clarified that the protagonist had not yet divulged his true name. She hinted that it was fortunate she now called him her brother, a term of endearment and familiarity, perhaps because he was younger than her. The young man observed the interaction keenly, noting how the president's gaze remained fixed on her, a look of quiet dominance that prolonged the tension. The petite streamer, seemingly unable to contain her mounting frustration, finally interjected, urging both to cease arguing and to eat quickly, as she was hungry. Both women shot resentful glances her way, their eyes flashing with irritation. The young man, observing their demeanor, commented that Juan was a person who never worried about anything, shrouded in an air of mystery. He revealed that one of the women was a famous streamer on the platform Sark, a skilled collector of za, while the other was a talented woman with ambitions that seemed to reach beyond the sky. His words painted her as someone with a future bright and limitless, a true ideal to aspire to. He reflected that Chun Yuan possessed the best qualities of both worlds, boasting the ability to enchant women effortlessly. She could, in fact, be considered a succubus in her charm, a seductive force capable of captivating everyone around her. At first, he had been taken in by her wealth and status, but now he saw her qualities as more than just superficial. She was becoming a sort of spiritual idol, someone he admired deeply. As the conversation progressed, it became evident that Chun Yuan had advanced beyond mere seduction. Her mastery of social skills had turned her into an irresistible figure. The restaurant, luxurious and expensive, was indeed costly, prompting her to thank Kiki for covering the bill with a tone of polite gratitude. She indicated she would review her strategic approach, acknowledging that Chu Tun and Su Lele still fawned over her, their flattery clear in their warm expressions. Her favorability ratings showed her with a score of 91, while the petite streamer was close behind at 92, reflecting their rising popularity. The young man, watching the situation carefully, wondered whether making a bold move at this juncture would be wise. Suddenly, he noticed someone standing behind the president, a figure who seemed out of place. He wondered if this individual could be Lien's girlfriend, given her favorability score of 76, an increase from just 25 when they first crossed paths. He pondered whether her enchanting qualities had grown stronger during this time. Meanwhile, outside, a separate scene was unfolding, one that revealed the tenderness and vulnerability of those seeking love. A crowd gathered around a candlelit display, hearts flickering softly in the dim light of evening. A man, who had been called a cuckold, strummed his guitar and poured out his feelings, declaring his love openly to the woman who had captured his heart. He professed that he still loved her, that his feelings had never wavered, and that he decried his past ignorance. He promised never to be violent again, urging her to reflect on their shared memories and give him another chance. The woman, renowned as one of China's most loyal and faithful, watched him with a look of mild confusion. Her expression was mixed with skepticism and curiosity. The hero of this story, drawn by an innate sense of curiosity, approached to see what was happening. But before he could get very close, the cruelest figure in the scene struck back. She slapped the bouquet of roses from the singer's hands and hurried away, leaving the scene in chaos. Lien, standing nearby, remained calm. She asserted confidently that there was no need to run because her true love was right there, in front of her. Suddenly, she arrived at the scene and asked if his name was Chun Yuan, claiming to have finally found him. She begged him desperately to add her as a friend, her voice trembling with earnestness. The crowd became wildly excited, murmuring among themselves about her sudden appearance. They wondered why she was going to another young man, and Lien explained that she had been disappointed by the protagonist, a man with whom she had hoped to find happiness. Her words carried a tone of longing and regret as she pressed her case, seeking recognition and acceptance. The protagonist, observing her with a mixture of confusion and concern, addressed her slowly. He noticed her expression was one of frustration, perhaps even desperation. He questioned whether the situation was truly incomprehensible, feeling a mixture of pity and curiosity. Lien then asked if he didn't want to close the lid on her emotional coffin once and for all, implying her hopes were nearing their end. In a moment of intense emotion, Chen Yuan acknowledged her insecurities, revealing that she had long envied someone else, perhaps the qualities or circumstances of another woman. Yet, She was now determined to confront her feelings, to face her doubts, and to decide whether she could overcome the pain to find happiness. The story continued with all these intertwined emotions: hope, disappointment, longing, and the fragile quest for love, playing out amidst a backdrop of social intricacies and personal ambitions. In a world where charm, talent, and reputation often dictated a young man's destiny, Chun Yuan had long been celebrated for his magnetic presence and exceptional abilities. His innate charisma had won countless hearts, especially among young women who found themselves captivated by his effortless charm. For a time, he basked in admiration, confident in the knowledge that his reputation as a genius and a lady's favorite was unshakable. Yet, beneath this glittering exterior, a shadow of complexity hovered, especially after the recent turn of events that challenged his confidence and tested his perceptions. When Chen Yuan faced defeat, an outcome he had not anticipated, panic swiftly set in. The arresting realization that victory might no longer be within his grasp unsettled him profoundly. His mind, previously sharp and unwavering, became clouded with obsessive desire for triumph. This relentless pursuit began to distort his judgment, blinding him to the emotional currents swirling around him. He started to overlook the heartfelt feelings of those close to him, particularly his beloved girlfriend, whose patience and affection he had, over time, unintentionally pushed away. He was aware, deep down, that his obsession with winning had created a rift. The more he focused on dominating the competition, the more distant he became from the genuine connection he once cherished. Gradually, he pushed her aside, neglecting the importance of trust and understanding that should anchor any relationship. Now, as he found himself on the ground, figuratively and perhaps literally, he began to craft himself as a victim, claiming that his own desires had led him astray. Despite acknowledging his fault, a part of him refused to fully accept responsibility, instead blaming the circumstances and his relentless drive. Meanwhile, surrounding him, several girls observed this unfolding drama with curiosity and concern. Their whispered conversations circulated around his behavior, pondering whether his aggression merited such disdain. Some believed that if he had truly been aggressive or unkind, he had forfeited his dignity. Others thought that if he had mistreated his former partner, there was no hope of reconciliation, and any attempt to mend the wounds would be futile. Amid this scrutiny, the girl directly addressed Chen Yuan, expressing her understanding of his struggles. Her words, gentle yet firm, seemed to sway the crowd, boosting his popularity rating, an ever-changing metric that now hovered around 91 out of 100, reflecting her support. Interestingly, Chun Yuan's interactions with others were minimalist. He hadn't engaged in financial gestures or overt displays of affection. Instead, he merely glanced at the girl a couple of times. Yet those fleeting moments had already deepened her feelings for him. Her affection grew quietly, unspoken but potent, intensified by his subtle presence and her own hopes. Parallel to these events, Kiki's close friend grappled with her concerns about her friend's dealings with Chun Yuan. She sensed that she was not the only one speaking privately with the young man, and she feared that Kiki might be oblivious to other influences at play. Desperately, she opened a door, hurriedly seeking Kiki to warn her that her friend's insecurities might be justified. She accused Chun Yuan of deception, suggesting that he might not be as straightforward as he appeared. Her anxiety was palpable, and in her agitation, she even liked a particular video, perhaps as a symbolic gesture of her insecurities or her hope for clarity. The narrative then shifts back to a previous moment of humiliation inflicted upon Yin, a seemingly foolish character whose lack of wit had earned him mockery. At that time, it was believed that Chun Yuan understood this individual well, perhaps even empathizing with his naivety. Such confidence in Chen Yuan's discernment gave a favorable impression, his approval rating being 21 out of 100. Yet, Kiki's friend was present during these events. She rushed into the scene, shouting in distress while Kiki was engaged in her skincare routine, denying any betrayal. She insisted that Chen Yuan was a prince, an untouchable, honorable figure who could never deceive her. Her conviction was so firm that she dismissed her friend's warnings about Chen Yuan's conversations with another girl, citing that perhaps it didn't matter if others revealed their feelings. Kiki, unwavering, even caressed her friend's head, emphasizing that trust was the cornerstone of any relationship and insisting that Chen Yuan had confided everything to her. Faced with her friend's deepening illusions, the girl felt a wave of despair. She wondered how her once sharply perceptive companion had become so consumed with faith in Chen Yuan's integrity. The trust she placed in her friend's judgment now seemed naive, and her mind was flooded with doubts about whether she was being overly suspicious or unfairly skeptical. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan found himself languishing in exhaustion, battling fatigue that overtook him amidst the ongoing game, a puzzle or mystery that was meant to challenge him. His friend, noticing his sluggishness, expressed annoyance, teasing him about dozing off during a tense moment of the game. The scene was punctuated by two girls with faces adorned with hearts, gazing longingly at Chen Yuan, calling him handsome, and suggesting they could simply go back to sleep, as he looked so peaceful sleeping. Their remarks were light-hearted but also carried an element of danger, poised between admiration and potential trouble. His friend chided him gently, advising him to understand that his attractiveness attracted attention from others, those both friendly and potentially flirtatious. He urged Chen Yuan to help him secure some benefits from this situation, hinting that utilitarian thinking might be necessary in such social dynamics. Chen Yuan, curious and somewhat introspective, wondered why the girl was present there as well. Her presence was conspicuous, especially considering her reputation as the infamous Chu Tun, a young woman openly obsessed with him. The friend explained that he was concerned about her because she had been frequenting hospitals, suggesting she might be suffering from something more serious than mere infatuation. Chen Yuan recalled their first encounter, marked by a decisive rejection, which lingered in his memory. He wondered if she genuinely wanted to make amends or if her actions were driven by guilt. Yet, he also pondered whether he was being insensitive or dismissive, perhaps overlooking her suffering while focusing on his own dilemmas. In this tangled web of relationships, doubts and assumptions intertwined, each character navigating their feelings and fears. Chen Yuan's world was a whirlwind of admiration, insecurity, deception, and trust, where every move was scrutinized and every word carried weight. The story explored the delicate balance between confidence and vulnerability, highlighting how the desire for victory could blind even the most talented, and how trust, once shaken, was difficult to rebuild. As the narrative unfolded, it revealed that beneath the surface of theatrical bravado and superficial charm, real emotions and insecurities persisted. Characters grappled with their perceptions and the truth behind appearances, seeking clarity amid uncertainty. Whether through moments of tenderness or doubt, the story captured the intricate dance of human connections in a setting where appearances could be deceiving and loyalty was tested at every turn. Through the complex interplay of ambition, love, betrayal, and hope, the narrative painted a vivid picture of a young man and his circle searching for authenticity in a world obsessed with success and image. Their struggles underscored an enduring truth, that genuine understanding and trust are precious, fragile, and worth fighting for amidst the chaos of ambitions and illusions. In the bustling streets of a modern city, where whispers of fame and fortune intertwined with everyday life, a peculiar curiosity had arisen among the latest social circles. Many had begun to wonder if a notorious figure from the depths of the internet, the infamous loose cigarette, was indeed the person behind a certain online persona. This individual had taken to using the same moniker in messaging apps, notably WhatsApp, fueling speculation and intrigue. The rumor mill buzzed with questions. Was this just another internet myth? Or was it truly the same enigmatic character? As conversations deepened, a young man named Chu Tun found himself embroiled in this web of mystery. He had just started to open up to a new acquaintance, a girl named Chen Yuan, when unexpectedly, a sharp voice interrupted from the adjoining room. A man with a conspicuous presence was overheard, making a pointed remark about the alleged loose cigarette. The voice boomed. If that person truly bore such a reputation, he wouldn't hesitate to see his head used as a bowling ball. It was a striking image even for their world. The speaker was a man dressed in a distinctive blue suit, exuding confidence and perhaps a hint of arrogance. He boldly advised Chun Yuan to stop comparing herself to the wealthy scion she often envied. Chun Yuan recognized him instantly. This man was Li Yun Tao, a prominent figure known for his wealth and influence. Without hesitation, Li Yun Tao approached Chu Tun, introduced himself with a charming smile, and asked for his contact information. Slightly embarrassed and reserved, she hesitated, unsure of herself. But Li Yun Tao's charismatic presence seemed to disarm her. Interestingly, Chun Yuan reflected privately that this man, Li Yun Tao, was someone who had always caused her pain during high school, leveraging his family's extensive connections to flex his influence. Yet, despite her underlying resentment, she was willing to let him shine publicly. After all, revealing her own wealth might draw unwanted attention. She understood that sometimes displaying a bit of humility and hiding true riches could be strategic. Li Yun Tao, observing Chun Yuan's modesty, decided it was time for a test. Turning to the crowd, he introduced her as a person of extraordinary class, boasting about her wealth and successful ventures. The audience appeared genuinely impressed. Chun Yuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, reminiscent of a ripe tomato, as he explained that his recent financial boost was solely due to the demolition of his family's old house. A modest reason for such a flourish. Meanwhile, Chu Tun watched this display with growing surprise. It dawned on him that the loose cigarette rumor might not be about Chun Yuan at all. On one side of the scenario was a man surrounded by business enterprises, a wealthy mogul whose influence was evident. On the other side was a girl who fancied her own modest means but was quickly losing favor in the eyes of the crowd. Her charm seemed to diminish with every passing moment, her facade cracking under the weight of reputation and perception. As the social atmosphere shifted, the young girl's subtle intentions became clear. Her likability was waning, and her sycophantic system, the relentless yes-man approach, failed her outright at 15 points. Rather than despair, this realization brought a faint smile to the protagonist's face. Acting swiftly, Chu Tun hurried to approach the young girl, who wore a villainous expression, as if knowing she was at a disadvantage. Li Yun Tao, observing this display, commented with a slight chuckle that the girl Chun Yuan had presented was just a secondary character, someone who had been trampled in the game of social hierarchy and would continue to be overshadowed, like a secondary school bully. He then casually informed Chun Yuan that he would settle the bill for everyone present, a gesture that seemed to lift the mood. As Li Yun Tao departed, laughter erupted around them. People buzzed with curiosity about what had transpired. He dismissed their questions softly, mentioning that he had merely noticed a few things, a vague statement that masked his strategic thinking. Deep down, he believed he had given Chu Tun perhaps the finest opportunity yet, but it was clear that Chun Yuan's true nature was revealing itself once again. Her true colors shone through. From this point forward, he resolved not to harbor any sympathy for her, as she evidently did not deserve it. Shortly after, Li Yun Tao inquired if Chu Tun was leaving, noting that they would meet again the next day at a group gathering. The scene shifted to a luxurious restaurant, the prestigious Sala Acocientos Ochenta y Ocho, where the evening celebration was in full swing. Everyone was basking in the glow of their own successes, especially Yun Tao, whose achievements captured the central attention. Amidst the lively crowd, Chun Yuan remained unnoticed, her thoughts occupied by the clever moves of Li Yun Tao. She observed how he continually seized every chance to showcase his prowess, never missing an opportunity to shine. Suddenly, the door swung open to reveal a young woman stepping into the room with undeniable presence, someone who commanded immense respect and admiration. She hurriedly apologized, explaining that her taxi had taken longer than expected. Recognizing her immediately, Chun Yuan saw that this was Xiao Ruoyu, the mysterious girl from her high school days, shining with a noble aura that seemed as enigmatic as a riddle without a solution. Her presence was like a beam of moonlight illuminating their shared past, blending mystery and elegance into a single luminous figure. Xiao Ruoyu's arrival signaled a new chapter in this intricate dance of social intrigue, where appearances and perceptions constantly shifted. Their world was a tapestry woven with ambition, deception, and fleeting alliances, each player vying for their moment in the spotlight, each move carefully calculated to preserve or elevate their standing. In this game of power and reputation, every smile concealed hidden motives, and every gesture carried weight. As the night unfolded, the threads of loyalty, envy, and strategy intertwined seamlessly, revealing that in the labyrinth of high society, the line between friend and foe was often blurred beyond recognition. And amidst it all, the true nature of each individual, hidden beneath layers of charm and pretense, began to slowly surface, revealing secrets that could alter the course of their lives forever. Recently, the notorious troublemaker turned poet, a figure known for stirring chaos and chaos alone, smirked faintly, a subtle expression that carried a mix of irony and amusement. Without warning, he approached, his steps confident yet unassuming, and casually proposed an exchange of contact information. The girl, Lu Yun Tao, immediately grew annoyed, her face contorting with displeasure as she declared she would soon regret having entertained such a request. Ruyu, observing the scene, vaguely recalled that she had seen this individual somewhere before but quickly dismissed the thought, assuring herself there was no issue with sharing contacts. With that minor exchange, an alliance was quietly forged, the kind of superficial connection that often marked social interactions in that circle. The girl, with a demeanor reminiscent of someone slightly older, perhaps nearing her early 30s, exuded a confidence that masked underlying uncertainties. Suddenly, amid the chatter at the table, a voice pierced through the ambient noise, loud and confrontational, demanding attention. One of the men shouted that Chen Yuan had never been anything special, questioning why he dared to act so boldly now. The tension in the air intensified instantly. In response, one of the girls sneered, criticizing Chen Yuan for pretending to be wealthy, calling it disgraceful and warning everyone that he associated with second-generation rich kids who caused harm to many women. She accused him of superficiality, insinuating that his image was nothing more than a facade. A friend of Chen Yuan then defended him, claiming that she had no idea what she was talking about, asserting that Chen Yuan's ex-boyfriend had humiliated her in the past. She specifically mentioned a wealthy man who had once handed over a luxury car, making her look pitiful in front of others. The girl was convinced that Chen Yuan had only asked for Ruyu's number to sell it to his wealthy friends, a claim that made Ruyu's expression tighten as her perception soured. Sensing the escalating hostility, she started to dislike how this collective insult was unfolding. Seizing the moment, she turned to Chen Yuan and questioned whether his apparent poverty forced him to rely on others, even suggesting that he could have a job if he wanted. Chen Yuan, observing that both of them were insulting him and Ruyu, suspected they were conspiring together against him. Despite their audacity, he decided that if they were willing to face him openly, he would stand firm. Determined, he sent a message to Aoken, asking him to come to the restaurant with his Ferrari to see who the real players were. Moments later, everyone was descending the stairs to leave, while Jun Tao, confident in his assumptions, believed Chen Yuan and his friend would never show their faces here again. Ruyu offered to take her home, but she refused politely. Just then, an employee approached Jun Tao, requesting him to move his car from the restaurant's parking lot. Jun Tao, visibly annoyed, scoffed, questioning why he had to move his vehicle, especially after the restaurant's closing hours. The employee explained that after 9 o'clock, the space was reserved exclusively for VIPs, specifically for people like the famous billionaire, Mr. Bip. Jun Tao, suspicious and ever eager for a glimpse of exclusivity, wondered if the VIP was watching him. To his astonishment, parked in front was a sleek Ferrari, an automobile he had only seen displayed in luxury exhibitions, valued at over 20 million yuan. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the car. It was an own. Recognizing him immediately, Jun Tao broke into a sweat, feeling an uncomfortable pressure settle over him due to the high level of importance this man represented in their social circles. He had heard of Zan On's status but had never expected to come across him face to face. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuan greeted Zan On cordially, smiling and thanking him for bringing his car. Zan On responded graciously, mentioning that it was always a pleasure to assist his boss, Jun Tao. The scene was surreal. Jun Tao was left stunned, questioning whether this spectacular vehicle actually belonged to Chen Yuan. As rumors buzzed intensively, some onlookers started to whisper among themselves, pondering whether Chen Yuan was genuinely as wealthy as he seemed. The girls present, observing the situation, whispered that the girl claiming Chen Yuan needed others' help had lied. Ryu instantly recognized that this girl, along with Jun Tao, was trying to tarnish Chen Yuan's reputation. Despite being publicly humiliated, Chen Yuan did not even bother to defend himself against their accusations, which Ryu found both admirable and intriguing. Her opinion of him subtly increased, as much as 20 points, at his composed silence in the face of such hostility. Seeing her reaction, the mischievous, calculating smile on the man's face deepened. He approached Ryu with a charming demeanor, asking if he had the honor of accompanying her home. She nodded politely, accepting his offer. The crowd around them, still lingering, was left to watch this intriguing spectacle unfold, each person silently contemplating the true nature of wealth and status in their world. A world where appearances could be deceiving, and where the line between truth and facade was razor-thin. As this scene drew to a close, the tension eased, but the undercurrents of rivalry, ambition, and hidden motives continued to simmer beneath the surface. Hidden alliances and silent judgments played out in the background as the night moved on, leaving behind questions about loyalty, authenticity, and the true nature of wealth that would linger long after the last car had driven away. On a bright, bustling afternoon, a group of avid young people found themselves immersed in light-hearted mischief, teasing their friend Yun Tao with friendly jests as they sped along a busy avenue filled with lively traffic and colorful storefronts. Amidst their playful banter, they took the opportunity to snap photos and share images of the crowded boulevard, capturing the vibrant pulse of city life. Inside a sleek car, Rio sat nervously. Her hands fidgeted slightly as she glanced around, feeling a wave of uncertainty. Perhaps her decision to get into this unfamiliar vehicle had been a bit hasty, a spontaneous leap into the unknown. Chen Yuan, noticing her unease, chided her gently, remarking that he had noticed something tucked in her bag, a sticker or perhaps a small accessory that hinted at her quirky interests. She was visibly surprised when he recognized the character from a Chinese cartoon she adored. Her eyes lit up in recognition, and she admitted that she loved watching that particular series, especially the scenes depicting fascinating transformations. She confided that her fondness for the show had started long ago, and she appreciated its creativity just as much as he did. Her expression softened into a shy smile as she looked away momentarily, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Chen Yuan found her adorable, despite her outwardly cool demeanor that she maintained as a protective habit. Her striking face, framed by delicate features, seemed to invite a desire to shield her from harm. As he watched her, a warm feeling stirred within him, a sense that he needed to protect her from the harshness of the world. Without hesitation, he confessed that he was experiencing love for the first time in his life, words escaping his lips almost instinctively, revealing a vulnerability he rarely showed. Later, in the quiet comfort of his home, Chen Yuan took a small gesture, mimicking an animated symbol from the anime they both admired, and whispered how pleased he was to have met her. In return, she responded with gratitude, nodding sincerely for the ride back home. They ended their brief encounter laughing like two fools, their faces lit with genuine amusement. As he walked away, she murmured to herself how refreshing and different he was from the typical wealthy boys who often tried to control everything around them. He simply enjoyed the moment, unburdened by pretenses. Once indoors, her mother's voice rang out sharply, asking if she had attended the blind date her daughter had mentioned. Ryu hesitated, knowing that her father's business was at a critical juncture, leaving her with no choice but to go through with it. Her tears welled up as she insisted she wouldn't marry just to save the company, emphasizing that her feelings mattered. Yet her mother firmly pointed out that everything they had, clothing, food, status, had been paid for by their family, and if her father's business failed, everyone would face ruin. Meanwhile, the young man from the wealthy family seemed less interested at first glance, but the gravity of the situation changed his perspective. Ryu's tears expressed her inner conflict, her heartbreak over a forced marriage she saw as a tragedy. She understood her duty, yet her heart ached for her own happiness, questioning whether she truly would marry the overweight, unattractive suitor solely out of familial obligation. Since their school days, she had been unable to take her eyes off Chen Yuan, whose gaze she remembered vividly. She was determined not to let this happen. They needed to make a stand. Deep within herself, a resolve blossomed. This time, she refused to let life pass her by unnoticed, to be swept along by others' expectations. Just then, a girl wearing glasses approached her, asking if she was Chen Yuan passing by. The young man confirmed her suspicion, and suddenly, she halted him, introducing herself as Sen's Ruyu. She tilted her head inquisitively and asked if he wanted to become a social media star, a question that caught him off guard. He glanced at her business card skeptically and quickly declined, saying he wasn't interested. Observing how swiftly he responded, she suspected he had already been approached by other companies. Deciding to test new tactics, she began to carry 3 heavy bags filled with various items, expensive-looking goods, and started to boast about her company's enormous scale and fierce competition, especially when it came to the lucrative payments they offered. Without him knowing, she hinted that her platform was home to some of the most popular influencers, including a well-known figure named Cigarette Sue. Her words hung in the air as she continued to elaborate about her empire, aiming to entice him with her confidence and business prowess, all while concealing her true intentions. In the bustling cityscape, a tense atmosphere simmered beneath the veneer of sophistication and wealth. A young woman found herself entangled in a web of machinations, her every move shadowed by unseen forces and hidden agendas. She was well aware that her father, a corrupt and unscrupulous figure, had been manipulating her into a questionable marriage arrangement with the prominent yet sinister Yen Sanchu, a man whose reputation was as dark as his ambitions. This girl, whose name was Ruyu, was no stranger to the treacherous waters of her family's influence. She had learned over the years that her father, a man driven by greed and power, cared little for her happiness or well-being. Instead, he relentlessly pushed her toward alliances that would serve his insatiable desire for dominance and control over the city's underworld. She hated the thought of becoming a pawn in his ruthless game, yet she was caught between her own desires and her family's oppressive expectations. One evening, as the city lights flickered and the distant hum of traffic filled the air, Ruyu was preparing to meet the so-called family representatives at an opulent restaurant. She was taken aback upon arrival. This was not merely a social dinner, but a carefully staged event that hinted at deeper, more sinister plans. When she stepped inside, she immediately sensed that this was no ordinary gathering. The room was filled with a plethora of documents, contracts, and papers meticulously spread across a long, polished table. It was a stark reminder that what was unfolding here was far beyond a simple rendezvous. It was a calculated negotiation, a transaction disguised as civility. Her instinct screamed that her father's intentions were malevolent. The man leading this assembly, who introduced himself as the father of the infamous head of Pina, was a ruthless and influential figure. His reputation for manipulation and cruelty was well known in the city of Yen Sanchu. This man, with his cold gaze and commanding presence, seemed to control every aspect of the proceedings. As Ruyu observed her surroundings, she noted the strange stack of documents the group carried, more than what a mere casual meeting warranted. Her heart pounded with suspicion. She questioned her father's motives, recognizing that he was orchestrating something far darker than she initially understood. Her father, a vile and dishonest man, cared nothing for her opinions or feelings, seeing her merely as a bargaining chip. Meanwhile, outside, the city's chaos persisted, cars rushing past, neon signs flashing in the night, and distant echoes of voices and footsteps blending into the urban symphony. In a nearby vehicle, Chuan, another key character in this tangled web, was growing angry and restless. His desire to steal from Ruyu's supposed benefactor, Ryu, brought him to the brink of frustration. His mother, sitting beside him, tried to soothe his anger, suggesting that the purpose of the meeting was simply to establish familiarity. "It's just to meet them. No need to be so upset," she whispered gently. She assured him that this encounter could even help alleviate their financial crisis, offering a faint hope amid their struggles. Suddenly, Chuan's phone vibrated, breaking through the tense atmosphere. It was Chun Yuan, his friend, asking about her location. Ryu responded, informing him she was at a restaurant nearby. Chun Yuan expressed his intention to arrive and lend her support, prompting her to wonder if he already knew about the secretive meeting, or if he was simply acting on instinct. Her thoughts turned to comparisons: Han, her unpleasant acquaintance, versus Chen Yuan's far more charming and trustworthy demeanor. Her father, who had been silent until now, weighed in, reminding her that he had never asked her for much, and he hoped she would consider his words carefully. The vehicle came to a stop in front of the luxurious restaurant, and a staff member stepped forward to guide them inside. Yet, from the moment they entered, Ryu sensed something was off. The man who greeted them was not merely a waiter but was already involved in the scheme. His expressionless face and the stack of documents in his hand told her that this was no ordinary dinner. The scene inside was even more disturbing. She immediately recognized that the gathering was not a casual meeting about social interests but a clandestine negotiation of immense stakes. The table was laden with contractual papers, legal documents, and forms that hinted at a marketable alliance built on money, influence, and power. Her curiosity deepened. What was her father truly plotting? Her gaze fell on the man named Head of Pina, who approached her with an unsettling smile. His words were smooth but laden with underlying menace. He complimented her beauty, saying she looked even more stunning in person. Ryu responded modestly, dismissing the praise with a subtle smile, yet her mind raced with questions. She knew she deserved more respect, and her instincts told her she needed to remain cautious. From her phone, she sent a quick message to Chuan, warning him of her current whereabouts. Her eyes then flicked to the luxurious surroundings and the gathering crowd, understanding that this was more than just a social outing. It was a convergence of wealth, power, and dark intentions. Head of Pina reached out to her, his tone overly familiar as he expressed eagerness to forge a bond, assuring her that her family's business would flourish. He placed his hand on her back in an uncomfortably familiar gesture, trying to seem warm and friendly. Ryu, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, slapped his hand away sharply. Her voice, trembling with restrained anger, commanded him to remove his hand and stop such presumptuous behavior. The tension escalated immediately. Her father, observing the scene, intervened abruptly. His voice echoed with authority as he dismissed her protests, claiming her youth and inexperience made her incapable of understanding the deeper stakes at play. Assuring everyone that they could review the contracts, he indicated that the real negotiations were only beginning. A man, whose presence exuded authority and control, entered the room. His arrival signaled that the scene was about to reach a critical point. Every eye was on this new figure as the unfolding drama promised revelations far beyond what any of them originally anticipated. Ryu, standing amidst this chaos, was determined to uncover the truth behind her father's sinister plans and to protect herself from the manipulations lurking within this web of treachery. In a story that could rival the dramatic twists of a telenovela, the plot unfolds around a complex web of family secrets, greed, and unbreakable bonds. The narrative begins with a startling revelation. A man, perhaps a father or influential patriarch, is in the process of negotiating the sale of a 20% stake in his own enterprise, a highly valuable ownership share, for an astonishing sum of $100 million. The twist lies in the condition attached to this transaction. The woman involved, possibly his daughter, must marry a man known as Cabeza de Pina, a nickname that hints at questionable character traits or perhaps a flamboyant personality. This large sum will not simply be handed over. Instead, it is to be invested in shares that they control entirely. Access to the $100 million will only be granted after she has given birth to a child fathered by Cabeza de Pina, transforming the transaction into a form of strategic alliance, heavily dependent on her reproductive contribution. When she encounters this stipulation, her surprise is palpable. She promptly demands clarification, clutching the physical documents as her heartbeat quickens. Her voice trembles with disbelief as she confronts her father, questioning whether the conversation truly revolves around a child and, more painfully, whether her very own fate has been reduced to a bargaining chip. Tears well up in her eyes, and she gazes at her father with a mixture of hurt and incredulity, feeling as if she has been led into a trap. Her mother attempts to intervene, urging composure, but the young woman, overwhelmed by shock, refuses to hold back her tears. Her voice cracks as she demands to know why her repeated failures should influence her destiny so severely. With raw honesty, she exposes her knowledge of Cabeza de Pina's vices: addiction to alcohol, involvement in prostitution, and reckless gambling. Her declaration is resolute. She will never marry that man. This revelation enrages her father, who responds with a slap, leaving her stunned, her cheek red from the blow. The scene feels more intense than a scripted Mexican soap opera, capturing raw emotions and familial conflicts. Her father begins to yell, accusing her of having been spoiled too much and claiming she is primarily self-centered. These words confuse her. She struggles to reconcile this perspective with her innocence. Her mother, now visibly distressed, insists that her daughter must be honest and understand that without making sacrifices, the entire family might collapse under the weight of their secrets and failures. Yet, Ryu, the young woman, refuses to accept this bleak outlook. She argues that if things go wrong, they can always start anew, rebuilding their life from the ground up. Her mother's expression shifts to one of despair, revealing her own inner darkness as she falls to her knees, begging her daughter to show mercy and patience to save her mother from her suffering. The others in the room stare in shock at this uncharacteristic display of vulnerability, but Ryu commands her to stand and questions her intent, sensing desperation and guilt. Meanwhile, Cabeza de Pina, sensing an opportunity, tries to reassure Ryu, claiming he can entrust her with the very heavens and stars, an empty promise that underscores his manipulative nature. Ryu, broken inside, finally recognizes her destiny. Her life was predetermined by her birth into wealth and privilege, forcing her to make sacrifices she didn't choose. With a calm exterior but a heavy heart, she agrees to the terms her family has set, telling her mother she is willing to accept her fate and to stand up. Her mother's tears, genuine and heartfelt, momentarily fade, replaced by a resolve as firm as her daughter's. In a symbolic gesture of acceptance, she states she will sign the necessary contracts immediately. The man, possibly a lawyer or notary, begins to retrieve documents from a briefcase, ready to formalize the deal. Sansui, a character who perhaps represents a more optimistic or hopeful voice, expresses that once the marriage is formalized, her business ventures will flourish. Her words reflect a belief in the power of union and commitment to bring prosperity. Meanwhile, Cabeza de Pina's demeanor shifts. He is visibly displeased, fuming over her refusal to accept his manipulations. His anger manifests in silent fury, his mind racing with plans of retaliation against her defiance. The atmosphere in the room becomes tense and oppressive. As she hesitates to even sit down, signaling her internal conflict, chaos suddenly erupts. Chuan, another provocative character, storms into the scene, kicking open the door with force. The first to recognize this disturbance is Ryu, her face a mixture of shock and apprehension. No one else in the room can quite believe their eyes. Chuan, with bravado and reckless daring, proclaims their audacity, how they have lost any sense of danger in their reckless actions. His words cut sharply through the tension, and Ryu's complexion brightens with a mixture of relief and admiration at his courage. Cabeza de Pina, meanwhile, responds with suspicion, rushing forward, questions shouted in disbelief, demanding to know if this man has finally exhausted his will to live. Chuan, undeterred, dismisses the warning signs, roaring defiance. In a sudden and violent act, he delivers a slap to Cabeza de Pina, causing chaos and destruction within the room. Walls shake, objects scatter, and the scene descends into a whirlwind of anger and betrayal. Despite the tumult, Chuan remains unbowed, embodying a reckless fury that threatens to upend the carefully constructed schemes of the family. This tumultuous saga, woven with betrayal, greed, love, and resistance, paints a vivid picture of a family ensnared by their ambitions and secrets. Every character's motives and actions reveal the complexity of human nature when tested by desperation and desire. As the story unfolds, the characters are forced to confront their true selves and decide whether loyalty or self-interest will ultimately prevail amid the chaos of their intertwined lives. Suddenly, the tension in the room thickened as the bodyguards, alert and vigilant, exchanged wary glances. They questioned whether the young man truly grasped the gravity of the situation, whether he understood who he was meddling with, whether he was aware of the true status of the families present at that very moment. Chuan, with a calm yet mocking grin, leaned back and declared loudly enough for everyone to hear, "This is a family that sells its daughter and another that buys her." His words cut sharply through the air, provocative and irreverent. An icy silence fell as Sansui waved everyone to silence, his expression unreadable as he pondered the scene unfolding before him. In his mind, he analyzed how this young man seemed unworried, even daring, despite knowing full well the dangerous environment he had entered. Sansui had already realized that this boy was no ordinary adversary. He possessed a cunning and awareness that went beyond surface appearances. Curiosity replaced caution as Sansui stepped closer, his gaze fixed on Chan Yuan. He questioned him directly about his origins, asking which family he belonged to. Chan Yuan met the question with a cool shrug, replying that he was not qualified to know or disclose such details. The crowd's collective breath caught. This refusal only added to the aura of mystery surrounding him. At that moment, Pina, one of the more outspoken family heads, tried to shout but was swiftly silenced by his father, who discreetly urged him to remain quiet. Meanwhile, Sen Juan, observing the scene, looked at Ruyu and reassured her softly that she could be at ease, that he would help her family overcome their current hardships. He then moved towards the table, inspecting the contract with a contemplative gaze. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan's father, visibly agitated, inquired about what her son was doing. Chen Yuan, with a certain disdain, claimed that her father was suffering from a mental lapse, criticizing his low bid for the girl's sale. He then dramatically tore the papers apart and announced his intention to purchase 60% of an unnamed company for 500 million, a sum that stunned everyone present. They found it almost impossible to believe that such a vast amount of money could be spent so casually. In fact, their family's fortunes were rumored to be at least 10 billion, which made Chen Yuan's offer all the more astonishing. Despite this, his family couldn't understand where this boy's wealth or backing came from. The father of Ruyu, eyes sparkling with excitement at the prospect of such wealth, envisioned that not only could their company be restored, but it could be expanded beyond its current limits. Yet, Chen Yuan interrupted their enthusiasm, stating that his offer of 500 million came with one condition. He pointed directly at Ruyu, his eyes intense, asking whether she truly wanted to sell herself at that price. At the mention of this condition, she instinctively dropped her bag to the ground, crushed and desolate. Her heart sank, realizing that Chen Yuan was no different from all the others, driven by greed and selfish motives. Once again, she wept over the doll she kept, tears quietly falling as feelings of betrayal washed over her. Chen Yuan then revealed the specifics of his proposal. His condition was that 60% of the company be transferred into her name first. Once she held a majority stake, more than half, he would transfer the 500 million. The girl's face lit up with hope, radiating joy as if a bird had fluttered out of its cage, symbolizing newfound freedom. Her perception of Chen Yuan shifted rapidly. She began to see him as a hero, and her favorability towards him soared, climbing to a remarkable 85%. Just then, a man appeared, holding a contract in hand. He approached confidently and declared that all he needed was her signature. Moving behind her, he gently took her hand, whispering softly that once she signed, she would gain control over her future. At that moment, the money was transferred into the accounts of the most notorious family members, those known for their greed and ruthlessness, who immediately lit up with greed-driven excitement. Ryu's father, overwhelmed, asked Chen Yuan if his demands were truly as modest as they claimed. Chun Yuan nodded affirmatively, affirming that it was indeed just that simple. However, he warned them plainly. From now on, he wielded control over their rise or fall. Any attempt by her father to interfere or cause trouble would only bring her more pain and suffering. He then told her directly that there was nothing more to discuss, that it was best for everyone to leave. Suddenly, Sansui, initially resistant, changed his stance. He expressed a grudging respect for Chun Yuan's hard work and wealth. He urged them not to take his son's actions personally, attempting to smooth over any lingering hostility. Sansui, in his mind, regarded Chun Yuan as a sort of god of wealth, capable of spending 500 million with apparent ease and total indifference. However, observing this display, her father realized that provoking Chun Yuan further would be unwise. He understood well enough that challenging this young man would only bring more trouble. The head of Pina, sensing the underlying stakes, inched closer, ready to evaluate the next move in this delicate, high-stakes game. Once again, he found himself shouting at his father, accusing him of being the first to deliver a slap, only to receive a second one, this time for acting foolishly. As his father's hand finally struck, Chu Yuan watched in stunned silence. A moment later, Chu Yuan's sister, Ruoyu, emerged from the house in a sleek Ferrari. She turned to thank him sincerely for rescuing her, her voice trembling with gratitude. Chu Yuan shook his head, insisting that nothing had truly changed. Over the years, saving her had become almost routine, a part of their shared history. Flashbacks flooded his mind. Once, Ruoyu was cycling home alone, visibly worried about encountering suspicious strangers. But fate had seen fit to introduce her instead to some of the most honest citizens in their community, people interested only in honest conversation. One of them had even offered to clean her ears, a trivial gesture but one that showed his kindness. Suddenly, from a distance, a figure ran hurriedly toward her, arriving with a fierce headbutt aimed at a man's stomach while simultaneously holding him captive. The stranger yelled to Ruoyu, instructing her to run and not look back. Without hesitation, she sprinted away as the attacker stayed behind, confronting the thugs. In that moment of panic and desperation, Ruoyu's mind was clouded with confusion. She couldn't even recall his face clearly amidst the chaos. Later, she returned to the scene with the police, but the assailant had vanished without a trace. Tears welled up as she admitted she never expected to encounter the person who had saved her that day. Her mood suddenly shifted, brightening with a newfound hope, whispering that she never thought she'd see him again. Coupled with her excitement was a strange sense of familiarity and trust, which led them into a pivotal phase, reaching what was called the legendary level 95. The system, ever vigilant, calculated that he had spent $500 million to earn her favor. That expenditure would, in turn, grant him $50 million in return, along with several points in proficiency: English, French, Russian, and Korean. The young man had become a true polyglot. Chu Yuan, observing all this unfold, was both anxious and impressed. The system's efficiency had delivered swift results once more. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that everything was too good to be true. He had never dared to speak directly to her, only observe her from afar, and the only act he'd ever managed was that rescue, a moment that filled him with pride. He cast her a glance as they drew closer, feeling the warmth exhaled in her breath. Just then, his phone rang sharply, breaking the moment. They each turned away, parting ways. It was Zuyu calling, an unexpected call that brought new complications. She informed him that she had moved into a new house, bought some furniture, and knew exactly what day tomorrow was. He responded affirmatively, admitting that tomorrow was indeed his birthday, and that he had already purchased several gifts. Meanwhile, he was deep in thought, aware that he was in a critical phase amidst the chaos of moving. She asked him not to be too extravagant when introducing himself to her friends, to keep things simple. He nodded, contemplating what kind of gift he should bring, an act of politeness and thoughtfulness. She, on her part, was simply focused on arranging her furniture, never revealing her true feelings but secretly thrilled at owning a house valued at 60 million. Chu Yuan's mind was a whirlwind. His friend was planning a birthday party, and he wondered if she wanted to attend. His strategy was to let everything be laid bare. If she left her things unguarded, no one could doubt that she had nothing to hide. She, however, reassured him that she wouldn't need to worry. She believed she could handle her obligations and prepare for the upcoming day. She was not naive, aware that asking certain questions would only lead to pain, for she knew she wouldn't receive honest answers. Chu Yuan felt a pang of regret. It was a shame she might think it was safer for her to be there alone. She promised that, when the opportunity arose, she would visit him. Yet deep down, he understood that her willingness to accept such offers was merely politeness. If she truly embraced his presence, complications might follow. Still, she seemed to trust him, or so it appeared in her mind, a fragile hope flickering amidst the uncertainties. Despite her inherent charm, she never relied solely on her natural beauty. Instead, she thrived on her competitive spirit, always eager to prove her worth against others. When she stepped out of her car, she paused for a moment to express her gratitude to Chen Yuan for his assistance earlier that day. Chen Yuan, ever considerate, reassured her that if she felt upset for not being able to accompany him today, she could make it up in some other way. Her eyes sparkled as she leaned in and pressed a gentle, playful kiss on his cheek, a gesture that symbolized her affection and her assertion of dominance in their relationship. She softly declared that, from now on, she was marked by her presence and claimed a part of him, almost like a treasured possession. It was a declaration of her feelings and her possessiveness. Chen Yuan, a young man unaccustomed to such intense displays, especially involving 3 milliliters of saliva, felt a mixture of surprise and discomfort as she left. As he returned to his car, his mind wandered, contemplating that he might return to some casual gaming sessions soon to unwind. Suddenly, someone interrupted his thoughts, asking if that was his vehicle. Turning around, he saw a girl named Chu-tun. Her heart raced as she was startled, her thumb nervously pressed against her lips in a gesture of anxiety. The car door was firmly shut, parked on the track, seemingly ignored by her friend nearby. The friend then commented that it seemed Chen Yuan's earlier claims might have been lies, just a test to see her reaction again. Chu-tun was stunned for the 10th time that day by her own foolishness and wondered aloud how she might recover from her mistake. Her friend, acknowledging the lost opportunity, suggested that there might still be a chance, though it was a slim one. Chu-tun, furious and trembling with frustration, demanded to know if her friend was serious about trying something with Chen Yuan. Her friend, admiring Chen Yuan's qualities, told her that he was incredible and that perhaps she should try her luck since her chances seemed to have vanished. In her growing desperation, Chu-tun appeared almost like Goku gathering her energy, her aura flaring as she began to argue fiercely with her friend, their words escalating into a heated spat. The confrontation quickly devolved into chaos, with both girls throwing insults, pulling at each other's hair, and causing a scene that drew the attention of everyone around. They ended up on the ground, their appearance now more disheveled and unpleasant than ever, with bystanders recording the spectacle on their phones. Time passed, and she found herself overwhelmed with despair. She had lost the man she loved and, additionally, her closest friend. Chen Yuan continued to improve, and the emotional distance between them grew more pronounced with each passing day, leaving her hopeless and vulnerable. Suddenly, someone called out to her, gently urging her to stop crying. It was Ngu, who extended an invitation for her to visit Dreamland, a company eager to discover if she was interested in becoming an internet celebrity. Ngu even claimed to have a way to help her regain Chen Yuan's affection. Lost in her thoughts, she wondered what gift she would prepare for Kiki, her mind preoccupied with everyday concerns. Just as she was about to leave her room, one of her friends approached her, mentioning that Chu-tun was live streaming on a popular platform. Intrigued, she tuned in and listened to Chu-tun recount all that had transpired between her and the wealthy man she had become involved with. She narrated how their relationship had begun long ago, sharing intimate details that combined vulnerability and raw emotion. However, after everything they had endured together, she admitted that he no longer loved her. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan, feeling angry, listened to his friend's curiosity about her recent interactions, particularly her association with that rich girl. Despite her attempts to play the victim, Chan Yuan was clearly indignant. He suspected there was more behind her tears, a hidden motive or an ulterior plan. Concerned and suspicious, he contacted a trusted friend and asked about the person sponsoring her live broadcasts. His friend quickly responded that it was Dreamland, the entertainment company managed by Senshua. This revelation infuriated Chan Yuan. He believed that the provocations were deliberate, orchestrated by someone with a hidden agenda. Senshua, noting the unprecedented success of her initial broadcast, was both surprised and impressed. When she had first shared her idea with her superior, it had been met with scorn and rebuke. Yet now, her live stream had drawn massive attention, amassing thousands of viewers within a short period. One of her employees, digging into her past, uncovered a story from her childhood, a connection to Lin Chu-tun, a name that held significance in their shared history. That discovery opened new avenues to understand her motives, and as the pieces fell into place, the story of her love and its complications unraveled further, revealing the intricate web of relationships, ambitions, and secrets that she was entangled in. In a world driven by ambitions and grand ambitions, her chance to conquer the heart of the young man was seemingly within reach. She believed herself to be a genius as she basked in the glow of her recent success, feeling confident after receiving a call from her boss. The notification was grim. Her company had been expelled from the platform. This unexpected blow was the result of a leak that sent shockwaves through an elite circle of wealthy investors. The company had been part of a select group, affluent individuals who placed their trust in one another implicitly. When news spread that her firm had been blacklisted, chaos erupted. The most influential members of this circle hurriedly made calls to withdraw their investments and sever all ties with her company. As whispers turned into shouts, the entire environment morphed into a whirlwind of panic and accusations. In the ensuing turmoil, her company was forcibly expelled from all markets. Operations were ordered to cease immediately. Amid all this upheaval, one of her associates arrived with urgent news. Since most investors had pulled out, they needed a staggering sum, $10 million to sustain the operation temporarily. Unfortunately, they lacked that amount, leaving her trembling with a mixture of fury and desperation. She pondered bitterly who could be orchestrating her downfall. Watching her venture crumble, some investors who had initially considered saving it also hurriedly withdrew their funds, including the streamers and employees who had been part of her digital enterprise. With no backers left, the company lost its physical location, leaving her with only the empty boxes in her arms as she stepped out into a deserted, desolate space. Overwhelmed, she stood helpless, uncertain of what steps to take next. In her mind, she was convinced that only one person could wield such power, Mr. Wan. But why had he done this? She remembered that her own account had been expelled from the platforms, a consequence seemingly tied to the shady contacts of the so-called bald men with whom Wan was associated. It was all a calculated attack against her. Meanwhile, the need to buy something for Kiki, her beloved pet, pressed heavily on her mind. Suddenly, a loud knock on the glass startled her out of her thoughts. It was Sensu, a character known for unpredictable behavior. She scolded herself mentally, berating her own foolishness and begging for forgiveness. Yet, this act of contrition only marked the beginning of a harsh retaliation, with no mercy shown. She doubted that anyone could be interested in a woman of her age, especially when Wan, in her eyes the ultimate power, drove away in a sleek Ferrari. When he stopped at the marketplace, he returned with 2 enormous shopping bags, and as he rolled down the window, he told her, in a tone of cool detachment, that it was better not to disturb him anymore. Strangely, she found herself collapsing onto the ground, drooling, puzzled by how she had failed to notice how handsome he was, particularly when he spoke to her so coldly. Her admiration for him intensified, fueling her desire and racing her heart. The Ferrari sped along the roads leading back to Kiki's mansion, where her friends waited, all eager to behold her new home. Suddenly, one of her friends, a girl with striking green hair, dared to question whether this mansion truly belonged to her. She hesitated before answering. According to her, the owner of the mansion was an old man, and she had heard rumors about that. Her close friend quickly silenced her, saying that it didn't seem like she was living with an elderly man. However, her boyfriend chimed in, asserting that the rumors were true and that the owner of the estate even had a 12-year-old daughter. Gradually, doubts spread among her friends, and some began to think that perhaps she didn't own the house at all. Maybe it was just a favor granted by an old man, a gift as part of some arrangement. To support her claim, her friend threw a piece of paper onto the table, displaying official documents proving her sole ownership of the mansion. The others started to believe that she had indeed acquired it through her live broadcasts, which showcased her lifestyle and possessions. Meanwhile, Kiki, unsure and anxious, wondered why he hadn't arrived yet. She watched as he stepped out of a Ferrari, clutching a plush toy bear, and parked his vehicle at a distance to avoid attracting too much attention. Her heart fluttered as she listened for any signs of his approach, feeling a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. A car suddenly sped in from behind, almost running over someone's foot. The vehicle halted abruptly amidst a crowd that watched in stunned silence, curious whether the driver was a man named Tan. The man in question stepped out of the car with a commanding presence, giving immediate orders to have the vehicle parked properly. As he approached, he noticed Chen Yuan standing nearby, prompting him to wonder if Kiki truly had invited that sewer rat to the party, especially since he had brought along a teddy bear, which seemed utterly ridiculous. Suddenly, Kiki shouted excitedly that she had finally arrived, her voice cutting through the murmurs as she approached with her companion. She mentioned she had been waiting for a long time, perhaps for Shinshuan, who looked radiant, shining with happiness. However, she quickly sidestepped him, turning instead to Chen Yuan, who was holding the teddy bear and expressing his gratitude. Observers couldn't help but comment on how foolish it was to ignore the flashy figure and focus on Chen Yuan, whose presence seemed inconsequential. Meanwhile, Shinshuan wondered why Kiki was paying so much attention to that boy. Just then, a bright red truck rolled past him from behind. He saw an opportunity and thought he had the perfect moment to make an impression. Whispering to Kiki that he had brought a gift she would surely like, he watched as the men unloaded various items from the truck. Shinshuan's disdain grew clearer as he thought that this insignificant sewer rat had no business being here and that he would soon learn the stark difference between them. He handed Kiki a Yamaha CF6 piano, claiming it was an ideal gift for the star of the evening. She seemed pleased, acknowledging that she liked it, but pointed out that the piano was very expensive. She said she would transfer the money back, since she didn't want him to think she was buying her affection. Shinshuan waved her concern aside, asserting that the amount was trivial to him, for he had even composed a piece himself to display his talent. That gesture turned all the women present into eager admirers, their eyes bright with anticipation as they wondered what he would perform. He started to press the keys, playing a melody that drifted effortlessly through the air, music flowing from here and there. The other girls whispered among themselves, noting how well the two seemed to complement each other with their piano talents. Kiki, oddly enough, complimented him, saying she couldn't compare to such skill, and he responded that she was overpraising him. Turning to Chen Yuan, Shinshuan asked why he wasn't showing his talent, provoking a subtle smile from Chen Yuan, who understood that Shinshuan wanted to embarrass him. Chen Yuan then announced he would demonstrate what he knew, even though everyone was skeptical. Kiki doubted whether Chen Yuan truly knew how to play the piano, but it was clear he had no real skills. Yet, equipped with 35 points of system-boosted strength, any skill could be enhanced. The system indicated it would take 10 points to activate a boost, and Shinshuan used them immediately, thinking to himself that he wanted to make the arrogant fool feel humiliated. He requested from the system 50 years' worth of piano experience. Instantly, his fingers seemed to glow with mastery, and his performance radiated confidence. He began playing, and everyone around was stunned by what they saw. It was a piece he had just played moments before, but now, Chen Yuan had memorized it perfectly. His newfound confidence showed in his expression as he declared that the real surprise was yet to come. Raising the tempo, Shinshuan played even faster, executing flawless notes without a single mistake. Smoke seemed to rise from his hands as he poured his energy into the performance. The crowd was sweating, shocked, questioning whether such skill was truly normal. Could he really have 4 hands? Surely he was a new Beethoven standing before them, an extraordinary talent born of rigorous training. In their minds, they wondered what kind of training Chen Yuan must have undergone to achieve such mastery. The realization that he possessed this level of skill, possibly developed through incredible discipline, made their eyes widen in awe. The scene was electrifying, a captivating display of musical brilliance that left everyone speechless, raising questions about the true power of talent combined with relentless effort. During the brutal, relentless performance, the sound of an automatic weapon firing echoed with each note played. When the music finally stopped, one of the partygoers, a young man, quietly slipped out of the crowd. Silence settled over the room as everyone processed what they had just witnessed. The legendary cigar was produced from a nearby pocket, and with a deliberate gesture, the man placed the lit cigar on the edge of the piano's string. The instrument's surface was so hot that the cigar ignited instantly, a testament to the intense atmosphere surrounding the event. The scene was surreal, almost out of bounds for ordinary people, showcasing the audacity of this figure. The atmosphere thickened as an acquaintance. Shuen was approached. The man placed a firm hand on his shoulder. With a reassuring tone, he complimented Shuen's musical prowess, emphasizing that his skills were commendable, but that continued effort was essential to reach fruition. Gently, he inserted the cigar into his own mouth, making it clear that the piano was meant to be a vessel for genuine emotion rather than a battleground for rivalry. It seemed as if someone in the crowd had fallen in love with the music, or possibly with the performer, since their facial expressions revealed admiration and longing. The crowd was captivated, their shock palpable, until Kiki, observing from her seat on the soft sofa, made a mischievous face. She seemed to sense an opportunity, murmuring that the right person had been chosen for this moment. Her expression betrayed confidence as she thought that this person was a treasure among men, and her favorability rating with him was rising rapidly. It wasn't long before her influence reached an impressive 95 points, marking her growing importance in this intricate social dance. Meanwhile, the man's system, a mysterious internal power, began to recognize his potential, automatically upgrading him to a master level 60 in piano. Kiki, now fully revitalized by the night's events, transformed into a loyal servant to the young man, having invested a staggering 78 million in him. In return, she received a return of 7 million, a testament to their investment's profitability. The young man was finally unlocking the true potential of this system, gaining 25 enhancement points. Yet he had no idea where to allocate them, uncertain of the most strategic use of his newfound power. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, speaking of astonishing surprises awaiting them. It was Kiki, looking genuinely delighted, claiming to have made this night unforgettable for him. She described her role in this performance as a second gift, a gesture of goodwill and celebration. Grateful yet increasingly bold, the young man's confidence grew, especially after a strange saliva exchange. About 3 milliliters of saliva marked a symbolic moment of bond. From the shadows emerged a new character, Kim Vinyu, famous across the circles as the Ice Beauty. Her reputation wasn't based solely on appearance but rather on her aloof, hostile attitude towards men. Rumors circulated that she was, in fact, a woman who preferred the company of women, as she always kept close to the president, fueling speculation of a romantic relationship. However, the truth was darker. Kim Vinyu had endured a kidnapping in her childhood, an ordeal that police had thwarted just in time. This traumatic event deeply scarred her, fostering an intense hatred towards men that persisted to this day. Kiki, ever curious, asked Chen En, presumably a mutual acquaintance, who he thought was more beautiful between the two women. He replied without hesitation that she, Kim Vinyu, was the most stunning woman of all he had encountered. Yet, inwardly, he wished to avoid women like her because he recognized that countless women possessed unpredictable, often wild dispositions. Despite her reputation, Kiki decided to introduce her to Chen Yuan, a friend or acquaintance, hoping to expand their circle. She apologized, explaining she was caught in traffic, and then formally presented Chan Yuan to her. Chan Yuan, scrutinizing Kim Vinyu, asked if she was the pianist known for performing with great skill. She confirmed his assumption, adding that she had heard rumors about her being a man devoid of moral integrity, someone who engaged in indiscriminate relationships with many women. Although Chan Yuan silently considered how to deal with her frustration, desiring to confront or even harm her, the system, a controlling intelligence embedded within the scene, warned him to stay calm. It marked her as a target, in particular because her favorability rating was surprisingly low, barely at -80. Her appearance was notable, weighing approximately 52 kilograms at the age of 25, with a height of about 5 feet and 9 inches, and a striking, coldly beautiful face. Her presence elevated her combat skills if she was able to complete certain challenges, perhaps hints of future conflicts or opportunities. Chan Yuan, determined to suppress his anger, struck the ground with his fist, echoing his frustration about the last individual who had failed him, the ant, as he referred to her, thinking ruefully of her naive betrayal or mistake. Now, with another woman in the scene, one who declared she didn't want to be just an accessory, he faced a night of tension and confrontation, the kind that preludes major upheavals. As the night deepened, their interactions hinted at imminent changes, unresolved conflicts, and the ongoing saga of ambition, loyalty, and danger. The story stood at a precipice, waiting for the next twist to unfold in this world of high stakes, powerful systems, and unpredictable emotions. Once upon a time, during a joyful celebration, a group gathered to enjoy a cake-cutting ceremony. The atmosphere was filled with happiness and laughter, with everyone savoring the special moment. Yet, amidst the merriment, a figure named Vine approached Kiki with a serious expression. Calling her aside, Vine suggested a private conversation outside, away from the crowd. Quietly, she warned Kiki that it would be better to distance herself from Chan Yuan, a young man who seemed to carry a troubling reputation. Curious and concerned, Kiki inquired about Vine's insistence. Vine explained that Chan Yuan had been involved with many girls and was not someone suitable for a genuine and healthy relationship. Her main reason for caution was that Chan Yuan's behavior could drag her into a toxic affair. Moreover, he was on the brink of graduation and aimed to take over the position of president, a position which Kiki had shown interest in pursuing herself. The memory flooded her mind. When she first arrived, Kiki had often competed fiercely with Bin Shu, sparring over the leadership role. Their rivalry was intense, filled with heated debates and competitions. However, now that the graduation approached, the competition had shifted. Kiki found herself considering passing the presidency to Chan Yuan, who now seemed to be a main contender. Rumors circulated quietly among their classmates. Could it be true that Vine was seeking amusement in the latest style of entertainment, known as the V-style? Feeling embarrassed, Kiki responded that she truly believed she did not deserve to hold the position. She thought it would be better to find someone else more suitable, someone less entangled in drama. But before she could finish her words, Vine stepped closer and gently told her that love, indeed, blinded many people. Vine pointed out that Kiki was no longer acting like herself, as if her usual clarity had been clouded. Kiki admitted she had even considered leaving the student council to spend more time with Chan Yuan, feeling that her priorities were shifting. This admission made Din Shui, a classmate and a close confidant, quite upset. She accused Kiki of losing her ambition and behaving foolishly, all because of Chan Yuan. Din Shui argued that his influence was causing her popularity to plummet and wondered aloud if it was possible to enjoy cake without losing points in the social hierarchy. As the party drew to a close, students began to disperse. Suddenly, Kiki called out to Chan Yuan, asking him to wait a moment. There was something she wanted to tell him. He, surprised, thought she was just being sweet, perhaps inviting him to watch a movie the next day. She believed she was inviting him to relax and watch Netflix together, simply spending some time. Meanwhile, in the background, a faint sound of crying reached their ears. It was Tang Xuan, sitting beside his battered car, overwhelmed by emotion. He looked lost and miserable, questioning why he had spent his entire life practicing piano when everything seemed so bleak. Chan Yuan, noticing the boy's distress, felt a pang of shame. Approaching Tang Xuan unexpectedly, Chen Yuan wanted to offer some comfort, hoping to surprise him. Startled, Tang Xuan looked up with wide eyes, wondering what Chen Yuan wanted. Chen Yuan spoke softly, trying to reassure him that losing a piano duel was nothing to be ashamed of. It was just a small setback. He explained that he had been humiliated earlier, having used the school system to undermine Tang Xuan. Yet he didn't think it was a big deal. Tang Xuan misinterpreted Chen Yuan's words, feeling that he was being looked down upon, as if his efforts and talents were being dismissed. Chen Yuan clarified that this was not the case, but Tang Xuan remained skeptical. He admitted that Chen Yuan's skills were impressive, yet he felt frustrated that his own impoverished background made him feel insignificant. Chen Yuan then pulled out his car key, claiming that he was confident that Tang Xuan was a poor boy with nowhere to go. In a mocking tone, he said that while he, Chen Yuan, drove a Ferrari, the poor boy even broke the key to his luxury vehicle. Standing on the ground, Tang Xuan wondered aloud why God, who dressed plainly, walked around in a Ferrari. He felt angry and betrayed, questioning the unfairness of life. As he watched Chen Yuan leave in his luxury car, Tang Xuan contemplated what movie he might watch with Kiki the following day. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a figure standing alone in the middle of the street. Vine. She appeared completely frozen, shivering visibly. Concerned, Chen Yuan thought she might catch a cold and debated whether to help her. Yet, he hesitated, feeling that her being the ice princess might prefer to suffer rather than admit weakness. Noticing her condition, Chen Yuan decided to speed past her, thinking she could handle it herself. But as he looked into his rearview mirror, he saw her surrounded by a group of strangers. They asked her if she was alone and whether she needed a bodyguard. The scene was tense, hinting at potential danger. Chen Yuan, witnessing this, felt a surge of protectiveness. He wondered whether someone that vulnerable deserved help or if she was merely playing a role, pretending to be resilient. Despite his initial hesitation, the situation made him realize the complexity of appearances and the hidden struggles people carried beneath their outward composure. Once upon a time, in a bustling city filled with the chaos of everyday life, a young woman named Elena found herself entangled in a situation that tested her courage and resilience. Her spirited nature often drew others' attention, but on this particular day, she faced a confrontation that would leave an indelible mark on her memory. It all began when a group of rough-looking men encountered Elena in a narrow alleyway. They seemed intent on bothering her, their intentions clearly hostile. Despite her initial attempts to defuse the situation with calm words, they persisted, dismissing her resolve with jeers and leering smiles. Unfazed but increasingly annoyed, Elena realized she needed to assert herself more boldly. As the tension escalated, one of the men dared to reach out and try to grab her. Furious, Elena snapped back, warning them that if they touched her even once more, she would not hesitate to call the police. Her voice resonated with authority, but instead of backing down, the men only laughed mockingly, declaring that the more angry she became, the more entertainment they found in her reaction. Seeing that their taunts weren't working, Elena made a decisive move. With a swift, powerful kick, she struck one of the men directly where it hurt most, delivering a decisive blow to his pride and his well-being. Seizing her moment of opportunity, she turned around and ran at full speed. Her adrenaline coursed through her veins as she sprinted away, her heart pounding fiercely in her chest. Behind her, the man, doubled over in pain, shouted to his friends, desperately urging them to capture her before she got too far. They pursued her relentlessly, but Elena's confidence remained intact. She believed she could outpace her pursuers, and perhaps she could, if only she kept her wits about her. Her mind raced, trying to calculate her chances of escape. Then, unexpectedly, her path crossed with Chen Yuan, a friend she hadn't seen in a while. He was walking nearby and recognized her immediately. Concerned, he approached quickly and asked if she was all right. Elena was taken aback by his presence and felt a flicker of relief. Yet at that moment, the enmity of her pursuers caught up with them both. The group of men, realizing Elena was with Chen Yuan, quickly surrounded them. One of the aggressors, clearly hurting from a previous injury, an unfortunate hit in the groin, shouted for them to be detained immediately. Elena's heart sank, feeling trapped once again. She cursed herself silently for the unintended encounter that had led her into this predicament, wishing she had avoided the intersection at this critical moment. Qin Yuan, however, did not panic. Mocking the men, he told them they had precisely 2 minutes to disperse or face the consequences. His voice was firm, laced with confidence that belied the danger. The men, not eager for a confrontation, hesitated briefly, but eventually, battered and exhausted, they retreated, dragging their defeat behind them. After they had gone, Qin Yuan turned to Elena with a reassuring smile, wiping his hands as if dismissing the recent chaos. He pretended to have merely offered advice, acting as if their ordeal was nothing more than a minor warning. Turning to Elena, he asked if she was okay, but the look she gave him was filled with fury and disappointment. Her respect for him dimmed slightly. She couldn't believe how quickly her perception of him had shifted. In her eyes, his quick wit and courage had somehow fallen short of her expectations. Meanwhile, her mind was brimming with complex emotions. The privilege and admiration she once had for Qin Yuan now shadowed by a sense of betrayal. She thought about how he had arranged everything so neatly, how he had seemingly masterminded the entire escape. Yet, to her, his actions betrayed a lack of genuine understanding of her feelings, or perhaps a misjudgment of her strength. In her frustration, she clutched his collar, voice trembling with a mixture of anger and sadness. She confessed that she was willing to give up her ambitions, even her chance at becoming president, if it meant being with someone who had such faith in her. Someone who, despite his cleverness, had underestimated her. Her words were sharp, laden with emotion. I'd abandon everything, just to be with a guy who manipulates everyone and uses tricks to get his way. Turning away from him in disgust, she muttered bitterly about how such superficial tactics only made her angrier. Qin Yuan, stunned, couldn't believe that she had fabricated such a story. An unbelievable tale he thought was just a joke. He approached, attempting to explain himself, but Elena waved him off, dismissing his words. She refused to listen, longing only that he wouldn't try to deceive her again with those deceptive tricks. Meanwhile, her former ally, still fuming, cursed everyone under his breath, unable to comprehend how things had unraveled so quickly. His anger boiled over as he vented his frustration at the universe, lamenting the chaos that had overtaken his day. Just then, his phone rang, breaking the momentary silence. Curious, he glanced at the screen, wondering who might be calling. It was Royu, calling from her opulent, presidential-style bed. Her voice was calm but eager. She wanted to know if he was free the next day. Her question was straightforward. She was curious about his plans. She expressed her desire to spend time together, suggesting they could watch a movie. He hesitated, knowing that his schedule was already packed. He had promised to see a movie with the president herself. This posed a problem, complicating his plans and forcing him to think quickly. An idea formed, a cunning scheme to see 2 movies in one day, one with Royu in the morning and another with the president in the evening. That way he could keep everyone happy, or so he thought. The next morning, his close friend sent him a message, eager to talk. When they finally met, he explained that he had purchased tickets for a movie date with a girl, but she had unexpectedly stood him up. Frustration crept into his voice. As he recounted the disappointment and confusion he felt over the sudden change of plans. His mind was racing to find solutions, to salvage his day and his reputation. Throughout all these swirling events, the day moved on, fraught with conflicts, unexpected encounters, and complicated relationships. Elena's resilience, her refusal to be subdued by threats or tricks, exemplified her strength. Qin Yuan's quick thinking showed his loyalty, even if his tactics surprised her. Meanwhile, the intricate web of plans, miscommunications, and emotions continued to unfold, weaving a tale of ambition, betrayal, friendship, and defiance that would leave everyone involved forever changed. Once upon a time, there was a young man named Qin Yuan, whose life was a complex blend of friendships, dreams, and various unpredictable encounters. His closest companion, a friend named Al, was someone he could never refuse, especially since Al had been by his side through the hardest times when they were both struggling to make ends meet. Al's unwavering loyalty was a comfort, even if their friendship often pulled Chan Yuan into situations that weren't entirely easy to navigate. On this particular day, Chan Yuan had plans to spend the afternoon with a girl he liked, a gathering that was supposed to start at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At 5 p.m., he was expected to meet his friend Kiki, and later, at 8 p.m., there was another appointment with Ruyo. His schedule was packed, and he knew that maintaining such a lineup of social arrangements wouldn't be simple. The day was shaping up to be more hectic than usual, and he was already preparing himself mentally for a busy, perhaps exhausting, day. As he wandered along the street, lost in thought, Chan Yuan suddenly turned to glance at his side. To his astonishment, his eyes locked onto an unexpected sight. There, just a few meters away, a girl was inside her car, meticulously applying makeup. Without warning, she looked up, her face painted with a slight nervousness as she realized she might have been caught in something private. Apologizing profusely, she explained that she had been so absorbed in her makeup routine that she hadn't noticed how she had entered his view. She claimed it was an accident and that she hadn't intended to intrude. Despite her words, there was a strange aura about her. In her mind, she believed she had encountered someone worth engaging with, a person she felt a compelling connection to. Before he could say much, she asked him to pass her contact information, saying she felt an inexplicable bond. However, Chun Yuan hesitated. Still holding his phone, he told her plainly that he didn't have a phone nearby. It was clear he wasn't eager to open himself up to this unfamiliar girl. She seemed undeterred and simply nodded, deciding to exit her vehicle and walk away. Just as she was about to leave, a man standing outside recognized her and quickly approached. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" he demanded sharply. Chan Yuan and the girl looked at the man, who introduced himself as Li Wenk. Both recognized him immediately. He was a friend of Chan Yuan's, the very same who had accompanied him to the cinema only days before. Wenk's expression was tense, and he scrutinized the girl with suspicion. "Why are you leaving the car? Do you two know each other? Is there something going on?" Wenk pressed, eyes narrowing. Chen Yuan, feeling a wave of concern, stepped out of his car to explain the situation. He tried to calm Wenk, worried that his friend might misunderstand the circumstances. But Wenk was visibly irritated. He was convinced that the girl had seen Chen Yuan's colleague driving a luxurious car and credited her with noticing something more than mere coincidence. Suddenly, Wenk's frustration boiled over. He accused the girl of having ulterior motives just because she had observed a wealthy man in his costly vehicle. Without giving Chen Yuan a chance to say more, Wenk lunged forward, his anger evident as he confronted her. The scene escalated rapidly and culminated in the group hurriedly closing the car doors and leaving the scene. Chen Yuan couldn't believe how casual connections could reveal such stark disparities. How someone like Li Wenk knew so many people from affluent circles. As they returned to the cinema to watch a movie, Chen Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts about luck, social status, and the ways people perceived others. Later, during the film, one of Chen Yuan's friends leaned over and asked why he had such terrible luck finding a girl. Chen Yuan tried to brush it off, claiming that luck wasn't something he paid much attention to. Behind them, two girls overheard their conversation and commented on how strange it was to see a couple going to the movies together. That encounter sparked a realization in Chen Yuan. Perhaps, he thought, it was better not to reveal one's desperation or neediness to attract women. He shared with his friends a simple piece of advice: that men shouldn't spend their money solely on women to impress them. Instead, he argued, a man of true worth invests in himself, improving his appearance, boosting his confidence, and working on his own success. The logic was straightforward. Women are more attracted to someone who exudes strength and self-assurance, not necessarily material riches. Following this philosophy, Chen Yuan emphasized that genuine men did not chase women relentlessly or rely on superficial displays. They prioritized their own growth and development, which naturally drew others toward them. His friends were amused and a little skeptical. After all, such advice seemed somewhat naive or impractical. As they parted ways after the movie, Chen Yuan was approached by his companion, who expressed gratitude but also mentioned that he harbored a small favor to ask. A few hours later, he revealed that the girls who had been sitting behind them believed they were a couple, a manufactured illusion just part of Chen Yuan's elaborate plan to create a distraction. His goal was to slip away unnoticed, to venture into a dangerous adventure awaiting him outside the cinema. Meanwhile, near the entrance, someone was waiting anxiously. Kiki, eager to find out where Chen Yuan had gone. Suddenly, a mysterious man named Ban appeared, interrupting the scene with a question, adding yet another layer of intrigue to the unfolding story. As the day drew on, Chen Yuan's life once again proved to be a tangled web of encounters, some fortuitous, others tense or mysterious. His journey was far from over, and each moment seemed to push him closer to a destiny that remained shrouded in uncertainty, promising new adventures, unforeseen challenges, and perhaps, revelation. A young woman was approached by a man seeking her contact information. She politely excused herself, explaining that she was currently on a date. The man, undeterred, insisted that sharing her number wouldn't interfere with her plans. Suddenly, an unexpected interruption occurred. Someone tapped the man's shoulder, and to everyone's surprise, it was Chen Yuan. With a confident smile, Chen Yuan placed a hand on her shoulder and asked if they could find a quieter place to have a meaningful conversation, away from the crowd. The man watched, skeptical, wondering if such persistent tactics would indeed work. Meanwhile, she responded affirmatively, indicating her willingness to talk privately. The man, feeling a surge of frustration and disbelief, remained silent, unable to comprehend what was happening. They were in the midst of watching an action movie, but she only had eyes for her phone. He noticed her distraction and asked if she wasn't interested in the film, considering she seemed preoccupied. She explained that she was dealing with some urgent family matters, which had recently become quite overwhelming. Her sincerity made him believe her, and he thought, in her position, anyone would be burdened with serious problems. It's a stark reminder of how vastly different their worlds were. While people often admired his extraordinary talents, very few saw the countless hours of sweat and effort he poured into perfecting his skills. From a young age, he had dedicated himself tirelessly to training, day after day, aiming to secure a brighter future. Yet, here she was, seemingly cold and detached, monopolizing his attention without understanding the sacrifices he made. Suddenly, she reached out and placed her hand over his. Startled, he looked at her and saw tears welling up in her eyes. He felt a pang of sympathy, confused about why she was so emotionally affected by a simple gesture. They left the theater and strolled along the street. As they walked, she asked if he wanted to grab something to eat. Just as he was about to respond, his phone buzzed with a call. He had asked a friend to call him right after the movie to create an excuse to leave. He answered, and his face changed instantly. The call was about a serious matter that required his immediate attention, something urgent that couldn't be postponed. His friend was confused by the urgency, and so was she. He explained that a problem had arisen with a friend, and he needed to resolve it at once. She nodded sheepishly, admitting that she had had enough for today, and decided it was time to call it a night. As she prepared to leave, she reflected inwardly, thinking that he was a genuinely decent man, willing to put aside his own plans to help a friend. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan, the unscrupulous man, believed himself to be a genius mastermind behind every move. He was certain that no challenge was insurmountable. Soon, only one obstacle remained, to conquer the final test. They arrived at her apartment building. He informed her that he was waiting downstairs, feeling an internal resolve that he would never again engage in such risky endeavors. His life felt like a battlefield, chaotic and fraught with difficulties. Just then, someone called out to him. The girl appeared casually, asking if he had been waiting long. Seeing her, he was besotted. She was truly breathtaking, an absolute treasure among women. Her beauty was versatile. She could look stunning in any style she chose. He hesitated for a moment before asking if she was ready to leave. She nodded confidently, and he agreed, quietly hoping that if everything turned out well, they could take their relationship to a new level. Together, they headed to the cinema once more, then out to a restaurant. The night drifted by smoothly, and as they returned home, she said softly that she hoped he would rest well, that she had enjoyed the evening immensely. He, feeling a desire to prolong the moment, asked if he could come upstairs for a glass of water. She accepted happily, eager to continue sharing this small, seemingly insignificant gesture. Their evening unfolded with gentle certainty, each moment layered with unspoken affection and the promise of possibilities ahead. As the man stepped into the shower, a sudden change in the room's atmosphere caught her off guard. She watched as he took a quick, decisive shower, the water streaming down his figure. Meanwhile, she found herself deep in thought, puzzled by the strange actions he had just taken. She had initially thought he only wanted a glass of water, simple and harmless, but now she realized there was more beneath the surface. When he finally emerged, he casually mentioned that it was too late for him to leave, and surprisingly, she allowed him to stay. She couldn't quite believe herself. She had just let him remain, despite her uncertainties about his intentions. The question raced through her mind. What would she do if he asked for something more? Yet, she knew it wouldn't be impossible to handle if that moment came. Suddenly, her gaze caught a glint from his pocket. Curious, she watched as he pulled out a handful of tickets to all the movies he'd seen that day. The realization hit her like a thunderbolt. Her guy had been caught in 4K clarity. He then called out from the bathroom that he was ready, and she turned her attention to the table where she noticed the tickets lying. Her mind buzzed with questions. Was he an addict of cinema? Or was he secretly involved with other women? Why would he want to involve himself in her life so intensely? Did he have ulterior motives, perhaps to keep tabs on her? She was unable to say a word, overwhelmed by her swirling thoughts. Meanwhile, he was confronted by her accusing gaze, and she scolded him softly, suggesting he merely played with her emotions. Her favorability rating plummeted, less than 20 points, by the moment she told him to leave. But just moments later, her rating had climbed back up to 75, as she tried to remind herself of his previous kindness. He was trembling, aware that she had just uncovered something she hadn't expected. His mind raced, painfully aware that this was only the beginning of a potential unraveling. She then expressed her dismay, telling him she never thought she could trust him this little. All his gestures, all his efforts, those movie tickets, the small acts of kindness, could easily be wiped away in an instant. Her voice shook with anger as she blamed him for playing with her feelings. Overwhelmed and frustrated, she told him to get out, and he responded by calling Wanzi, asking her to speak with him and find out what they had done earlier that day. Wanzi answered, puzzled by the late call. Her friend, Ryu, quickly grabbed the phone, asking whether Wanzi went to the movies with a guy named Chung Juano. Wanzi confirmed she did. She had invited a girl to join her, but the girl had declined, so they went together. Yet, hearing that name, she was struck by a sudden rush of suspicion, recalling a fragment of a conversation, and her face darkened. How could that be? She more or less ignored the detail, but her anger boiled over, and she hung up abruptly, muttering that everything was now resolved. Yet, inside her mind, she couldn't shake off her doubts. She wondered whether he was truly honest or perhaps concealing something. Out of curiosity, she decided to verify the story herself. She had the girl's number, and when she reached out, the girl confirmed, yes, a man had asked her to watch a movie, but she had refused until a man in a Ferrari unexpectedly appeared. Chuan, her partner, noticing her suspicious expression, asked if she wanted to see his bank cards to check what he had purchased recently. He turned away, dismissing her concerns with a look of disappointment. She, trying to dissolve the misunderstanding, apologized. But outside, he was silently convinced he could escape this mess, believing that he had managed to deceive her just enough to avoid trouble. He thought she was a little naive, that she might not see through his little lies. Later, she sent him a message, and he responded calmly, assuring her he understood her feelings and forgave her. Her heart relaxed a little. She found comfort in his kindness, feeling grateful. Her favorability rating, which had dipped sharply earlier, now increased by 21 points. She sighed with relief, noticing her score had climbed slightly higher than before. But she was aware she needed to be more cautious, as such situations could easily spiral out of control and threaten to ruin everything she was working for. She reflected on the importance of discernment. Some connections were made solely to gain points, status, or leverage. Others, she decided, were for genuine fun and joy. She knew that if she exploited her system for revenge or manipulation, she might set herself up for a fall. She was cautious but also open to moments of spontaneity. Meanwhile, a group of girls passed by him, chatting animatedly about their plans to see something together. One of them recognized a name and suggested they should check out the same event or movie as her. This drew his attention, and he decided to take a closer look. The scene was lively, crowded with people all around. The girls were exuberant, cheering, expressing their love openly, and radiating excitement. In a corner, Sutton and her friend watched the scene unfold, sharing their own thoughts and feelings. Suddenly, he found himself teleported beside Qin Yuan, who greeted the well-known Sulil with a friendly nod. At that moment, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he saw Qin, who asked casually whether he liked basketball. The boys watching from afar couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, whispering among themselves that Qin Yuan was certainly fortunate. Out of nowhere, Vinyu appeared, commenting derisively that men loved to gossip behind a woman's back. Kiki, trying to keep things calm, told everyone to relax, explaining that they were just here to watch the game on the court. Xuan, however, looked anxious. The infamous Qin Yuan was once again present, surrounded by a host of admirers, not to mention the dozens of girls lingering nearby. It was an infuriating sight, a true misfortune. Yet, seeing Kiki, Xuan believed he saw an opportunity. He had been practicing basketball diligently over the past several months. Now was his moment to shine, to humiliate that arrogant guy who thought he was the star. He quickly hurled the ball toward Qin Yuan, aiming directly at him. Qin Yuan, sensing danger much like Spider-Man, narrowly managed to catch the ball. Instead of dodging, he turned to face Xuan, shaking his head with a mixture of exasperation and disdain. He said it was shameful to act so rudely just because he had lost a piano competition. Xin then retorted that it didn't matter and that if Qin Yuan wanted, he could come and compete in basketball instead. It became clear that the situation was escalating. Xin's patience was running thin with Qin Yuan's attitude. He threw the ball back, insisting he was going to play. Kiki, observing the tension, decided to step in and tried to intercept the ball, but it was too powerful. The ball struck with force, and Kiki was impressed by its strength, unable to believe someone could launch such a shot. Meanwhile, Vinyu muttered dismissively that men were all savages and only knew how to fight. As Kiki lay on the ground, her friends rushed to her side, worried about her well-being. The scene was surreal. Such a display of raw strength from the magician figure was hard to accept. Qin Yuan, meanwhile, simply smirked, already aware that the outcome was inevitable. He knew this confrontation was only the beginning, but who needed an entire team? With his system, he reasoned, he had gained 30 more years of basketball experience. Confident now, he leapt to perform a powerful dunk, aiming to impress everyone. However, in a flash, Qin Yuan appeared, easily blocking the shot. Gasps echoed through the crowd as they stared in disbelief. The poor guy was defeated so effortlessly that the entire scene felt surreal. The psychological blow was quick and harsh, leaving him visibly shaken. Qin Yuan declared that it was his turn now, ready to take control of the game. The referee blew the whistle, signaling a foul. Xin then stepped up and took a free throw, scoring effortlessly. Thinking that Qin Yuan had been foolish since everyone sided with him, and there was no way to win. Gradually, the spectators began to realize something was amiss. It was humiliating to call the referee for such trivial fouls. Qin Yuan's frustration grew, fueling his desire to end the confrontation once and for all. The game resumed. He stole the ball deftly and dribbled down the court, his eyes fixed on the basket. No one could doubt that this was just the beginning of a swift, authoritative domination, a display of raw, relentless talent. Once, during an intense basketball game, a particular moment stood out, capturing the attention of all involved. A player, seemingly unnoticed and overshadowed by the game's unfolding chaos, managed to score a basket. Remarkably, this was before the opposing team had even managed to leave their own side of the court. The player's determination and agility were so evident that one of the spectators went straight to the team's coaching staff, complaining loudly about the inability of their defenders to mark even a single opponent properly. The spectator didn't hold back and even directed insults at Chun Yuan's team for failing to stop this player once again. Despite the mounting pressure, the opponent's team persisted in trying to surround and block the player. Yet he was agile and quick, leaping over the defenders and scoring yet another basket. The referees and the players on the court couldn't quite understand why this player was exerting such extraordinary effort. From their perspective, it looked as if the game was rigged, obviously arranged for the team to lose, and yet this player refused to give up. His relentless attitude puzzled everyone, making the game even more unpredictable. This unwavering commitment brought tears to the eyes of the basketball players watching him. Chan Yuan, observing from the sideline, saw him advance repeatedly, pushing past opponents without understanding why everyone else seemed frozen in place. It appeared as if no one moved at all, and it left the crowd baffled. From a distance, a spectator named Kiki commented that the player was winning the game by holding on to his virtues, an act of moral strength rather than mere skill. The player, known as Shuben, couldn't comprehend why others weren't following his plan. The score was already 60-2, a crushing defeat. Exhausted and battered, Shuben was on the verge of being humiliated further by Chan Yuan, who was preparing to score yet again. In that moment, Shuben thought that if only he could defend one key play, perhaps he wouldn't be so embarrassed. Chun Yuan, sensing this, approached him swiftly. Without hesitation, he jumped to block the shot. Shuben, in a desperate attempt to defend himself, elbowed Chun Yuan in the chest. The move backfired horrifically. The force was so great that it broke Chun Yuan's arm. Chun Yuan fell to the ground, writhing in pain and agony, his body twisted and broken. As he lay there struggling to get up, Chan Yuan managed to perform a decisive dunk, turning the situation around and gaining crucial points. This victory wasn't just for the scoreboard. It earned Chun Yuan respect from everyone present. Kiki saw how this display demonstrated integrity and perseverance, qualities that transcended mere athletic prowess. The crowd cheered, and Chen Yuan's team celebrated their hard-fought triumph. With this win, he gained not only points on the court but also increased respect among teammates Suyun, Lele, Chi, and others. As he left the game, Chen Yuan remarked quietly that he believed he wasn't truly worthy of being the team captain. Such a comment was born from humility, but others felt it was an insult to his genuine skills, especially when held against an opponent so foul and dishonest as Shuben. Disappointed and somewhat insulted, Shuben told him to stop being arrogant, warning that he would soon regret his attitude. Nearby, a group of girls murmured among themselves, noting how astonishing the game had been. Several of them admitted to forgetting their original purpose, such as recording the game or simply observing, as they were captivated by the intensity and passion on display. Among the onlookers, Chin, curious about where Chan Yuan was, moved closer, wanting to offer him a bottle of water, something to help him recover from his exertions. However, at that moment, Kiki also reached into her bag, holding out a bottle of water. Meanwhile, Shuben, in his exhaustion, had 2 bottles in hand, liquid spilling as he fumbled. It was a tense situation. Choosing whom to give the water to could determine the outcome of this small moment of kindness. Chen Yuan, feeling overwhelmed, managed to slip away, sweating and uncertain about which bottle to accept. After the game, Chen Yuan received a friend request from someone within a wealthy social group. The person, calling himself simply the guy, asked him a surprisingly casual question. What was good? Chan Yuan was taken aback, realizing this was not a typical sports fan or friend, request but someone with intentions beyond mere camaraderie. The next day, Chun Yuan learned about Gao Xian Ju Yuan, a 22-year-old actress who was enjoying a successful career. Recently, however, she had become embroiled in an online scandal that resulted in her losing her contract with the agency. The person who contacted Chun Yuan was Gao Lan, her brother, seeking his help. Gao Lan explained that his sister's situation was dire. She had been falsely accused of misconduct, and her career was now at a standstill. Gao Lan casually mentioned that he hoped Chun Yuan might consider buying Gao Xian Ju Yuan's residence. He explained that his sister truly needed a home of her own, especially considering her profession. Gao Xian Ju Yuan as an actress was known for her generous spending habits, often indulging in luxuries, which might explain her current financial troubles. Gao Lan's request was delicate but earnest, as he believed that owning her home could be a step towards stabilizing her life and career. Chun Yuan listened carefully, weighing whether he should assist his acquaintance's brother. He wondered if purchasing that property would genuinely help Gao Xian Ju Yuan regain her footing, or if it'd be more of a financial burden. Ultimately, he recognized the importance of stability for someone in her position, especially after such a public scandal. As he reflected on the situation, Chun Yuan acknowledged that sometimes success and stability required more than talent. They depended on support, trust, and sometimes a helping hand. Despite the complications, he considered that providing aid, whether through buying a house or other means, could serve as a foundation for her future recovery. And so, in the midst of these personal and professional struggles, Chun Yuan prepared himself to navigate the complex web of relationships and responsibilities that life presented. He understood that beneath the surface of competition, scandal, and ambition lay human stories, full of pain, hope, and the universal desire for a fresh start. Once upon a time in a world filled with intricate schemes and hidden agendas, there was a man known as Gao Jian. His keen eye and strategic mind made him the perfect candidate to revive a faltering system. He approached Gao Lan with a simple yet powerful instruction: to arrange an introduction with his sister at their family home. Gao Lan, trusting his judgment, agreed without hesitation. As he pondered the matter, he reflected on the unwavering loyalty of his team, convinced that no one among them would deceive him, a testament to his careful selection of allies and his own relentless intuition. Meanwhile, rumors had begun circulating about Gao Jian's heroic deed, saving the Shao family from a dire crisis. Such tales, once dismissed as mere gossip, now seemed surprisingly credible. Within Gao Sangin's household, a storm of displeasure stirred. She was clearly upset, especially since her career was currently in decline. Several suitors had stepped forward, eager to marry her, but to her, none of these prospects matched her worth. She saw herself as a talented actress, someone deserving of recognition rather than mere marriage proposals from unworthy men. Frustration gnawed at her, and she wondered why life had to be so complicated. Just then, her phone rang. It was her brother, delivering news that shifted her perspective entirely. He reassured her that she need not worry about finances anymore, because he had discovered the perfect partner for her, someone who could turn her fortunes around. This revelation left her momentarily confused, uncertain whom he meant until he explained that it was a recently emerged, highly influential individual. Upon hearing the brother's name, Jay, they immediately thought of a chubby, unimpressive man, a stereotype of someone lacking the qualities she desired. She scorned her brother, exclaiming that upon returning home, she would give him a stern beating for such a foolish choice. Her brother tried to defend the man, insisting he was incredible and worthy of attention, and even offered to show her his house to prove his worth. However, she abruptly ended the call, visibly annoyed. She muttered bitterly that all men were the same, a disaster coated in false charm, raising her hands skyward in a vow. Despite her anger, she declared that even if she had to leap from a building, she would never accept a single cent from that man. Such was her disdain. Meanwhile, outside her home, Chun Yuan stood in awe, observing the impressive structure of the mansion. The estate was conveniently close, which prompted him to ring the bell. As he waited, he sensed that the old man inside was rushing to answer, perhaps desperate or eager. She, on her part, approached the door slowly, deliberately to irritate him. When the door swung open, she barked that she had come rushing over and asked him to stop bothering her. Yet, as she saw Chan Yuan greeting her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she realized she'd been caught off guard. Before she could question who he was, Chan Yuan entered confidently, offering sincere apologies. She was struck by how young and handsome her visitor was, an unexpected sight for someone in her line of work. He took a seat on the sofa, inviting her to sit as well. She hesitated, confused by his casual attitude. After all, this was her home, and wondered why he was there. Her question about whether he no longer wished to see the house was met with a gentle smile. He explained that he already saw enough to know the place was good. Then, he revealed that his visit was centered entirely on her. He expressed a desire to make her his lover. Her heart skipped a beat. "What?" she exclaimed inwardly, confused and somewhat alarmed. The young man's words lingered in the air, creating a tense moment filled with implications. Suddenly, her internal system detected a strange activation, alerting her to the presence of Gao Xuanjin, a counterpart appearing with a certain aura. He seemed both familiar and slightly off, with a low favorability rating that hovered around -35. Feeling no need to beat around the bush, Chuan prepared for a direct approach. She decided to confront him head-on, choosing to challenge his intentions openly. But when she heard his proposal, that he wished her to become his lover, she felt a mixture of indignation and amusement. The man's bluntness was startling, yet she recognized that to achieve her goals, she might have to humiliate him a bit. She responded sharply, saying that his straightforwardness was unusual but not unacceptable, provided certain conditions were met. Her list was ambitious: a luxury car worth 10 million, an extraordinary apartment, and an investment of 2 billion in 2 different films where she would be the leading lady. She knew her talent and her value. She refused to settle for less. Chuan pressed further, sensing that perhaps this deal was simpler than she initially thought. Her mind raced with possibilities. If he was truly serious, he might be the kind of man willing to go all in. Meanwhile, the young man, whose name was Chan Yuan, listened patiently, his expression calm. He observed her determined gaze and was drawn to her fiery spirit. This was not just about money or superficial things. It was about power, opportunity, and perhaps the chance to reshape her destiny. He understood that to win her over, he needed to meet her demands and perhaps even surpass them. Gao Xuanjin, observing from a distance, was both intrigued and cautious. He knew that this woman possessed strength and resilience, qualities that could either be allies or formidable opponents. He pondered whether this encounter was merely superficial or the beginning of a deeper alliance. The air between the two was thick with unspoken challenges and possibilities. As the conversation progressed, the atmosphere grew tense yet charged with potential. Each side knew that this was only the start of a complex game, one that could lead to mutual benefit or devastating conflict. The stakes were high, and both Chan Yuan and Chuan understood that their future depended on the decisions they would make in the moments ahead. In this world, alliances shifted swiftly, and every move was calculated. Power, beauty, ambition, and loyalty intertwined in a delicate dance. For some, it was simply about survival. For others, it was about seizing the moment and rewriting their destiny. As their stories unfolded, it became clear that nothing was ever as straightforward as it seemed, and that the path to success was paved with both cunning and courage. And so, amidst the grand halls, whispered secrets, and ambitious dreams, these characters navigated their complex lives, each seeking their own version of happiness, power, or redemption in a world where loyalty was fleeting, and every choice could change everything forever. Upon returning home, Gao Lan quickly handed over the money from the system and, feeling anxious yet determined, proceeded to assess the situation. The car belonging to Cheng Yuan was still parked outside. It hadn't left, which piqued her curiosity. With a mixture of apprehension and resolve, she stepped into the living room and addressed her sister, inquiring about the cigarette-smoldering vehicle still lingering there. Her sister, looking forlorn, revealed that she had actually received the car as a gift from Cheng Yuan. Moreover, he had deposited a significant sum of money into her bank account. Gao Lan's brother, observing her reaction, asked whether everything had gone smoothly regarding the sale of the house. He was eager to know if they had made at least 2 million yuan from the transaction. Gao Lan, holding up her phone, excitedly declared that they had netted 1 billion yuan. Her brother's eyes lit up as he imagined that Cheng Yuan truly cared for his sister. Finally, Gao Lan felt a sense of relief, contemplating that she could now step back and become a common uncle figure who merely enjoyed smoking cigarettes without worries. Yet, her thoughts kept drifting back to Chen Yuan, a figure she couldn't forget. She handed over the money, noting that the car was registered in his name, then said she had other matters to attend to and left, only helping her sister because she disliked seeing beautiful women suffer. Gao Lan's mind was filled with conflicts about Chen Yuan. She couldn't dismiss him entirely, sensing that he might not be so bad after all. Her feelings toward him gradually grew warmer, and her attitude toward him shifted from suspicion to cautious admiration. At her graduation ceremony at the university, she warned her friend Kiki to be cautious around Chen Yuan. Kiki, attempting to explain, insisted that Chen Yuan was not the person Gao Lan thought he was. Nevertheless, Vin Su, who was nearby, was determined to hate Chen Yuan. She then revealed that on her birthday, Chen Yuan had arranged some chickens, supposedly to win her over, though she believed his actions stemmed from some psychological issues. Chen Yuan was a hero admired by everyone at school, showing a picture of his little brother Lele and his father, both holding a sign. However, that day, on his birthday, he had no idea she was there for that reason. It was impossible he had planned everything. Vin Su started questioning if she was misunderstanding the situation, obsessing over her assumptions, before silently retreating. Kiki, meanwhile, was feeling embarrassed and heartbroken, convinced she had misjudged her feelings of love. Back at work, she was utterly devastated, ashamed after confessing to her friend that her boyfriend was flirting with her, only to realize that wasn't the case. Every time she recalled the incident, her mind fixated on Chen Yuan, who had been protecting her during that moment. This image lingered in her thoughts. Suddenly, her boss called her into a meeting, pulling her back to reality. She informed her about an upcoming charity dinner featuring the most prominent entrepreneurs in the entire city. Her boss wanted her to attend and befriend a wealthy man named Yen, a recent millionaire who had appeared on the scene. Gao Lan felt a twinge of sadness. She had only joined a company led by a woman to avoid such superficial social interactions, yet she reluctantly accepted the invitation. It was, perhaps, a way to safeguard her job rather than an actual desire to mingle with the elite. That evening, at home, Chen Yuan was chatting with a group of wealthy young men. Before this gathering, he had handed Gao Swan in an enormous amount of money, which allowed her to defend herself against false accusations. Chen Yuan was impressed by her composure during the ordeal. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, Oh Chanchi was inviting him to the charity dinner, believing it would gather only wealthy, influential people. Chen Yuan, considering the circumstances, wondered about the true purpose of such events, but he was willing to observe and see where the paths would lead next. On a cool evening that hinted at the arrival of autumn, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. Gao Swan Jin's mansion gleamed under the soft lights, a testament to the grand wealth of its owner. Inside, the air was thick with an undercurrent of tension, mingled with the sparkling laughter of the city's elite. Among the attendees, a determined young man named Chen Yuan was contemplating his next move, acutely aware that money could be spent as freely and extravagantly as one willed. The thought lingered in his mind that perhaps he could find a way, either through a clever plan or with the help of someone influential, to indulge in an even greater expenditure, to leave a lasting impression or to secure a certain advantage. Meanwhile, Gao Swanjin was frantically trying to fend off mounting accusations. Her efforts to defend her reputation seemed almost Sisyphean. Every time she managed to clear one obstacle, another emerged. The financial struggles were relentless. Whenever her reserves dwindled, a significant transfer from the young man, her benefactor, would arrive unexpectedly. She tried to convince herself that these sums weren't particularly substantial, merely fleeting drops in her ocean of expenses. Yet, deep down, she knew that each transfer, each stroke of generosity wasn't accidental. It was a sign that her fortunes and her influence still held sway over him, even if she often told herself otherwise. As dusk settled, an important event unfolded. A charity dinner designed to bring together the crème de la crème of society. It was an occasion where every entity of wealth and power sought to fortify connections, showcase their standing, and perhaps secure even more opportunities. Many of the millionaires who had once been humiliated or outdone by the young man's bold moves now appeared, their expressions a mixture of lingering resentment and guarded respect. The guests ranged from humble bar owners to professional basketball players, each eager to make an impression. Scene, a young woman known for her sharp wit and confident demeanor, announced her intention to slip away to the restroom. She understood that the new magnate of the group, the emerging titan of business circles, would also be present. She had invested considerable time researching him, eager to get close, to understand the layers behind his public persona. She envisioned that this influential figure was likely an elegant, polished, elderly gentleman with a visionary outlook, someone wise beyond his years, possessing the kind of sophistication that commands attention without effort. Positioned at the entrance of the venue, Scene lingered, hoping to be among the first to meet this key individual. Her aim was clear, to establish an early connection that might prove beneficial in the future. But her plan was unexpectedly interrupted when she saw Chun Yuan approaching. An immediate thought crossed her mind. Why was he here, dressed in what appeared to be the uniform of a security guard? Chen Yuan looked utterly out of place amid the lavish surroundings. He looked defeated, worn down by circumstances. So much so that he had invested 20,000 units of currency into that worn suit, a sign of how accustomed he was to splurging from the system's resources rather than his own wealth. She was surprised to realize that, in that moment, the security guards around him wore identical uniforms, suggesting something more complex was at play. Suddenly, Subin, another young man, approached Chun Yuan with a mocking smile, addressing him as the Prince of Basketball, a nickname stemming from his athletic fame. Subin questioned whether Chun Yuan was so impoverished that he had resorted to working as a security guard, a suggestion that stung with contempt. Chen Yuan, however, maintained his composure, insisting that he had been invited to the dinner, a statement that seemed almost implausible given his current appearance. Subin laughed, dismissing the claim and joking that they could enter together, but he also suspected Chun Yuan might be lying, that his name wouldn't be on the list or any official invitation. To test this, the security guard requested Chun Yuan to present his invitation, but to everyone's surprise, Chen Yuan had received no official ticket or pass. Confused, he looked around, uncertain why Subin was suddenly so confident in his assumptions. Subin, with a sly smile, ridiculed him further, mocking the idea that Chen Yuan had come all that way just to pretend. Meanwhile, another vehicle pulled up at the entrance to the event, an elegant car from which Vinyu emerged. She had arrived for her work shift, her presence at such an exclusive gathering not typical. The young men and women present couldn't help but blush slightly at her arrival, drawn by her poised elegance. Vinyu, however, seemed indifferent to surroundings. She believed that arriving in luxury was a standard part of her corporate responsibilities. As she approached, she overheard a tense discussion occurring beside her. Looking over, she saw Chun Yuan engaged in an unexpected confrontation with the security guard. His frustration was evident as he insisted he had been invited, despite lacking the physical proof. Vinyu, observing the situation, stepped in confidently. She explained that every invitation was supposed to permit a guest to bring one accompanying person. Turning to Chen Yuan, she declared that he could join her as her guest for the evening. The security guard, without much hesitation, nodded and allowed the entrance. Chen Yuan, inwardly bewildered, wondered why Vinyu was helping him, especially since she had always seemed to dislike him. Her actions were perplexing. But she dismissed his questions with a curt gesture, telling him to follow her and that he was to leave with her immediately. As she turned away, she added that her perception of him had not changed. What he owed her was simply a favor, nothing more. That night, Vinyu had effectively saved Chen Yuan from embarrassment and potential humiliation. For Chen Yuan, it was a moment of clarity. He recognized that Vinyu's intervention, though seemingly abrupt, was a key turning point. Yet, frustration simmered within him. He felt a burning desire to retaliate against Xin, to humiliate her publicly for her earlier arrogance. His resolve was strong, but his plans were now complicated by the unexpected victory Vinyu had handed him. The evening's events had become a tangled web of alliances, deceptions, and shifting loyalties, all happening in the glare of intense social scrutiny. Unbeknownst to many, this night was shaping up to be a pivotal chapter in their intertwined lives. One where appearances were deceptive, motives were hidden, and the true power dynamics of wealth, influence, and strategy would slowly unfold. As the evening continued, each person present began to realize that beneath the surface of opulence and charm, a much more intricate game was underway, one that could change their futures forever. Once, he was advised that he should not interpret the situation as a mere act of kindness or a token of gratitude. It was emphasized that he had never requested to serve as anyone's subordinate or servant. Instead, he was told that it would be wiser for him to cease interfering in the affairs of others and to focus on his own path. The message conveyed a clear reminder. Meddling in what did not concern him would only lead to unnecessary complications. Furthermore, he was gently encouraged to refrain from trespassing into matters that did not belong to him, suggesting that a more prudent attitude might serve him better in the long run. As a subtle nudge, he was advised that if he truly wished to see the continuation of this extraordinary story, he could show his support by liking the video. This small gesture would imply his interest in the upcoming Part 3, completing the saga of this remarkable tale. Such advice was given in a tone that balanced firmness with courtesy, aiming to guide him towards wisdom and self-restraint, while also hinting that the story was far from over and that more incredible revelations awaited those patient enough to follow through.